Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining my co host Mary and I for another Spiritual Learning Thursday. Every Thursday, we go over a different topic. After we play the video on the topic, we'll take any questions that anyone has and we'll try to answer them the best that we can. If you have any ideas on what you would like to learn about in the next upcoming videos, please leave a comment. We will be with you shortly. If you would be so kind as to take this time to give a like and share out the video, it would be greatly appreciated. Sit back, enjoy the show. Thank you so much again for coming.
Hey, lovelies! I am feeling worse today. Thanks for asking, which is why probably I won't have my camera on because I'm sure I look like hell. Um, but we could still have our discussion and I will still play the video for you guys. Um, I'm hoping Mary said she'd be up here soon, and that was at 6 o'clock. And I was like, you told me 6:30, so I put it 6:30. And it's 6:30, so I'm looking for her. I found out today from the sheriffs that my younger brother has. Oh, I'm so sorry, James. That's. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Kelly. Hi, James. Hi, Diane. Oh, um, I'm just setting up. I'm watching. I'm just setting up the video for later here. Today is Thursday, right? Thursday, and it is going to be. I put it for 7:30. Okay, so that we can watch it. Manage videos. Hi, Daddy Love. Okay, here we go. All right, so I have the video ready. We'll let maybe a few more people come in. I should have shared, but I didn't. But if anybody wants to share, we'll just wait a few more minutes. Here's Mary. There's Mary. Wait, you have your mute on, but you could talk. We're just talking right now. I didn't start the video yet.
Hello, I'm
Hi,
here. Hi,
Mary.
everybody.
I usually wait a few minutes till people get in before
I was finishing up my medicine order. Sorry.
That's all right. Uh, I got everything set up to play the video, so that's good.
Hi, Danny. Hi, Kelly. Hi, Kathy. Hi, James. Hi, Diane.
Welcome in, Scott.
Hi, Scott. Am I missing anybody? Let me see.
I found our opener, Mary, so I got that up there. That played.
I did watch the video today, earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I'm gonna watch it again in a second, but I got I found our opener for this show.
Uh-huh.
Because everything was on my account, and I had to go searching through when I made them, download them to the phone so that I can put them up there. I found
All
ours.
right, because you're on mine. Oh, yeah.
Yes, I'm on yours.
And you get it all handled.
Yeah, I found a
It's
cute little
okay.
opening screen. If Smoking Joe comes in, you gotta see what I found. I thought it was so funny. I have the Smoking Joe one. Here we go. There we go. Smoking Joe's Cafe. We're just here having coffee. I thought it was cute. So
It's
yeah.
cute.
So there you go.
Yeah,
Smoking
you have to
Joe.
pop that up for
When she comes in, pop it up. Hey, look what
yeah.
I found. We're at your cafe. Or when I just want to cover like something like
Speaking of that, I took it off that other account and still didn't fix it.
oh yeah? No, you gotta do
Yeah,
the customer service because they said no, she should have it.
I don't. I even because I even went and closed completely out and signed back in, signed in on the right account. They said the other account would disappear if you sign in on this one. I said,
Yeah.
I don't care. I deleted it out and I still don't have it. I got all y'all as friends on there where I can send you gifts and stuff, but I ain't got the cafe.
No, that's strange because you're in the group. So I'll show you. We'll get on a little call.
All right. Yeah,
Show
let's
you
do
where the
this.
little setting is, and you just type to them because right on the bottom of when you come in, you have when you come into your
Uh
game has a number on it, and I'll show you where it is. And
huh.
that
Okay.
game number, you just send them, and you go, "Hey, this is my game. I'm part of this group, and this I don't have the cafe."
Yeah, I can't get nowhere to get to y'all. So y'all over to drinking without me.
Yeah, we're drinking coffee without you. Excuse me for blowing my nose, guys. Sorry.
All right, let's get back to our video.
Today is we did what happens when you're going through a spiritual awakening, how family acts when you're having a spiritual awakening. But after a spiritual awakening, is the paranormal more normal to you? Is the supernatural more natural? Like, does that have a bearing on it? So I did a little video with some research, and we'll watch that video, and then we'll just go over everybody's experiences. Like,
Well,
uh,
I'll answer my part of it after it's over.
yeah, we'll both do some talking, and we'll find out from you guys in chat. Some people have been started this since like Danny and Eric. Some people since they're 5, so they really didn't have like some kind of awakening that sent them into like, you know, something different.
Well, it is because yeah, I'll just explain it after this.
Right. So
So,
everybody's experiences is different. So we're gonna find out everybody's. And yeah, so we'll put the video. Um Usually I wait about 10-15 minutes. It's about there till everybody gets in. So the notifications go out.
I mean, some has had it all their life, and they
Mhm.
don't consider it an awakening. But I mean, there's other explanations, and stuff. But some
Um,
people's had it, like you just got it, so not too long ago. So but
so yeah, and so we'll go over all that. So I'll try to set this up so that I can spin you guys around. I really don't want to turn on my camera on me at this moment because my nose looks like Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer from all the blowing. So we don't want to do none of that. Um,
no, you know.
Where's my? I don't want that. I'm dumb. There's
So, and Danny, I watched your little skit today. Ah, it was funny. I left a message under it. Silly. His little blow up doll blowing off in the wind. Oh no! There she goes. She goes just a blowing down the streets and do up diddy diddy dum diddy do.
okay. So, hi James, welcome in. Did we miss
Hey,
any?
got to fill in the silence here somewhere, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, if you didn't see Danny's comedy videos, they're very funny.
Yeah, y'all need to watch his comedy videos. They are funny. Today is about his blow up girlfriend.
Don't give it all away, Mary. Okay.
I'm not
Um. So there we go. We got it set up. Are we all ready? Here we
taking their
go.
airplane the movie.
Oh yeah,
All
Mary,
right.
you're gonna mute. I'm gonna put this on. Here we go.
Hello, and welcome to another spiritual learning video. We talked about having a spiritual awakening and what happens during it. But what happens after you have your spiritual awakening? Does the supernatural and paranormal start becoming natural? Traditional religion as we know it may be waning, but the individual inner search is stronger than ever. Our interest in the unknown is expanding one step beyond the previous generations. Our spiritual terrain is changing dramatically. One of the largest and fastest growing religious group is called the Nones, Nones, those who spiritually identify with nothing in particular. This, however, doesn't mean they are atheists or even agnostics. The larger portion of that group considers themselves to be spiritual, not religious. These are seekers looking to explore the sacred in ways different from their parents and grandparents. What is growing in cultures around the world is the interest in mysticism, self actualization, the supernatural, unity consciousness, and so much more, including the paranormal. Spiritual leaders and parapsychologists are beginning to see the connection between paranormal, supernatural phenomenon and the expression of consciousness and spiritual awakening. There seems to be a relationship between psi phenomena, metaphysics, psychic gifts, parapsychology, and supernatural events like near death experiences, visions of angels, and even UFO encounters. What's the difference between the supernatural and paranormal? Essentially, supernatural is seen as completely beyond explanation, while paranormal might be explained someday with further scientific knowledge. The connection is becoming more apparent as cultures and governments all over the world are releasing information they have on these kinds of experiences, specifically UFO encounters or visions of angels. On October 18th of this year, by law, the U.S. national security agencies must divulge information they have collected for decades on paranormal activity, including UFO crashes, technology, and perhaps even biology. Seems far fetched? Several years ago, such evidence was reported in the New York Times and on other news outlets, and now even on current news and broadcasts. A previous congressional hearing this year addressed these topics. There is much more to be revealed, and more laws will push the release of such information and protect whistleblowers. If such evidence exists and is admitted by the governments and religious institutions like the Vatican, how will it change religion and our own spiritual journeys? What does it say about our reality? What is our place in the universe? Oh, what will be our perspectives of the afterlife? If these events are true, we will begin to fully question who we are, our interrelationships with the universe, and perhaps other civilizations, both seen and unseen. So, is the paranormal becoming normal, the supernatural natural, and the extrasensory sensory? According to some perspectives, as people experience spiritual awakenings, they may also report an increase in paranormal experiences, such as connecting with their spirit guides, suggesting a potential correlation between the two. However, there is no definitive scientific evidence to prove that one directly causes the other, and the phenomenon is complex with various psychological and cultural factors at play. Why do some people think this connection exists? Increased sensitivity. When you have a spiritual awakening, it can be associated with heightened sensory perception, potentially leading individuals to notice or interpret seemingly paranormal occurrences more readily. There's also the fact that there's now openness to new experience. People undergoing a spiritual awakening may open up more to exploring non traditional beliefs, including the paranormal, making them more likely to report such experiences. There are some spiritual practices encouraging interpretation of everyday events as symbolic, which could lead to interpreting seemingly mundane occurrences as paranormal experiences. I myself highly believe that there are no coincidences, so everything that happens does have a meaning. There's also the cultural influences. Beliefs about the paranormal are often deeply ingrained in cultures, which can influence how people interpret their experiences. While anecdotal evidence exists, there is no robust scientific research to definitely prove a link between spiritual awakenings and paranormal activity. Some people say that paranormal experiences are more common now due to the fact of shifting belief systems of faith that have contributed to it. Others say that people who don't identify with religion may be more likely to believe in the paranormal. I can tell you from experience, though, after I had my spiritual awakening, it made me start questioning things I once believed in. And then I started asking questions, doing research, and finding things out that led me to believing more in the paranormal. It also led me to have supernatural experiences with angels and deities that I would have never sought before I had my spiritual awakening. Let us know what your experience was with your spiritual awakening down in the comments below. Thank you so much for joining us for another spiritual learning video. If you like this content, check out our spiritual learning playlist for more. And if you're not subscribed, consider subscribing. We'll see you on the next one.
All right, lovelies. Let's get Mary back here.
I'm back.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm just not coordinated enough to even set up the camera. I was to set up the camera. It was the best we could. I guess I forgot to put mirror on there. I'm pressing the button. Sorry, Jane.
Well,
Alrighty.
all right. You want to tell your story first?
No, you go ahead.
All right, everybody. So, what do you guys think? When you guys started waking up, how did you feel about it? You can either come up and say, "Hey, send me a link," and come up and tell us, or you can tell us in chat,
Yeah.
however you want to do that. But on my standpoint, I started at 5, but it was an opening because it's like it starts and then it just goes on, and it starts adding more. You get more and more and more into it as the years go by. And then there's like a time period like that I just kind of pushed it away and just didn't do anything, and I try to block it as much as possible
Hi, Kim.
because I never told anybody about it because, like we've all said, years ago they throw you in the nut house,
Yeah.
and I didn't want all about going there, so I didn't tell anybody, and so on my standpoint is I think it's awakening for everybody in a certain way, or I mean, it doesn't all just come to you that's right off the bat. Now, I guess it could, but with me, it didn't. That's my experience. It didn't.
Right.
It's like this started, and then next thing it kind of grew as I got older.
Right.
So
Now, I had signs when I was younger of different things. Crazy deja vus, reoccurring dreams,
I
things
can
changing colors as I go past it. And I couldn't understand it. And I think I just kind of shut it out because I
right,
wasn't, I was trying to work. I had kids young. I was a single mother. I had to deal with that. So I really didn't have my real, like, I say the real awakening, like what people talk
right,
about. I didn't have until about 2020, September of 2020, right after like we went back to work after the pandemic. And then like I was dabbling in the paranormal before that because I found it interesting because my mother had passed away and I wanted to talk to her. But that was totally separate from like I wasn't getting a lot of paranormal and I definitely wasn't getting any supernatural stuff happening until I had the awakening and then started asking questions like and
well,
getting
see, that's how
answers.
mine started out. It was like the supernatural bam. Like,
Yeah,
I
because
mean, when I see a little man come through my floor, and then it was like a little elf, something so that I don't know how to explain it. But anyway, uh, went from that, and then it just went on. I started seeing people who had passed, and mainly I was seeing it in my head, and I thought, man, am I going? You're 5 years old, 6, 7 years old. You're thinking, okay, is this real? Is this not real? And I kind of had to figure it out on my own, and then I knew that it was real whenever I was seeing family members that had passed and they were talking, to me and are in my, because I do it telepathically. It's like I see them with my mind's eye, not with my eyes, most of the time. Now I've gotten to where lately, like in the past roughly 5 years or less, I can see them with my eyes sometimes. It just depends. But and when I talk to them, it's usually I talk to them without ever speaking a word. They talk to me telepathically, like we're silent, and it's just
right.
and
So
that's how
now
I communicate with them.
right.
Uh, So
So
that's
now,
how I knew the difference. But it was rough at first, let me tell you.
yeah. So see now me, like I said, I knew I was having an awakening because I was like going about my normal business. Like I said, I was interested in the paranormal. I was dabbling some more because my son started seeing stuff and I wanted to talk to my mother and stuff like that. But, and I believed in it. I did believe in it. Always. There was never a point where I didn't believe that spirits existed. I just didn't actually know the scope of it, right? But I knew I was having an awakening because I sat down and um and it's funny because I started I picked up a few items that had attachments. And I really wanted to help the children that were in those attachments, right? But I didn't know how or what, and I was trying to find like mediums and stuff to help them.
Right.
And um I sat down one day in my backyard, and for 5 hours, I had a download. Now, I put the story out on
Right.
YouTube as like a cartoon, but that's what my download was. All that stuff happening in my head. I didn't get up, or I couldn't get up. I couldn't move for 5 hours. It was like a download of this, like showing me different things in different ways, like almost like a movie or a play. So I I so I knew that that was like something from them. It wasn't like me just daydreaming because I would be able to stop it and get up, right? Um, but I didn't. I didn't go to the bathroom, nothing. 5 hours, sat there, didn't move. Um, so and after that, because I started asking more questions and stuff, is how I started experiencing more paranormal. So to me, I think the paranormal, the supernatural really do, for people who were never really into it, it really does come along with your awakening because you start asking questions more and then you'll get answers, right?
I agree with that.
So I just think it's not that it comes along with it, it's been there forever, right? Paranormal, like I said, I always believed in spirit. The scope of it changed after I had my awakening and started asking questions, started getting rid of stuff that I was programmed to believe about religion and the world for all those years. And once I started throwing all that stuff out and actually asking questions and stuff is when I had more experiences with the paranormal uh, than I would have, per se, if that didn't happen, you know? Uh,
You know,
Let me see what everybody said in the chat here, and I'll read
I can
some.
say that I wasn't scared per se as I was. I just was flat out told them they wasn't going to get me and walked away from them. And that's my biggest thing. I can remember standing up to them, and because it was negative that thought they were going to come after me as a child, and then I'd be on their side from then on, but that didn't happen. Um, and they tried all up until I was 30 years old. It just didn't work. I no. And anyway, I just I think that I kind of just knew I was going to be okay, and that it was okay to have that, and that even though it was hard to learn it all and to go through it without anybody else knowing but me, that's not
Yeah,
an easy thing to do. But I will say that I did it, and I think it's just I just knew that I was okay, and that everything was going to be okay, and that the supernatural was there, and that just I just dealt with it. It's just something. It become my everyday life, but it still wasn't awakening because it would. I'd only get bits and pieces at a time till it all finally all come out.
Right.
So it's still considered
So
an
you had
awakening, I would say.
multiple because you were young when it started.
Yeah, I mean it. Yeah, I was 5, and then you grow. It grows with you. It's not
Right.
something that you may not get it all at once, and you may just get a piece of it or whatever. And sorry, I'm hitting fingers on there.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, it just it's just the way it is. I mean, it kind of grows with you. That's how I could say it. Danny says he got all his at once, and he knew he's got up and said, "Oh, his ghostly friends," and went on. But
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't grow with you, Danny. You just kind of had it all at once. You didn't kind of grow into all of it.
Usually that's
That's
the
something I never asked him.
ancestral guide usually in depending if you're a righty or lefty. Do you write with your right hand or your left hand? I think is the thing, but I think usually one's an input and one's an output. So the higher usually speaks in the opposite ear. Oh, you
So it
touched.
did not even enter in my mind they were living impaired until I was 11. I remember Gordy. What's it say? It says I remember Gordy said,
I don't know because we touched the
"Well, we
screen at the
know
same
I'm a."
time and then it cancels each other out. I forget that you're
I
me
know.
too.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It says
No, that's okay.
I remember Gordy said, "Now we know I'm a ghost. Are we still gonna be friends?" I said, "Huh, what difference does that make?"
Yeah.
That's funny.
You're left-handed. Okay, so probably then, and I don't know, Danny, verify this. I write with my right hand. So when my regular guides speak and everything, they always speak in the right ear. When somebody talks in my left ear, I know that that's like um there's a nice angel lady I know talks in the left ear, but also my ancestral guide will talk in my left ear. Um but I think it would be opposite for you. Maybe it's just Martin talking in your left ear because that's your output. And then
Um,
I don't know
I
exactly
don't
how
know about
Danny
that
will
because I'm
know.
left-handed. I'm left-handed, and they talk to me in my left ear.
Yeah, who talks to you in your left ear? Your guide.
I think it's whatever ear that they feel like that
No, my
they hear
ancestral
better.
guides have never ever spoke to me in my right ear ever.
Hmm.
So I don't know if it's a thing or they just want me to know that it's different, but okay, spirit guides dominant ear and the other one. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, that's what I think it is. Like I think it's they usually don't all talk and the higher ups want you to know that they're different.
I mean, I ain't saying I ain't heard in both ears because I have. But
Yeah. Hey Cody.
hi, Cody.
Okay. But I don't know. I don't know if it's just for me, like they want me to know. Mine comes in on both ears. Oh no, it's totally like I can tell like the vibrations in the right ear happen all day long. I know the spirits are talking. Sometimes they're not talking to me, which is why I just get white noise kind of stuff going on. When they're talking to me and I'm not listening, my ear will spin inside my head, but it's only my right ear. and I'll feel it like pop and do all weird. It feels like my eardrum is literally turning inside my ear. When the ancestral guides or someone else speaks, I'll get twitches in my left ear. So I don't know. They won't talk to me like Lauren and her husband will not talk to me. I have never heard them in my right ear. But, you know, like I said, maybe that's just so I understand the difference. I don't know because
Well, whoever's supposed to talk in my right ear, they need to go in there and unclog it. Because it's definitely got a clog in it.
Oh, is that when you had so the book made you had have like an epiphany, Diane? Yes, high on my left and right is lower for me. Right. So depending I guess on their well, that's what I said, like the higher ups I'm assuming would have a different vibration or frequency that they would use that the regular guides. Spirit guides are dominant side, ancestors both, everyone else other ear most of the time. Yeah, most of the time. So everyone else meaning deities and like angels, is that what you mean by everybody else? Just curious. How it works for me. Yeah. Uh, That's interesting, Diane, that your mom can see spirits too. So it was just a way of life for Diane. Yeah. Hmm. And I don't know, like I said, if it's the frequencies, it just seems that the guides talk in one and the other one's talking the other for me. But I don't know if it's the frequencies or what. But I I do then understand that when I get that little buzz in my left ear, and then I know it's important, so to speak. I mean, every time my spirit guides talk, it's important. But so many of regular spirits here, like especially during the crossover, that if they're talking to each other, my right ear is automatically going until somebody says something in that left ear. Then I know it's important. Like I had uh, somebody come, an important one come, and tell me no. I have 350. I need you to cross these people over. I said okay. You
I would
know,
say Danny's probably right. I from what I have happened, I'll have to say, yeah, he's. I've just sat and thought about it on which one talks into.
yeah,
Yeah, my dominant ear is the ones that my guides talk into,
no.
and the other one's the one the spirits talk into. So yeah, I he's right. I never really sat and thought about it really.
Well,
I had
because
no idea
sometimes,
if I wasn't paying attention on which ear they were in. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it is my dominant.
yeah, because a lot of times, I mean, that it's hard to decipher. But because I've been trying to pay attention more to what goes on, I have realized. Oh, Boomer, welcome in. Sorry. Um, because I have realized the differences, I thought
Hi,
anything
Boomer.
of the ghost saw, I never thought anything, okay, of the ghost I saw as a kid or something happened in my house. My mom would say, "Oh, that's just Aunt Clara or Grandpa or so and so." Okay, so she could see them. So when something weird would happen, she'd just be like, "Oh, that's your dead aunt." Okay, and you'd be like, "Oh, cool." See, yeah, if you grow up like that, you don't think it's strange. Like my aunt, you guys hear different voices or are they the same? No. Um, I can distinguish. It's not, I don't, my ears go crazy, right or left, but when they speak, they're speaking in the mind's eye. But I could tell that they went into my left side to talk to me. Does that make sense? How do
Yes,
I
it
explain
does.
it?
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Like Sarah will start they'll start talking in my right ear, right? Um, but the sound is not coming through my ear, it's coming through my third eye. So or what they will sound like a man, a kid, whatever, because it's coming through the mind's eye and they'll sound
Okay,
like
if it's
whatever
coming
they
from your
want.
mind's eye, are you seeing her?
No, unless they show me something to go along with what they're saying, I normally don't see anything. It's just like them talking to me, you know? Yeah, that makes sense because you're right. It does make sense. I think so. I think I explained it correctly. Like they use your ear to filter it into your mind. I don't know
Right.
how
I
it
get what you're
works, but
saying.
that's how it works.
Right.
Uh, so yeah, but they're different voices. Um,
I mean, my mom would say, well, there goes your aunt doing such and such or whatever, and I never thought nothing of it. I never thought nothing of what she was saying until I realized that, I don't know if she was seeing them or she just was feeling them there. She just didn't talk about it much, but I know that she had at least half of what I got, if not all of
right, Dan.
it. And, and she just, and her sisters, I'm sure they did too, but they just don't talk about it. They never brought it up, never talked it. They didn't talk to me about it, didn't talk to anybody about it. So we, us as the next generation in
Right.
my family, I'm finding out, that there's like five of us so far that I know of, and I'd say there's probably more
Yeah.
that
Well, I just want
are
to
we
answer
don't we're
Cody's.
not all the same,
Right.
and we don't have all the same stuff, but as a whole, we could be dangerous. But
Yeah.
anyway, I'm just saying that you know we didn't know. Their parents didn't tell them nothing. We none of us knew,
Oh, yeah.
and it just wasn't talked about.
Yeah.
It
Cody,
wasn't brought up.
that is sometimes, I get that too sometimes, where it's a thought that's not mine, it's in my voice, and that more is like your direct, like, intuition. I think that when you're hearing your own voice, it's like your guide kind of shoved a thought in there, but it's more your intuition picking it up, and that's why you hear it as yourself, but you know it's not exactly your thought. I do get those too, where like I hear myself say something in my head and I'm like, why am I thinking about that particular thing right now? And then I'll go, oh, it's probably because I have to call this person or whatever. Um, so I think that also goes along with your intuition. Yeah. Okay, sorry, Mary. I just wanted to answer that before I forgot.
Yeah, there's some like I don't hear them I don't hear them well. Like it's like a muffled, and it takes an ungodly amount of energy and to focus to try to hear them. Um, if I if they're muffled, like I mean, so that's why I haven't been doing a whole lot of paranormal stuff, or I call it paranormal, but readings or anything like that, because it takes a lot of energy to do it.
Yeah.
And now on a good day, I could do it, uh, but if they're not talking plainly, or if they're frightened, or they're scared to talk to you, and they're muffling what they're saying, it's hard to figure it out. And then, I end up having to ask my guides, you got to tell me what they're saying, because I can't do it.
Oh,
I just
well,
can't figure
but
it
that's
out.
a
And
normal thing, not even with energy. Some of them, I had this one guy speaking so damn fast. I just, and I could, and he showed me a picture of himself. He came around the side of my head, and he was a skeleton with a
that's
hat
when
on.
his
He was a
his
skeleton with a
frequency
hat
is
on. This is
higher
what
than
he
yours.
shows me, and I'm like, why you a skeleton? Why, like, is that what you like to look at? Because it was a
Too high
regular
frequency.
human spirit, right? So he comes around and he's talking so fast, and I go, listen, dude, like, you and I are not on the same plane right this second. So you need to slow down, talk slow. I don't know, like, he was going like you and I are having a conversation. I said, I can't understand you that way. And it has nothing to do with energy. It's they get excited maybe, or they can't they can't articulate it because they're surprised they haven't talked to humans before. I don't fucking know what the problem is. But sometimes you have to just I'm like, I can't understand. And either Sarah or somebody will translate if they really can't slow themselves down. Sometimes they just talk a different language. They don't know spirit talk, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know a word that they're saying. I can't really give advice on seeing or talking because it's always just been. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of always been for me too, but it kind of has grew. uh,
Okay, last month I had a dream of my brother.
as far as
Oh,
talking and that stuff, it's been since I was 5. But other stuff I kind of grew into, like I just kind of woke up to, like just there's a lot of stuff that it was like waking up, awakening type thing, because it gets stronger and all that. I consider that awakening, that your
yeah.
body, your mind, and stuff is waking up to
You can't
the
wait and
potential what you can do. And of course, I always kind of knew that I could do stuff. I kind of always knew that I had to be stronger than what I was. I just never really tried because, like I said, I didn't want to be put in a nut house somewhere. So I kind of stayed away from it. But I'm glad that I finally found everybody here, and that I found Boomer, and I found him first with it. Well, not first per se with it, but he was the first one that I found that was like me in a lot of ways. And we had similar things when it comes to our abilities. So, and then it went on from there. And then, so I'm glad that I found all y'all, and that it has helped me understand more of it. And Danny has been a tremendous help helping me understand things, and just kind of, carry me through it. So I am here today.
Yep. And James, I'll tell you, like, um, it can be, but it can be a gift as well as a curse, right? But my cousin, she was 5, and this is how I know this is how I know that things like this exist. My cousin was 5, I was 12. My grandmother passed away. I was so hysterical, probably she couldn't even talk to me if she wanted to, but she went to my cousin this right after she passed away, because she passed away in the middle of, like, passed away, I don't know, it was late, maybe like 6 the in the evening or something, 5 or 6 in the evening. Um, and then that night, and my aunt didn't tell any of my cousins because they were small. Like I said, 5, and I think they ranged from ages 3 to 6 at the time. So I think the 5-year-old had a had my grandmother come to her that night and say, "Tell your
Sorry,
mom
I
everything's fine. With this one, that one, this one, and that one." She told her a whole bunch of names. So my cousin woke my 5-year-old cousin woke my aunt up and said, "Grandma said she wants you to know she's fine. She's with Uncle so and so, this, that." These are all people that died way before the 5-year-old was born. Like, she wouldn't have known those names. My aunt knew right away that she had seen my grandmother, you know? And it made her feel better to know that her mother was with all those people. So even though, like, she was so upset that my grandmother had passed, like her mother passed, she was happy to know that she was with all those people. And so that to her was a gift.
sorry.
So, you know,
Scott, your brother's he's more of the sciences, practical science of. Well, get him in. I mean, there's people who don't that go through the science side of it that don't they look at it through the science part of it. Because I got the group that I have for Willard Library. There's a couple in that goes through the scientific side of it. They don't go through the paranormal side of it, which they believe in it, but their research goes to the scientific side of it. Um, the Mesa Project, look it up. Uh, and there's another one. I don't know what she's named hers, but anyway, the Mesa Project, and you can find it on YouTube. Um, but Tim Hart, uh, he did that one, started that one, him and a friend of his.
yeah.
Um, and but anyway,
Well, my sister believes there's, spirits come back maybe and visit you and stuff, but she doesn't believe that it's on the scope that I now know that it is. When before I had this awakening, I didn't realize the scope it was on either. I thought, you know, once in a while, people come back, right? And visit you, and maybe somebody sees them. Yeah, good. Okay. That was the scope of the whole thing. Like, yeah, maybe you talk to them on the other side if you really call them. I didn't think that there was a whole ton, probably more of them than us, walking around, um, just in the shadows because we can't see them. You know that it's like they're living a whole life deceased on the same earth that we are. Like, it's like that's the kind of scope it really is. And if you think about it, and I didn't think that before my awakening. So yeah, so she thinks most of it is to be you know, just blown off, like, for some kind of there's a scientific reason or a natural reason for it, because it's not at the scope, that I say it is, but it is at that scope, it is. It's just that, I know by the sheer amount of crossovers and people that I cross over, um, which is another thing they don't believe. They don't believe, like, that,
you're welcome,
um,
Scott.
of these mass crossovers, like, and I'm like, why? Like, and they can't give me a reason why they don't believe in it. They're just like, no, that stuff doesn't happen. Why? Why do you think that? Um,
Well, Scott, there's a lot of people in Florida that do it, so I'm sure you could get with some of them, and they'd probably go take you out on a hunt with them. Just make sure you trust them. It's the main thing.
well, you know, particularly science. I mean, yeah, so that you don't believe everything is paranormal, you gotta, of course, believe some things are just natural occurrences, that not every noise is a ghost, some of it is the house creaking, or, yeah,
All
in
right.
that way, yes. But science is, if you look up the meaning of science, science is to be able to prove things that are not paranormal or supernatural, because technically it wouldn't be paranormal or supernatural if they could prove it with science. Then it would just be normal
Well,
or
this is going.
paranormal.
They
Like, it
go
wouldn't be
by
paranormal
the.
anymore. Science said no, ghost exists, right? So then it's not paranormal, it's just normal, ghost exists. So the science does not prove or disprove, or can never prove or disprove paranormal, God, anything like that, um, because of the fact that it's it's not meant for that. That's not what science.
Well, this past visit that they when this past investigation, which I was not able to go to, but they always share the information with me on what they get. And this is the two scientist ones. They said, do they believe that they caught something this year? Yes. Do they believe that it's paranormal? Yes. Uh, do they believe that is they could picked it up on their stuff? They said they believe so because there's such a fluctuation in the energy in this one spot, and it moves like it's walking, and that they I don't know. It has to do with that and a few other things they done. There's more to it. It's more words than I can say at one time.
Right. But like,
And
so
but
the
they do the energy side of it and the fluctuations of the and they go by the ground. They've looked up the ley lines in the area. They've done. I mean, this is all stuff that they have done to to
oh yeah, but
go
they're
against.
using tools to um try to prove by different vibrations and stuff. But the actual meaning of science is to study the natural world, right? Through experiments and
Right.
testing and theories and obtaining evidence. So, um, the natural world, that doesn't include paranormal, supernatural, God, deities, none of that. Science wasn't invented for that. So when people tell me, well, science says, I go, science has nothing to do with paranormal or supernatural. Science has no way, uh, in any, it doesn't have any way of proving or disproving that. And that's why I believe that scientists
Well, they're
don't
not trying
try
to
to
disprove
prove
it.
or disprove that, because of the fact that they just study natural world.
Well,
That,
they're not trying to disprove it or approve it.
yeah,
They
they're not
they are going
not
along with what it is what they go along. Like say we pick up something ourselves. Like say I go there and I say, you know, just it's just something, I'd say, okay, I feel like there's a spirit in this area, blah 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 blah. The energy has shifted, and they use their stuff to figure out if it has shifted or if it's if it's
Right, right.
what's going
But
on.
it's an
Well,
energy
and it
based.
coincides.
Yeah,
It coincides with what we say, but then they also there's more to it than what I know
right,
than what I can tell y'all because I don't know the ins and outs of it. But if you go and check them out, you'll find out. I don't know. I'm not so smart enough to know at all. So uh, what they're doing, and the female one side of it, she's more of the energy part, looking into different graphs on what flow is. I don't know, but anyway,
yeah.
I'm just saying that's her. But the other ones, theirs is totally different. I don't know. They're not doing the same programs on Sam. So I
Right.
don't know, but I'm not. I'm more
Yeah.
the other side of it.
Well, like I said, it's science to me doesn't have anything to do with it because they're not trying to prove or disprove it or anything of the sort because that's not what the intention of science was to do, right? The science of stuff, study stuff that's already here and find out more about it, right? Like
Right.
electric or buoyancy or all this stuff that's already exists. Ley lines are for real, yeah. But if you read into ley lines, nobody will stand by that theory um, of the gentleman who wrote that book. Other people say yes, you know, but again, the science of it, they say no. There's no scientific evidence that ley lines exist. So
I don't know about
that's
that.
what I'm
I've
saying.
never seen it higher.
It's more of an energy thing. It's more of a paranormal thing. So um that is not going to be in the science of anything. Because it's like I said, it's something they don't study. Um So yeah, I think Boomer asked me for a link, but I don't. Oh, I could probably send it from you.
What?
Boomer asked for a link, but I said I don't. I can send it to yours maybe.
Well, you want me to send it to him? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I think I got it. I can't send it from here on my phone, but I have my other phone. I can send it from your.
Well, all you had to do is say send Boomer a link. I'd have done it.
I got it. I figured it out. I can't damn breathe today. Oh, no. Hi, Jen. Since cannot prove ghosts do not exist either. Yeah, well, that's what we were saying, Danny. They can't prove any of that because it's not of the natural world, supposedly. So they don't, and they don't try to prove it. And that's why, like, when you ask scientists, does God exist? They go, "Well, I can't tell you that scientifically because science doesn't prove or disprove God, you know? So it's all in your perspective. It's all in your belief system. So,
Oh,
I'll
they're
say,
not trying to. They're not trying to. My people that
Give me
that's
a
in the
sec. I got
science side of it.
to.
Wait a minute.
Something's
My
not
people
working
in the
right.
science side of it. They're not trying to prove ghosts don't exist. They're actually trying to prove that they do
well, some, right? The parapsychologists, stuff,
to a
but regular,
certain point.
yeah, regular scientists, not the first thing they're going to do.
All right, I'm gonna put you on mute. I gotta answer this.
Okay, no problem, Boomer. Who's Who's that guy up there? That's Boomer. You get a haircut, Boomer?
No, I just got it slicked back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can
Okay.
you hear
I
us?
just I had to redo my computer, and so I'm resetting everything up, my mic, my speakers, and all that, and everything. So um, let me go ahead and let's move this over.
Um,
Yeah, I have to re-download all my apps and everything, and reset up all my Zoom. My I just got done resetting up my Google Chrome. So this is what I've been doing since about noon. Um, redoing my fucking computer. So, oh, did I scare Mary away? Sorry, Mary.
no,
Wow. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have came up.
no, she just probably kicked herself out the buttons. She's on the phone.
Um, Boomer, my bro, is here. Everything is going to be all right. I don't know. So, but I do have my second computer, which I refer to as the glorified keyboard.
Yeah.
I do have that set up as well. Um, and I wanted to test out that stuff too on a live stream, but I haven't got my Zoom on here yet. I was gonna try to uh, come on your call here. I'm gonna try to get on the panel with the other computer. If it causes bad feedback, I'll just immediately drop out. So I want to test that real quick, but continue.
Yeah, okay. Well, right, Diane? I think a lot of it, of course, too, comes to the way you were raised, right? Um, but I think I talked about that in either last week's video or the video before that, how like generations are just passing down information, like, about stuff that quite frankly is old news and not true anymore, So, um, you know, stuff about like, God and the stuff that was said in the Bible that probably was never said, and just different things that like, they keep passing it on and passing it on, and they refuse to change it, even though I know that a lot of pastors and stuff know that that's not the case. It's like, no, they have to do it, and it's just passed on and passed on and passed on, and people are just like, no, that's what my mother told me and my aunt and my priest, and and they don't think about it, but that's why I said the spiritual awakening really helped me ask different questions, which then I think brought more paranormal into my life because of the fact that I was asking questions and I was more open to the whole aspect of what was going on. Um, like I knew it was there before, but it was like I wasn't a part of it until I had my awakening. So, yeah, I don't know what happened to Mary. Mary, what happened? Uh, Excuse my blowing in the nose. Anyway, did anyone else had a spiritual awakening like myself where you actually got this whole big download? Um, you knew that was what was going on, or was it just slow for all of you guys, like Mary, just like little things that happened as you went along that you realized then you're fully opened, you know? Right, Diane, and a lot of people do. Because some things just don't make sense to, you know, some things just don't make sense. So you know that that's a little hinky, because I always say that too. Like, if God is a divine being, knows everything, created everything supposedly, why would he do this? You know? It just doesn't make sense to me. And so I throw that out because I'm like, no, that's just some crap somebody else put in, or they just, when they translated it, because you got to remember it was translated from gosh knows what language. I think I forgot what they said, ancient Latin, you know, so something was lost in translation, it wasn't translated right, and then, you know, it just sounds stupid. Well, didn't have to tell me. I was still 49. I grew up with no faith. Oh, so you didn't have any faith, and you just, as you went along, you discovered these things for yourself. But, oh, until you were 49. So at 49, like, you had an epiphany, which probably had like a little awakening, and then you started believing in these different things. There you go. I also think that it's very possible that um, just changing your mindset, um, sometimes because of the world, you know, you decide like, ugh, there has to be something more, and you know, that you
Knock,
actually
knock.
knock knock.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to see if this is going to work. Okay. All right, it's working. Um, so thank you for allowing me to test this out. I'm gonna take that one off now. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Don't mean to interrupt what you're doing. All right.
there you go.
Super wonderful. Thank you.
Very well. So,
Awesome.
and I found you, Mary. Yeah, you found us. I don't believe in the Bible yet.
All right.
The
Here we go. All good. All right. So I forgot what your topic was because I was going so crazy today with squaring all this away. And I still have a ton more stuff to square away. Um,
oh,
it's
so
yeah.
yeah. So basically, we talked about. Do you think that you become, does the paranormal and the supernatural become more normal and more natural
Right.
after you're spiritually awakened?
Now I remember. Well, let me go get my spirit stick real quick so I can wake up to this whole thing. I gotta make one. I gotta make my spirit stick. Um, and I'll be right back.
Okay,
So
Dan, much love to you. Thanks for hanging out.
Danny's leaving.
Oh, yeah, it's nap time.
Sure. As soon as I get up here.
He
Wow.
was
I'm beginning to
he
think
was
you don't love me no more, bro.
he was
Anyway,
talking to you in the chat.
I know he was. I couldn't even read the chat. Because I was busy getting everything else squared away, and I apologize to anybody who was trying. Got my spirit stick though, so we're good. All right.
um, yeah,
Um,
so.
What did I say yesterday? I can't remember.
Well,
Um,
well, let's
no,
start with
not
this.
yesterday. When was it? Tuesday.
Yeah, but let's start with
Tuesday.
this. Did you have an epiphany, like an awakening, or was it just always
Um,
like,
no, not really. Um, it's almost like what Mary was explaining. I came into my gifts at an early age, and it was just kind of because the first thing I ever witnessed with it was when I was about 5 or 6. I was just getting into like grade school and shit. And I noticed the fact that one, voices in my head, two, the feeling of like and I didn't know where it was coming from at the time, but I'm gonna talk as if I understood it then. Okay, the feeling of other people's emotions, um, and the voices and stuff, which I learn now it was spirits trying to communicate. Um, and that was where it started. There wasn't no real eye opening event, awakening type thing.
mm,
Um, the first time I witnessed being like able to see things every now and again. I don't always, it's not natural to me, but I was about 8 or 9. Dad just got home from hunting, had a deer that he had shot, and it was tradition for us kids to pose with it outside while Dad takes a Polaroid of it. Well, we're getting all set up. Dad's getting the camera ready, and it was my job. At the time, I was the youngest one involved because I don't think. No, let's see. I think Ray was in. I think my two sisters, my cousin, and me. So I'm at the head, right? And it was my job to hold the antlers up for the pose. So, as soon as I grabbed onto this thing, I felt a heavy thud in my left side, tearing through my chest. I felt a burning sensation. And just as the thud came, and just as Dad's clicking the Polaroid, I see this bluish white mist escape from the deer and dissipate into the air. That was my first real experience. Um, I do have to admit that, like, paranormal was something that I was aware of as a wise tale type situation, but where it related to supernatural events, um, I, I think it takes I think it takes abilities to recognize and witness supernatural events, which I deem that whole experience a supernatural event. Whereas paranormal can exist without supernatural, and vice versa. I think supernatural's always been there. I think it's just that when you hit that moment where your abilities come alive, I guess. Because apparently they say everybody has abilities, but most people lay dormant their whole life.
right,
Most people lay dormant until what you call awakening. I didn't need an awakening. I saw it all from the age of 5.
right.
I experienced it all from the age of 5.
Okay.
So where paranormal correlates with supernatural, I don't think it's a pairing of the two. Because I think supernatural was here before the paranormal.
Well, so
The
yeah, so
creation of life is a you could say is a supernatural event.
yeah, when we say supernatural, so uh, according to the dictionary, so supernatural is more like gods, deities, angels, UFO. Paranormal's more
Deities, by the way,
spiritual and just unexplained
right?
thing. So
Pronounce it deities. I'll understand what you're talking about. Deities are like sub gods
Okay, well,
that
I pronounce it deity.
help.
Okay.
Well, it sounded like you said guillotine. I was like, what's cutting somebody's head off got to do with it?
No, deity.
Deities. Dietiies, right? Or EY? I don't know. I can't remember how to spell it, but I
There's
do
a
know how to
Y.
pronounce it only because I was a big D&D player back in the day. And we dealt with deities.
How do you know that they are pronouncing it right?
Anyway, because I've heard them pronounce it to me.
Yeah, but how do you know they have the right pronunciation?
Because they are who they are. They are the deities.
The
When the
deity.
deities speak to me, that's how they pronounce it. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not here to start trouble today. I want to talk about this. Anyway, go on.
No,
I told you the other day it was going to be a mess if you put me up here.
Okay, so you had it since basically like Danny and Mary. So
Right,
it was
right.
just and so like I said, when I knew spirits exist. I wasn't sure about God and all this other nonsense that they were talking about, right?
Yeah.
But I knew that spirits existed because I knew that when we died, we had to go somewhere and do something.
Right.
But I kind of didn't know if we just stayed in a different plane as energy or in the sky,
Right.
you know.
And
So
another
until
thing, spirit energy. I mean, our spirits is where we get our emotions from. Our intelligence, our physical brain tells us what that emotion is. We rationalize that or whatever. But we feel it with our spirit. It's not that muscle that pumps us. So, once we start reaching a certain age where we're able to understand certain things, that's when we understand there's got to be something else within us that gets released when our bodies aren't strong enough to contain that energy, like a battery. Once a battery gets used up so bad, that energy has to disperse somewhere, right? And we put a name to it, spirit. So spirit's got to exist. If you think about it, any scientist has to rationalize that way.
Yeah.
But I'm agreeing with you as we go. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm emphasizing as we go. So
that's right. So, but I didn't understand the scope of it until I had my awakening. That was the whole thing. Okay, we know it existed. We know there's something. We know,
Right.
But until I had the awakening, I didn't know the scope of it. I wasn't asking questions. I wasn't looking for it. So, of course, additional events started happening when I started asking questions and actually looking into it and doing research and finding people of a like mind, right? So prior to that, you could say I was ignoring it, whether it existed or not. It didn't exist for me, basically. Even though I had a lot of experiences when I was younger, I kind of always chalked it up to okay, whatever. It's this is normal stuff. It's it's normal, like deja vu, like my mother would, it's deja vu. That's just a normal thing that happens. I didn't chalk it up to anything like it being related to past lives or something paranormal or supernatural. Until I really started asking questions.
I understood more of the paranormal aspect of things at a younger age than I did the supernatural end, because what screwed me up with the supernatural end of things is, like you said, the Bible. Okay. The Bible tells us 50 different stories, 50 different ways with 50 different endings. You know what I'm saying? But the basis of that, the basis, right? Whoever wrote the Bible, don't I'm not going to get into religion or anything, but they had to have been. It had to have been coming from something supernatural, other than natural. So the Bible exists because of supernatural. So supernatural has been around long before we discovered. What's the other word again? It's supernatural versus. Why can't I use it? I use the term every day. Paranormal. God, you can
Paranormal. There
say
you
that
go.
for me, Christina. You can
Yeah.
know where I was trying to get to. All right,
Well, I
so
was reading James's thing about Mary having a phone call. So, um,
okay.
yeah.
Well, yeah.
So,
So they're two totally different entities,
right,
and I think when you're dealing with the paranormal, supernatural naturally comes along with it,
right.
but it's not exactly one doesn't correlate exactly with the other. You know what I'm saying?
No, right. Because, well, like elementals were here before the angels, right? So it they're considered, I believe, supernatural, right? So just like angels, and
Yep.
the
Angels are a supernatural
gods,
being,
and
right?
you know,
Yep.
so we knew they were here, but I would say knowing that, and this is why I don't get a lot of people that believe in God and say
Thank you,
no,
Diane.
that paranormal doesn't exist. I'm like, I don't understand. What do you think angels and
Right.
God like? They don't have a body; they're spirits, which means
It's
why wouldn't anybody else be a spirit?
right.
It just doesn't make sense to me. Why, if you
Right.
believe in the supernatural, why you don't
Right.
believe in the paranormal
See,
doesn't make no sense to me,
yeah.
at all.
Angels, from my understanding, and this is from about the last 15 or 20 years of communicating with other spirits on the other side, whether they're angels or just other spirits, because some of them are very nameless, don't give up their identity. So I assume maybe those are some of the lesser angels. But according to them, angels are the same energy as we possess. They're just people without bodies. They're pure energy.
Right,
And that's what apparently. This is where I start disagreeing with the Bible and the whole Lucifer thing, and that apparently is what caused that rebellion in heaven, if you believe the heaven story. But in the spirit realm, that caused the rebellion because our Creator says, "I need to create something else that is tangible, something I can see, feel, something I can guide, and whatever." So boom, here comes man. Um, you know, taking a piece of he uses the same energy he is made of
right,
and uses that as our souls. He takes a piece, literally it's a piece of his own energy, and puts it inside a physical body. And the angels are like, well, why can't we have a body? Why can't we have free will? Why can't we have this and that? And that's what causes rebellion, from my understanding. Okay. I'm not getting into the religious aspects of everything, but
right,
that's what I understand. So
right,
that in that that's a supernatural thing.
right,
So our creation was supernatural, but the gifts we hold, the gifts we obtained along the way, um, the paranormal uh, is something as a result of that. And that's why there's old spirits and young spirits or new
right.
spirits. So yeah. I told you I'd be taking over a lot of this conversation because this is something I've been dealing with for the last 50 years. So,
Oh, Scott, you know what? I want to tell you something too. Because Scott said it's going to be a long road. It took me 6 years, 6 years, maybe 7, to get to from the point where I wasn't even sure if there was a God to the point I am now. So, in the big scheme of things, 6 to 7 years is not a long time to discover secrets of the universe. So even though it might seem like, okay, it's gonna be a grueling long process,
right.
it really went by fast.
Can I just interject? I agree with everything I just read everything Cody said. I agree with you, Cody. I kind of feel the same way. All right.
Oh, um, yeah. So Scott, so just so you know, if you work at it every day, little by little, I didn't do craziness. I even took 1 year off. So that's why I say it's 7, but it was really 6 years if took it straight. But I took a year off because I was attacked by that fallen angel. So I got like, I, I was afraid he was gonna kill me. So basically I stepped back and I said, okay, I'm gonna hide a little bit so that they forget, and then I came back uh you know when I just felt like, no, there's still children and everything that need help, so I can't not help them because of this aspect. So
All
I
right.
ended up coming back and doing it, but it's a scary thing sometimes. Now I don't get scared. Like sometimes they'll show me a picture of a devil, and I'm like, "Oh, um were you a Satan worshiper?" Or, "Oh, what kind of," I'll just be like, "What kind of being are you?" Like, because just because it looks like what the world projects as the devil doesn't mean that's what the devil is. This little red creature, right, could be something else that somebody depicted as a devil because they thought it looked scary, right? So I don't want to say right off the bat that this being that they're showing me is bad because I don't know, you know? Rashid, welcome in. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for coming in. Okay, Mary. Wow, that's a long time, Cody. Uh, yeah, so that's that's the that's the whole thing too. Like, and your faith will be tested. I feel like almost like that was a test for me to see, like, maybe if I could handle it, you know, like why the spirit guides didn't stop this dude from attacking me, um, is because, maybe it was a test. I don't know, like, but I did end up coming back to it. So I did it for about 3 years, stopped for a year, and then came back to it. And
Right.
when I came back to it, I went all in. I'm like, no, that's it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna change things. I'm gonna learn more. We're gonna do this. And yeah. Well, I don't, you know, I don't know. Like I said, because of the fact that it's a bunch of hooey anyway. Like, Like when they say that like Lucifer is
Well,
running hell, and
yeah,
like during my spiritual awakening, the the spirit, the person, I'm gonna just say spirit. I don't know if he is. He most likely he's a divine being. I don't know what kind of divine being he is, but the spirit that they left to run hell is not the devil. It's not Lucifer. He's not bad. It's just his job to take care of hell. You know, it's
yeah, I
like
can't believe that too. And I mean,
you
where
know,
I differ with what Cody's saying is, see, I'm not regurgitating what other sources have said.
right,
I've never researched this. I'm going purely on personal experience, communicating with the beyond, and I've got a total different story. Well, it's not all different. There's but 95% of it is different from what any Bible I've ever read says. You know, I've read the Book of James. I've read the two different, you know, the
right.
ones that talk about the Christianity beliefs of everything, and I find that very um yeah, disturbing is one word. Somebody told
Yeah,
me disturbing. But like, because what the information I receive totally contradicts any writings by man.
right,
Everything I've ever read, what I've received over the last 50 some years, totally contradicts anything you could read in a book.
right.
So I never rely on other people's writings and stuff. I don't sit there and just regurgitate what I've read somewhere else.
Right. And that's why I started doing these, because I didn't if you look things up on the internet, you'll get 50,000 different answers.
Right.
So I
You can read
wanted to
50,000 different books and get 50,000 different.
yeah, so I wanted to of course take some kind of stuff from what people believe, and but also show what is
Right.
real. And if you search deep enough,
I
you can find
validate
articles
mine.
where people know the same thing you do,
Right.
but you have to really look at
That's
it.
how I validate mine, is because, like you said, I talk to people about their experiences, and if they coincide with mine, well, who's right? This guy who wrote a book 15,000 years ago,
Yeah,
or the 10 people that have a similarity of beliefs from experiencing it? You know what I'm
right.
saying? But
Exactly. So like I don't feel that they would have lied to me. Now, they showed me that um download, I'm gonna call it, that 5 hour download where like that I guess was for my spiritual awakening. I'm gonna say that. Um they showed me that in like a movie, like with people and characters that I can relate to. So but what they showed me, I think probably happened, either happened in my last life or something, um, or, happened already. And they were
right,
showing it to me, but just as like I would understand it.
yeah,
So it wasn't like, so people like, oh, maybe it was just like, just something they downloaded to you just so you can, you know, be asked questions. And I'm like, no, they wouldn't have lied about, like, they didn't lie about it. It's something that happened already. I don't,
right.
or maybe
Well,
it's something that will happen in the next life. I don't know.
there's
But
a difference between lying and misconstruing something. A
yeah,
lot of stuff over time has just been misconstrued. It's
right,
like that. operator game. You get
Yeah.
50 people in a circle and you whisper something. By the time it gets to the 49th person, in the circle, it's totally different. Things get misconstrued over time,
Oh yeah,
rewritten.
it does. And like I
Everybody
said,
has a different
translation.
idea of what something means, so they write down what they think it means to them, and
Right.
so on and so on. So that's why I don't go back and try to understand what's going on today with what somebody wrote down
Hey, Black.
yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Because it all changes. What's up, Black Dragon? What's good?
Um,
You know
yeah,
what I
but
mean?
what I was saying about but I was specifically talking about my awakening. It wasn't like
Right,
a lie. It was just shown to me in a way I could understand. And I think all the
right,
moving parts were there, but I do think there were some underlining things that I had to figure out for myself what they meant,
right.
you know?
Yeah, you need,
Hey, Regina.
not you specifically, people,
Right,
we need to, learn how to uh decipher information in the way we understand it.
right,
And that's a personal thing. It's not something you should write down in the book as something written in stone.
right,
Because just because that's your experience, that's how you interpreted it,
right,
doesn't mean you should write it down for everybody else to believe that same thing. And that's why I don't believe the Bible.
right.
Or
But and that's
95%
why
of it.
and that's why I put it out as a story the way I saw it, so that people could take away what they want from it, you know? And like I put it out there, and 3 weeks before I put out the episode where the creator gave me something,
Mm-hmm.
Kim goes, I saw this, and she drew it for me, Kim did. And she's like, they say it pertains to you. I'm like, oh my God, in my vision, that's what the creator gave me, and
Right,
she wouldn't have known that. She wasn't in my vision with me. um,
right, right.
so that's why I say, that it's probably an event that happened already. It's significant for us to know, and that's why I felt I should put it out there, because other people took little things away from it that they needed to know. And so,
Cody, I don't accept any friend requests on Facebook, but I do have Facebook Messenger. It's Boomer Douglas, and it's a picture with me and the American flag, I think, something like that. Let me put my link in here. You can send me messages.
that's good, Regina, that it's only a cold. I have a cold too, but yeah, I'm not going to the hospital because I'm not paying them to tell me I have a cold. Yep.
Um, I just I'm gonna send it to myself first. Make sure this is the link. Okay. Yeah, I'll put my Facebook link in here. I don't accept friend requests anymore, but you don't need friend requests, or you don't need, to be friends to send messages. So just
Right.
if you want, just send me a message to that messenger. I think that's the right link.
I'll click on it and see.
Yeah, click on it, Christina.
Uh,
Does that
uh,
take you to the same place it takes you when you?
no.
No, that's not right. Well, I don't know how to do it then. It takes me to my
Yeah, when I click on it, it tells me to log into Facebook, but I'm already logged in.
Right. It's because you're going in by a link.
Yeah.
That's why you gotta log into your own after you click the link.
Right.
But the link does work, right? It should
I
prompt
don't
you
know.
to
I didn't
sign in to
log in.
Facebook
I don't remember my Facebook one. I don't
to
want
send it. Okay. Yeah. All right. Don't
to.
worry.
But I'm
But you
sure
can
that
just
I'm
search.
sure.
The word God actually comes from dogma, and the dog had higher powers. Oh, okay. Yeah, just search in Messenger, Boomer Douglas, and my. Oh, I changed my
Oh,
thing.
you
It's
know
not
what?
the next leg.
I can just send your
It's
contact to Cody if you want. Then it's just easier. I'll just send it to Cody through Messenger because I could share your link through Messenger. It's easier. Share contact
okay.
with
I get what you're saying.
Cody. There we go. We got it. See
And
that?
I was gonna say sorry, I missed the beginning of all this.
No, the video was good. It's out. It will be out
I
on
was
YouTube. It was okay. Just I didn't go super deep in the video, just enough to make people kind of think and about it. Um, because I figured we'd talk about it here. But for all the people who can't be on the live stream, they can always watch it back. Just the
yeah.
video part, it's 8 minutes. They're
Right.
usually 8 to 12 minutes, so people are, go to watch the video.
Just send me a hello message. Make sure you got the right one, Cody.
Yeah, because I sent it to him via your share contact on Messenger, so it should work.
There you go.
Hey, I do research all day. Yep.
Yeah. Why is the battery not charging?
You're playing with the app, Boomer?
Yeah, it keeps telling me that it's. Yeah, I have the. Oh yeah, that's. I wanted to mention it to you, but I didn't want to like interrupt your topic. Last night, um, a little after 11, I went downstairs, um, to make something to eat, and I opened up one of my apps to the EMF alarm, and while I was downstairs, the EMF alarm went off.
Oh.
So I come up, I turn the EMF alarm off, I open up the other app to EMF says, and just before I come up, the EMF says gets triggered, and then there's a series of them triggering, but after the first two, it's kind of iffy because I was already back in the room,
Right.
and walking hard will set it off because for some reason that one can get triggered by the geo sensor as well. There's no way to isolate the EMF, but on the other app we can isolate just EMF, and uh that's what I was paying attention to was the EMF alarm on the other app because that runs only on the EMF sensor. So it was pretty cool. I mean, if we have time toward the end, when you're done like doing your thing here, maybe I'll share that.
Oh, yeah, 'cause you caught it on the cameras, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
See, I'm all red and and terrible looking for my cold, guys, and that's why I do not have the
You're not
camera on
terrible
today.
looking.
But usually I
I
do have
mean,
the camera on, but I apologize for my rudeness because
I wouldn't say you're terrible looking, but I do get a Planet of the Apes vibe here. No, just
yeah, my poor little nose, everything's all red from blowing my nose.
does
I
Boomer
hate it.
play guitar? No, I don't. That was the app you were hearing. The EMF says.
Well, no, he sees the guitar in your background on the wall, so he's
Oh,
asking.
no, that was my dad's guitar. He's been in a home since 2020, I think. So my mom, all the stuff that was left in my dad's room when they moved, my mom was giving it all away, and the only thing I asked for was the guitar. So that's why it hangs on the wall, because I can't fucking play it. I bought new strings for it and everything, cleaned it up, washed it up, not armor, what was it? Murphy oiled it, everything. Got it looking primo. And I just hang it there. I tried learning how to play it, but it didn't work out too well because I can't work this hand to work strings. So, but yeah, anytime if if you'd like me to share that,
Um,
just let me know.
oh yeah.
So I wanted to make sure you got your, you know.
Yeah, I saw a video, by the way, Boomer, now. It came to my head and I have to say it. I saw a guy who plays the guitar like a drum kind of thing, where he hits the strings like a drum and he can play the guitar like that. It's very cool. Look at it. It's a interesting way to use the guitar, but you don't have to use the strings like your hands, like for people with carpal tunnel and stuff, like they can't do that.
Right.
And he makes beautiful music. On regular guitars, it's amazing.
Something's not working right with this.
Just tell you.
What is it?
He does sing. That's right, Black. Sings on Live.
Message requests ain't working right for me for some reason.
Oh,
Why is it not working? Chat info, customize chat, media file.
since they moved it to
Chat
that message
info, view
request thing,
pin,
it
custom
literally always tells me there's a
media.
message, but there's no.
Your push notifications are off. Turn okay. Listen, stickler, blah blah blah. Nope, none of that is. I don't get it. Mark all as red. Notification settings. Open notifications. Nope. I'm not seeing his messages.
Oh, you could look in the spam folder. Sometimes they shove it there.
There's no spam folder in Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, if you go to the three lines and you hit message request right under the marketplace, it's like people you may know, and then it has a spam part. There's like,
Message requests. I clicked on message request. All I get is you may know. Oh, spam's right next to it.
yeah, sometimes they throw shit in spam.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't know about the spam. They hid the spam on me. Wow, there's a shitload of them in here. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I don't
Whatever
know
the
too
fuck
much
your
about
name
too
is
much,
again.
but that light's always on, so I was like trying to figure out. I'm like, I looked at all of them, and then I looked across the top, and I'm like, oh, I'm such a dumbass. Look at all these
All
ones.
right, I messaged you back. Now we're connected in Messenger. There we go. Who's Rachel Marish?
Don't know.
Callers. Live cams
Oh, I'm sorry.
girl. No. Chat girl. No. Room full. No. Wow. There's a lot of people just messaging me that. Wow. Facebook user. Da, da, da. Yeah. How do I
There
oh,
you go,
okay, hang
Diane.
on. This one delete. This one delete. Holy shit. Alright, I'm gonna do that later. Now that I know where to look.
I know. I wish they could just let you
I'm gonna
delete
delete all
all if
that
you want,
shit.
but
Yeah, like select all, delete, or
yeah.
Alright, so I'm connected with Cody now. Alright, so we're good to go. Yeah, I never knew about the trash one.
Yeah, because
Spam one.
they feel like if you don't
Um
know them, then it goes into spam, you know.
tip of my left ring finger. Oh, that sucks, man. See, what you gotta do is just cut off the tips of all your other fingers to the right size to equal out. You know what I'm saying? Buy a guitar with a smaller neck, and then at least all your fingers are the right size. Jokes, jokes, boomer and his jokes. You want me to go ahead and
Yeah, go ahead.
all right, Buck. That's another app I hadn't downloaded yet on here. I have it on the other. All right, let me jump back on the other. I'll pop off from
Yeah.
this one so I can do the share. All right.
Diane.
So it'll be a minute.
Well, it might work for you, Black, that way that he does it with the like
Um.
taps it like a drum. It's amazing. I don't know if
Okay,
anybody ever
where is it? Oh,
that.
I gotta move that bitch so that it's. Oh, I can't move it. They won't let me move it. Move it. Move it. Move it. Move it. What can I move? Let's move. Oh, actually, let's get rid of that because I don't even use that anymore. Okay, that will put. There we go. There's my Google Chrome. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and jump back on here. The other computer. Once it opens, this one runs slow as fuck. Even though I did upgrade to 8 GB on this, I have to upgrade this one to 16 at least, so it runs faster. All right. Come on, damn it! Every time I go to click on something to open it, the fucking thing scrolls. All right. Let's get back on here. Gotta turn my other speakers on. Come on, StreamYard. Let's close out Messenger now so we're not using so much information. Put that mic on. Put the camera on. Okay. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna jump off this one just so we don't have any.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so I wrote that whole thing. I didn't want to but yeah, Scott, I make
Knock knock.
I don't I tried switching hands,
Here I
but
am.
my fingers on the
Okay.
right hand,
There I
one
am.
left-handed. Yep. Drum machines. I don't know, but this guy was using a regular guitar, but he was like he would hit it
All
and
right.
do the knock and and like he played this beautiful music and I was like, wow, that's interesting. Um and I think it's because he did have like carpal tunnel or something wrong with his fingers. So yeah. Um
Okay, you ready? Can you hear me?
I'm ready.
Are
I
we good
hear
to
you.
go? You can hear me, see me.
Um
Okay.
yeah.
So I gotta relearn how to do a share screen.
I'm just gonna
Don't
tell
show these.
Scott something,
Okay.
but I'm ready. And Scott, yeah,
Share
look, just like I made your
screen.
protection necklace, if anybody needs something, I make it for
Window.
you, and then and I make it for you
Share
personally.
audio.
I don't have a whole
Spectacular.
bunch that I make and put it,
News.
on
Okay.
the side. I don't do that.
Entire screen.
But yeah, something for the
Audio.
chat for no play it by ear. Ugh.
Oh shit! This won't let me look at the fucking. I can't click share on this because it's at the bottom underneath. And every time I go to click on it, my shit pops up. What the hell? Why is everything gotta be so fucking difficult?
I need bacon. Oh, I don't eat no little painting piggies. I love my painted piggies. Oh,
It
Diane.
won't let me share because I can't get to. I can't get to the share button. Now I can't close it out either.
That's
Why
strange.
the
You can't
fuck
make
is
them
it doing this?
like split screen on the computer, like one tinier than the other. I need everything. Yeah. I could go for some soup, to tell you the truth. I must have some somewhere. Probably have tomato soup from Miss
Oh, I think I
Mary.
have to change the aspect on. Hang on, I have to change the aspect.
Oh! Danny laughs at me all the time, Black. He's like, I don't eat the painting piggies. I specifically ask for non-painting piggies when I go to the meat store. And I'm like, there. No. All piggies can probably paint. They just don't give them the paintbrush to do so. Just like that
Display.
elephant that can draw like murals of himself. Come on. Oh, I should say it's a she, not a he. That
Oh, that's
elephant.
because I have the display laid out at 175%. Let's go. I had to
Because it's
change the display
2025.
aspect. All right. So entire screen with sound. Why is it not letting me share? Share's not highlighting. What the
Because
heck?
it's not called share anymore, is it? It's called
It is share.
it's called something else, isn't
I
it?
selected entire screen, and at the bottom it
Oh,
says share cancel. The only thing that's highlighted is cancel. Why?
oh,
Window. Yeah, the share won't light up for me. Share screen.
because we're in
Select entire screen.
StreamYards. I thought it was called something else. Well, I don't remember though. Because I'm on my damn phone.
At the beginning, yeah. At the beginning, underneath our image, it says screen sharing was canceled. Make sure you blah 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 whatever.
Yeah.
All right. I go to present
Yeah.
and
Present that.
hit share screen. Yeah, share screen opens up. It says Chrome tab, window, entire screen. Well, sharing just the window doesn't give you audio. So I go to, oh, my bad. I forgot a step. I
Ah.
forgot to highlight what I want. My bad. All right.
I was gonna say
So
normally work. I have the screen sharing on, so you should be able to. You cut it
All right.
yourself? Oh,
Said got it. Will you go away? Thank you. All right. Hide. All right.
oh, here it
And
is,
I'm
right?
gonna.
Oh,
All right. Now my screen should be sharing my video, right?
yeah.
Damn it. Get down here. All right. So I'm gonna open. All right. I'm gonna open camera 1A.
Mm-hmm.
Close that. Now I'm gonna go full screen.
Mm-hmm. Let me take off the
Click that. We
way.
need to get to 2300
Okay, there we go.
or close to it.
There we go.
All right, 2308. That was afterwards. All right.
Wow, 3 days. That's pretty good.
I'm gonna start at 23. Come on, 230309. That's where we're gonna start. So I had already left to go downstairs to cook something, and this is what happens between 2303 and 2315.
Okay.
So if you got 12 minutes to spare,
Yep.
watch and
Go
have
ahead.
fun. Why do you keep changing? Can you say something real quick?
Yes, I can. I was just blowing my nose. Sorry.
Real quick.
Yes, I can.
Okay, cool. All right. I just had to check my other speaker, primary computer. All right. So, because I want to make sure. Oh, damn it. I want to make sure that the audio is playing through on this when it happens. I want to make sure. I want to make sure that the audio is playing through on this when it happens. I want to make sure. You know what? I'm gonna skip ahead because it happens at 2308. I don't want to wait that damn long. So come on, load up. That's 2306. All right, that's where we'll start. 2307. So at 2308:15, I think, something like that. That's when you'll hear the EMF alarm go off, or should hear the EMF go off. If I got everything correct. Now, I will warn you, there's torso nudity, so hold your remarks and snide comments when you see me enter the room to turn off the alarm. And then that's
What
when
are
it
we
switch
doing?
over to the other computer. I'm dancing naked on a table.
Oh, okay. I'll keep an eye out. I was gonna make soup, but now you got me interested.
Uh, no, I was just gonna say you'll see me come into view after the alarm goes off. Oh shit! I missed it. You'll see me come into view after the alarm goes off. Oh, did it already happen? No. Why is it? I don't hear it. Did I not? Did I do the share wrong or something? Because I don't hear it on the. I don't hear it on the YouTube.
I don't either. Right, Diane. It sounds
Can
like it's just.
you can you eliminate the share?
Yes.
Because I can't get to it for some reason. If you can stop the share so I can restart it, I want to.
Oh, crap. Sorry, Boomer. I kicked him from the. I wanted to kick out the thing and I kicked both of them out. Lord have mercy. Sorry, Boomer. Sorry. I clicked the wrong one. Just both of you come back. My oldest son, my oldest girl sounds like there's geese flying over when she blows her nose. Sorry. Shoddy shoddy. I didn't mean it. Yes, it was an accident. You could come right back in. I wanted to click this. Thank you. Add to state.
Come right back in. I am.
Okay.
I'm back.
All
I'm
right.
already back.
Yeah. You're
You
listening
keep
to the
telling me to come
YouTube.
back in because I was listening to the delay. All right, let's try this
Yeah.
one more time. I think. All right,
I
present.
I wanted to
Share
kick the thing
screen.
and I didn't realize it kicked you both out.
All
Darn
right.
technology.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
try
I
to
blew
share
Boomer
screen.
away with my nose blowing.
All right. Audio. Okay. On share audio. Share whole screen. And click share. Oh, you dumbass. I forgot to open up the fucking. I am batting 1,000 today, people.
You didn't put the
All
sound
right.
on there, did you?
Let's go back to 2308. Don't tell nobody. There we go. All right.
Still here?
So that's when it happened.
Oh, you're gonna
I'm backing it up
I'm
again, so
gonna
it takes a
still
minute
here?
on this computer to come on, motherfucker. Load up. All right, there we go. We're at 23:06:51, which is 6 minutes after 11 last night. So it goes for about, let's see, it happens at 23:08. I come back at 23:15, and as I'm coming back is when the EMF says should be going off just before I come into the room. So hopefully it all got captured. I tried screen recording the whole thing on the OBS, but in the recording it didn't pick up half of the fucking audio. So that pissed me off. Yeah, that's the IR. That's what it looks like in IR. It's black and white IR night vision. I can do color night vision, but it looks like shit. There we go. You'll be hearing it in about 20 seconds. And at 23:09, you'll see me come in to turn it off. I open up the other app with the EMF says. So I can listen to them. There it is. Yep, it's working. It's working on the OBS, or yeah, on the YouTube. Oh wow, there's only like a 3.5 second delay. I just noticed. That's not a bad delay. Oh wow, there's only like a it's like. But we are getting an echo because my mic is on. So there's me coming in. I'm gonna mute this so
Still
that
here?
there's no feedback.
Oh, even after the alarm went off, you're still here? Okay. So, what do you want to do?
Okay, that's me setting up the other app.
Say what the EMF says.
Okay, Mary. All right, so I set it up. I leave the room. And I'll skip ahead again to about 14 after. So we don't have to sit around. Okay, right about there. I skipped it ahead a couple of minutes. Oh, okay. Gotcha, Cody. Yeah, I'll check him out later. Now, in a minute or so, you should hear me coughing, but All right, that was me rattling some pants downstairs. That was some weird noise on the camera. I don't know. The other camera had that noise too, so I don't know where that came from. And you should hear me coming up the stairs. I clear my throat, and that's when the EMF says goes off. Hopefully, we hear that. There's the clearing of the voice. Come on, play. It didn't play. I don't get it. It played earlier. For some reason, it's not playing now. Oh, there it is. As I was coming into the room, it started playing.
My bad. That was my fault. Oh, good.
Yeah, and then
That's not me.
after I'm sitting
Somebody here?
down, it still goes on,
Do you know the yes no colors?
and that's when it stopped playing. But yeah, so that's that. But yeah, the impressive part was
That one of my
um,
resident spirits playing
the
with
alarm going off while I'm downstairs.
EMF says?
No, it was
That's the
interesting
impressive part. So how, how do I
because you weren't in the room at
like?
all.
Somebody said,
Yeah, there we go. There it is. All right, now I gotta mute that. Hang on. All right, let's mute that because I turned on the TV. All right, so yeah, that's that. Um, the whole time I was downstairs a total of 5 minutes before it went off, and
Yeah.
then 6 or 7 minutes after that. So a total of like 13 minutes or so I was downstairs. Um, but yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. Somebody set off my alarm up here. But,
And they even touched the EMF says, so that was cool. Like it wasn't
yeah,
just the alarm where you
I
go,
wanted to.
well,
The only thing about that is, do you want HP Support Assistant Quick Access Toolbar on your taskbar? No. What are you popping up all this shit for? Anyway. Yeah, ever since I redid new things on here, it's been popping up a bunch of uh, notifications and shit. Getting a lot of pop ups. All
that
right,
I would
so
love
I'm
glad.
gonna go ahead and get on the primary again.
Okay.
Hop off here.
I love caramel. I love caramel apple. I love anything salted caramel. Mm-mm. That's interesting, Regina. I haven't really seen anything here, but it's been so cold that I haven't really been trying to go outside. Because I think at night it ends up being like, 19 degrees. Who the hell's going outside to look at anything in the sky? Nope. They gotta do that shit during the day when it's like 40 degrees. Dog faces?
Reduce that. Get rid of that. Okay, now my audio and stuff is messed up again. I'm not hearing Christina.
Oh, I muted myself because I was blowing my nose. That's why. Can you hear me now?
Default microphone, yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah, microphone, yeah. Speakers.
There you go. A speaker.
Real tech. Hello?
Yes, hello.
I'm not
Are you
hearing
here?
nobody. There. All right. I think I got it. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Can you hear me now? Nope.
Are you there?
Yes, are you there? No, you can't hear me still?
Default speaker, headphone, real tech audio. Hello? There you are. Ah,
Hi.
I have to keep resetting it every time I go in here. That's bunk, man. I don't know
I
why
don't
I
know,
have
you
to
have
keep
the default
resetting these
on, but
fucking speakers. Anyway. So, what y'all think of that? Is my place haunted? I don't like the word haunted, but definitely active. Definitely something set that off. It was sat there for 8 minutes because I turned it on just before I went downstairs. So it sat there for at least 8 or 9 minutes before something set it off. So obviously it's not because the device was near and giving off EMF. So um
that's hysterical, Black.
repeat in my bedroom and had two of the same. Ah, cool. Um,
Lou Rock, the other day did an EV session, and he asked, like, where they were talking from, and it said Mars.
Mars. Huh. Interesting.
So can it pick up that kind of signal? I mean, Lou doesn't have a regular box. He made that, so I don't know. Maybe it does.
Well, that is it's all put together through a SB7. It's the same as using an SB7.
Oh,
And he just kind of put stuff onto it, and to jazz it up with the lights and things like that. But,
because it doesn't sound like an SB7 when you know, it doesn't have that noise.
yeah. Well, it may not be an exact SB7, but
Right.
it's like that. It's one of those devices that is jazzed up with a bunch of other stuff.
Well, they can,
Way.
if we're talking about that, scientists can pick up noises from like the moon and Mars and Jupiter and all that with their, technology.
Right.
So it could
Yeah.
be quite possible to pick up stuff from space.
Yeah. And that's one thing we've been arguing um, from the beginning of this whole of paranormal investigating stuff. They've been arguing, well, are we talking to spirits? Are we talking angels? Are we talking to aliens? Are we, is it some other kind of being? Are we just picking up radio waves that are coming through? See, those are the things that we don't know unless
Right.
we
Well,
we
I
ask
don't.
specific
I know.
questions wanting
Right.
a specific answer. If we get more than 5 specific answers to specific questions in a row, then yeah, I'd say we're talking to somebody who's knowledgeable of something, so it's more likely it could be a spirit,
Right.
someone we know. You know what I'm saying? When I'm picking up stuff off the recorder and I play it back, I do hear a lot of stuff that does not coincide with what I'm talking about or the questions I'm asking. So I always assume it's something other than something intelligible relaying messages.
Right.
Because
Well,
I
and
get
sometimes, it was funny. The other day I was sitting here and my ear started going and I was hearing like this weird, like, speech pattern. And I turned around because I had a feeling the energy was behind me. And I said, "Are you trying to talk to me? Because I can't understand you." And all of a sudden he was just like, "Ooh, I didn't know you could hear me." And I was like, "Well, technically, I couldn't hear you, I guess, because you weren't talking to me." He's like, "No, I was talking to this gentleman beside me." And I said, "Oh, okay, as long as you weren't trying to talk to me." I said, I wasn't eavesdropping. I didn't hear what you were saying. I just knew that you were talking." Like it was sounded like, and he was like, I apologize." I'm like, "You're probably just too close to me. Back up, you know?" And so they did. But they were talking to each other. They were not trying to interact with me. They were waiting for a
right.
crossover. They had no idea I could hear them. A spirit guide dropped them off, and they were just like standing there waiting, chitty chatting with themselves. But I was getting all this
Should be chatty.
like feedback, and
Right.
he was taken aback when I said, "Are you talking to me?" And I must have looked at him because I could feel that he was behind me. And he was like, "Ooh, I didn't know you could hear me." Like he kind of got like
Yeah.
he was off put by the situation, but I was like, "No, it's cool. I just,
Right.
you know." So sometimes I feel that they're talking, going about what they're doing, not realizing that we're talking to them, that we have devices that hear them. They're old school, so they don't know what the fuck we're doing. They're
Right.
going about their business, talking to each other. We might be picking them up, but they're not going to respond to us because they don't know that we are picking them up, that we can hear them, that we're talking to them, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I get that.
um, yeah. So like, but yeah, but when you get specific like answers to something, um, and if you ask them, like, which is another thing, people are like, "You don't know who you're talking to." Well, yeah, but usually if you ask them, they'll tell you,
Right.
you
Right.
know? The one that attacked me, I asked him, "What are you?" He told me he was a bad angel. So,
Hmm.
um, I'll ask a spirit, "Are you good or bad?" And sometimes they'll kind of not answer me. I go, "Does that mean you're bad?" And they're like indifferent, maybe.
Right.
Like I was
You
bad
also
in
gotta
life. Some of them will say, "But I'm not gonna bother you
do-
now." Like they,
you know as well as I do that you can't always take them at their word either.
right,
Because
but
so many,
most of them
you know,
will,
that
like,
just
if you ask if you ask them what they are, they'll tell you. And I've never had someone tell me something scary, like
right.
I'm a devil, I'm a demon. No, they'll say I'm just a human spirit. One will say I'm a,
Right.
like most of them say they're human
You take
spirits, but
everybody at their word anyway, don't you?
huh?
So it would be natural for you for it to pour over into your paranormal life as well. Because naturally, you're a person that will naturally, pretty much for the most part, take anybody at their word until you discover something that proves it wrong, right?
Well,
So
yeah.
it's gonna
Until you know, hey,
right,
listen, that
right.
guy told me he was a bad angel, and then he fucking attacked me for 2 hours. Was
But
he a bad angel? I don't know, but he wasn't fucking good. So, you
yeah,
know,
yeah, that's what I'm getting to. It could have been a
you know, he was very truthful when he said he was bad. Whether he was an angel or not was besides the point. He
he could
told
have
me he was bad. He wasn't good, you know?
been a trickster just saying, "Hey, you know, I'm an angel, blah blah blah. I'm bad, blah blah blah," and he was just there to kind of fuck with you, you know.
Until he attacked me with lightning bolts for 2 hours. And I thought I was going to die,
What do
you
you
know?
mean with
So
lightning bolts? How do you attack you with lightning bolts?
I call it lightning bolts. But basically, what happened was I was having a conversation with him. He told me he was a bad angel. He wanted to stop me from helping the spirits. And I was like, well, that's probably not going to happen. And I got a message. And that's when I got a message from Danny. And this was before we were dating. And he's like, hey, can you come up on a panel with me? And I was like, yeah, okay. And you came up on that panel too. And so did Sherry. Anyway, as
Yeah,
I'm
that's
on,
one I don't remember, huh?
yeah, well, Boomer, Danny didn't remember it either. And when I played it back for him and I said, do you see what you said? He goes, I would never say that. Like, I don't know what the hell was going on. I'm like, exactly. The whole thing was fucking weird.
What one was
Anytime
it?
you and him,
Do you remember the title of that one?
um, I, I can actually get you the link is in my my video, the third one where I talk about it. Anyway, so
Okay.
I'll send it to you. Danny and you,
Well,
like
I'm
every time
looking
you
at.
guys opened your mouth, you said the same thing. And you and Danny do not talk alike. You don't think alike. So for you guys to be
I do not remember that.
in sync talking the same
It's on
thing,
the Danny Wolf channel or Danny Wolf Seabass.
no, it's on the Seabass.
Seabass. Okay.
And it's a live stream, but I'll tell you.
Oh, he doesn't have any live streams on here. He's got home, videos, shorts, playlists, and posts.
I don't think he would have took the live streams down, but let me see.
Well,
If I
none
go
of
to
them
my,
show a live stream category. I don't know why.
that's weird.
Maybe he put them
He put them
in
all in some kind of
playlist.
list, probably.
He probably put them in playlists.
He was working on the playlist, so I just leave it in the lives.
No, it's not in the playlist because. All right, just put the link to it in the chat,
Yeah, I'm gonna just see.
and I'll click on the link because you can't find anything on Danny's channels anymore. You got it all put in the.
Ah, he took it down. He doesn't have
Oh,
the
it
live
did?
stream.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying. None of his live streams are up anymore on his channels.
that's weird because it wasn't
Ask
there.
him if he made them
The first,
private or if he just ask
maybe
him
he
if
didn't know because he was trying to fix them. Anyway,
yeah,
so
ask him if he deleted them or just set them
yeah,
to private or something.
might have sent him to private. So I'll ask him.
Because I gotta watch that. I cannot remember it at all.
Yeah, so anyway, so as I'm sitting there, this bad spirit, whatever he was, started attacking me. So what he did for 2 hours while I was on that live stream, and at first I thought, I don't know why I didn't associate him attacking me with, at first I thought it was someone in the chat because he was there for a while and he didn't do anything until I don't know, 15 minutes to 20 minutes into the live stream. Maybe it's because I was ignoring him. I don't know.
Oh, Cody says he found it. He says he found it and sent me the link in Messenger. All right, let me look. All right, I don't see it. I don't see the link in here.
No. Well, did you send it to me on Messenger?
Oh, he
Any
just said I found it and sent it to you. I sent it to you
Oh
too.
no, he's talking about the orb one that he was talking about that have the name.
Oh, never mind. All right, you got me all fucking bobulated here. Just combobulated.
Discombobulated. So anyway, so yeah, so I'll have to ask him about the live streams because he was messing with it
What the
today,
hell the deal is with
and it he was like, I'm fixing my live streams and cleaning it up. I'm fixing my playlists and cleaning it up. So I would think that he would have had the live streams somewhere, but I guess I don't know what he did to it. Anyway, hopefully he just put them like maybe he made the playlist and didn't put it. The playlist itself is he didn't put it public. Anyway,
maybe
so I have to just ask him. But
you
so
chasing
this he's so I say it's with lightning bolts because basically what it felt like was someone was stabbing me and electrical signals were going all up and down my back. It was the most painful thing I have ever felt. And for 2 hours I was dying. That's Shadow of the Moon texted me and was like, "Hey, you need to get off that live stream." And I'm like, "No freaking kidding." But if it's someone in the live stream doing it, like if it's a spiritual attack, I want them to know that I can stand it. And she goes, "But can you though?" And I'm like, "Yeah, okay. It's okay." For 2 hours. And finally I was like, "Holy crap, I have to leave." And I was like, "Okay, thanks, Daddy. I gotta go." um But yeah, but Sherry was on there too. She jumped down to the chat because she said she wasn't feeling well either. Um, and you guys were just acting weird, saying the same thing. Danny played some game with, I don't know, some weird game that he would never play, never played it before, never played it after. It was just like the weirdest night ever. And I was like, what the freak is going on? Anyway. So I say lightning because that's what it felt like. Electric going up and down my back, like I was being electrocuted. But it was a stabbing feeling and then the electric. So I'm like, it was like he was stabbing me with electric bolts. I don't know how else to describe it. For 2 hours. So regardless, whether he was a bad angel or not an angel, he was bad because he attacked me.
right.
So I tried. After that I had a big problem trusting the spirits, which is why I stopped for a year,
Right.
like regroup and whatever.
I stopped trusting myself with it, which nobody should do, but
Yeah, I mean, I stopped trusting them, like, even though he told me the truth, like, he attacked me. Like, I don't know, and that was, like, the third time I was attacked. That time that I was attacked in the park, I showed you the pictures of those bruises on me.
right.
I was attacked another time in my office, and Danny had to get one of his guides to come help me. Like, I was like, no, why should I do this? I'm like, I want to help kids, but I don't want to die doing it. I don't want to joy in them yet. Um, but so then I slowly but surely got back into it. I started doing different things to protect my tools and stuff so that only my spirit guide can talk on the pendulum. Um, so yeah, I've started making them their own pendulums.
That
Nobody else
really
use
worked.
these. Um, yeah, like, but now I can kind of tell their energy. So if I would pick up the pendulum and it not be Sarah or Billy or Vicky, she uses her own, or Lisbeth. They all have their own pendulum. If I would pick up one of their pendulums that were assigned to them and the energy was weird, I would know it had to be cleansed because something isn't right. you know? Because after using it for so long with them, you could just tell their energy. Their energies are different,
Right.
you know? So
Yeah, that's the problem I have is identifying each one just by their because there's so many here that are so similar that it's hard to know who's who and what's what half the time.
yeah, I have 90 here. So sometimes when the little one will talk or grab me, and I'll look at them and I'm like, shit, like, and I go, "Dude, tell me your name again." Like, and he'll say it, and then I go, okay, but next time I'll remember. Like, I have to, like sometimes, there's 90 of them. To remember 90 energies is a lot. But the main ones I deal with, I try to really keep a handle on it.
Yeah.
But like sometimes, like yesterday, I was doing the readings. And so Shelly asked for a reading, and I'm like, oh, so it's this one. And then I'm like, no, it isn't. I go, who are you? And she was like, I'm Mary. And I was like, Shelly, do you know I'm Mary? A Mary came to read for you today. It's not your regular spirit guide. I go, I think she knows you. She knows you in real life. She goes, Mary was my grandmother. She only spoke German. So does she speak German? I go, I don't know. She's speaking spirit talk right now. So I can understand her. I don't know if she's speaking, if she can speak, but
Right.
they have a general language that they can speak so you understand them if they know how to do it. Not every spirit knows how to talk spirit talk. A lot of them will speak in their native language. I have two little Mandarin kids who just can't pick up the spirit talk, and they're always talking in Mandarin to me. I go, I have no idea what you're saying. you know. But for the most part, they do learn spirit talk so that they could talk to, everybody, or the other spirits can understand. But so
Damn it.
I knew like right away that wasn't her spirit guide, and I was like, "Oh no, wait, who are you?" Like, like it wasn't the normal energy that would normally come
Right.
read for Shelly. Like normally I think her spirit guide is male, and this right away I was like, "She's a female." I'm like, "Who are you?" Like, I try to, like I said, put like try to remember, but not always. Not it's impossible, I guess, to really, know, everybody by energy. Hard.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Children energy affects my left leg. Fey energy affects my right leg. Adult energy affects my chest. Ancient energy affects my entire body. Whoa, there you go. So the energy has different effects on your body. Mine, it's just like a feeling I get. Um, Although if there's a really like negative energy, I'll feel it all up my back and my neck. And I don't know if that was like because of the fact that that time that I was attacked, he attacked my back. And then, like, ever since then, if something really, like, not nice energy comes near me, that's where I feel it. And I'm like, nope, who's that? Stay away from me. Are you here to cross? Like, is he okay? Like, I'll ask the guides. They're like, yeah, yeah, okay. I'm like, all right, just keep him over there. Like, he's too close to me. Like, I'll cross anybody. I don't care. If you want to be crossed, you can cross. They figure out what to do with you when you get there to the waiting room, and they disperse them. So I have no problem crossing someone who's not nice because it's not for me to judge them. They're going to go wherever they go. But yeah, sometimes I can feel it and I'm like, nope. And that's why a lot of them cross with me. Like somebody said, oh, I came from Danny's. And I'm like, if you were at Danny's, why didn't you cross through the Grove? And he's like, no, I couldn't. And I'm like, okay. And then I know right away because you can only cross through the Grove if you're good, like the shady ones, they can't cross through the Grove. So because it's like sacred ground and whatever he did to it, you can't. So bad energy can't go over there. So they'll come here, and I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. Somebody has to cross them, bad, good, or otherwise. I've crossed murderers and, you know, all sorts of people. It's just what it is. A banshee. Oh,
Okay.
banshee. I heard a crazy. Well, that was that crazy cryptid that I can't explain what the hell that animal was. But I mean, and I can't say that technically it was a cryptid. It could have been a spirit. I don't think so though, because it was so solid that it wasn't spirit. It was definitely there. It was. I don't know what it was though, but it made this crazy noise that my son's father heard the noise and told me it sounds like an African banshee. And I was like, we're not in Africa. Like, he was asleep though. It was like 3 in the morning. And I got up, I went, I looked at it. It saw me and it was like, phew. And my dumb ass went outside to like look to like, but yeah. But the one of them, Cody, one of them that attacked me, the one that was in my office that Danny helped me with, he was yelling so loud that because everybody kept telling me, well, if you ground yourself, you can, put a bubble up or whatever, but I couldn't do any of that. He was screaming so loud to try to mess me up so that I wouldn't be able to block the attack. And so when Danny I'm going to smoke y'all. I'll be right back. Okay. So when Danny um came into the room to look around, he's like, "Shut up!" And once he said that, and that spirit shut up, like I could actually think again, like because I couldn't think because the spirit was screaming. You know, it was like, and at that point, I didn't understand what that kind of stuff was. Gosh, that was like in the beginning. I think I had only just met, like I had only been in Danny's live stream a few times. And he came and he helped me, and that's what made me start going to his live streams all the time because I was so grateful he helped me. And that's when we got close. But yeah, it was like um
Uh,
put a movie on. You won't get in trouble if it's an old one. Are you crazy? YouTube, no matter what, will get you in trouble. It doesn't matter if you know. Do you know they tried to charge me to watch? What the fuck was that movie? I don't know, but that
what
movie
is
was
it?
like from
What is it with
1920.
Diane and always wanting to watch a fucking movie? Like,
Yeah. The movie was from like 1932 or something, and like they like to watch it, they wanted to charge me $3.99. I'm like, are they dumb? Like, so they just
are
like
we boring you, Diane, or what?
I'm an empath, but I can comprehend emotions, right? My spirit guide attacked me with energy and kept asking me if I could feel it. Since then, I could feel that energy. Oh, there you go. So your spirit guide purposely gave you like hit you with some of his energy so you'd know always when it was him. That
I think Diane's getting tired of listening to us. She just wants us to pop on a movie or something. I'm like,
you can't comprehend the emotions.
I don't want to turn you on. I don't want to turn you off.
Oh.
Huh? I don't get what she's going.
Do you
I
have a
don't know where you're
TV,
going
Diane?
with
You can leave us running on silent and then.
I don't know where she's going with this. Let's do something like what? What do you mean? We're telling our stories. That's not enough for you?
Yeah. She's heard them all before. Poor Diane's been with us since the beginning.
We're starting to bore her with our material now. She just wants us to pop on a movie so she has some real entertainment. We could play that game again.
Oh,
Guess what's on the table game?
oh, guess what's on the table game? Yeah.
Yeah. Want to do that, Diane? You attack me.
Oh, instead of the emotions. I got you. To lighten the load. It is a big burden to be an empath and just feel everybody's emotions. It's not nice, I'm
It
sure.
sucks. You can't be around more than 5 people at a time because it starts getting to you.
Yeah.
And then you
Like
get the crazies like at Walmart. I can't stand to be in Walmart for more than maybe 10, 15 minutes. Like I want to get in, get my shit and get out because I don't know about anybody else's Walmart, but ours is crowded
yes.
constantly. And it's always some kind of shit. And then when you get the kids and babies crying and screaming on top of that, I'm like, oh, get me the fuck out of here. Deal with this
I,
shit.
I never had that like,
Just 2 objects. That's
with
no fun.
live people. But I've had where like I was talking about a spirit, and all of a sudden I started crying, and I'm not a crier. And Danny's like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" I
Yeah,
go,
you are.
I have no idea. I don't know why I'm crying. It's like not for me. Like it's not from me." And then the spirit appeared at Danny's house, and he's like, "Oh, she's crying. You're crying for her." Like the spirit was upset. And I was talking about her, and I felt how upset she was that I was crying as she was crying, That was the only time that happened to me. It was such a strong, like, feeling. But it was spirit to me to spirit. It wasn't like person to person. Like it was a spirit's energy that I was feeling. I felt a woman, she was crossing over and she got strangled, and I felt myself being like strangled. So stuff like that with spirit I can feel, but people no.
Okay, Diane. Let me put this here so I have something to set them on. All right. In 2 different identical boxes, and I'll tilt this down so you can see them. All right. 2 identical boxes. There are 2 different objects in each one of these boxes.
All right, Dan, what are they? Let's go.
Everybody gets one guess of what's in the boxes.
Oh boy.
Actually, I should switch my camera. Hang on. Let me switch my camera. Okay. Oh, I can't.
Yes, Kelly.
That's on the other. That's on the other thing. I can't switch it. Never mind. Forget that. All right. Now I have another sister. It's like a
I don't even count
third
as a
world
sister
country.
anymore. Boomer.
No
Oh my god.
regulation here. Yeah, I hear you, Scott. I think that's all fucking.
We don't have any Walmart here where I am. I'd have to travel all the way into Long Island or all the way to Jersey, which either one I'm not doing. So I can get stuff delivered, but not food from Walmart. But if I needed something, I could get it from Walmart. But at that point, I would just go to Amazon.
Right.
Because I'm like, by the time it gets here from Walmart, unless Walmart really has it much cheaper, then I will. But otherwise, you know,
Yes, I have 2 things.
yes.
They're in identical boxes. Okay, 2 different items in identical boxes. And you have to get what items. Well, it's not really guessing. It's see if see if your spirit guides are good with you. See how
Yeah.
good your spirit guides are at communicating. I guess that's the true test, right? So, okay, what need would I have for a toothbrush? Nope. That'd be awful small toothbrush. These are only about 6 inches long. A toothbrush is like almost 10. But anyway,
A watch with diamonds, yeah.
I
Boomer has a watch with diamonds, yes.
wish. I don't wear watches.
Well, you don't need to anymore, right? The phone, everything has a clock. You really don't need it.
Exactly. All right. So Diane's wrong.
No blue balls you got?
Not today, Dragon. Not today. Use yeah, some super Walmarts have
Yeah.
2 floors with escalators and shit. See.
Is in one of the boxes, is there matches, Boomer?
Well, make your guesses and I'll tell you at the end whether you're right or wrong.
Okay. I'll write it in the chat then.
Okay. Write what you think each item is in the chat. Oh. When everybody gets their guesses wrong, I'll reveal it.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know. I know what the items are, but I don't know which box they're in now because I mixed them up. Since I did mix them up, I'm going to see if my guess is right as to which box holds which item.
He probably put a penny in one and a nickel in the other to fuck with us again.
No. Not today. I figured that'd be your guys' first indication. Is everybody done? A mouse, black pen. You already got your guess in, Diane.
Diane's gonna guess everything.
Hey,
One of them's gonna be right.
This is a test of psychic ability. This ain't a guessing game. It's a test of your psychic abilities. And if you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah.
This is kind of black and white, people.
What's your guess, Cody? You're so bossy.
I didn't see Cody guess anything. You said my guess is that that's in boxes, but
Yeah. I didn't see where he wrote what that's what.
yeah, you didn't type anything in that I can see.
I don't see either.
All right, are you guys ready for the actual review?
Yes.
I'm gonna make my guess. I'm gonna guess that the light bulb is in the left box. Box to my left. This box. I'm gonna guess the light bulb's in here. And Hey, you guys aren't the only ones that are wrong. I was wrong too. Okay, so in box number 1 is an old cell phone. In box number 2, obviously, is the light bulb. So even I was wrong. I put the damn things in the boxes, but once I mixed them up, I got it wrong.
You got it wrong.
Why am I putting that back in
Still,
there?
how do you expect the spirit guide to see it in a
Well,
box?
that's a blown bulb. That bulb don't even work. It's blown. That's an old bulb. Why is that up there? Throw that bitch away. All right. All right. One more time. This one's going to be a little trickier, okay? A little trickier. Let's see what your spirit guides know. We're going to do, all right, that one. All right. That one, let's get it closed up. Right there. And I'm going to switch them around, mix them up, boom, boom, boom. So I'm confused as well. There we go. All right. What's in the boxes?
I don't know. Sasha, Sarah, you there? What he put in the box? What do you mean nobody asked you to play? I'm asking you to play with me.
All right. Type it in the chat. I'll be right back. I got to grab another soda.
His one of his spirit guides, she just came out and said nobody asked me to play. Okay, sorry. She's probably like, who said I want to play this game? Okay, sorry, blow the nose again.
Okay, I'm back. Fresh soda and a bowl of blueberries and milk. Good.
I forgot I was muted and I'm over here talking. Your thing went off when you were downstairs, the app.
Huh? While I was downstairs?
Uh-huh.
Or as I was coming up?
No, before.
Oh, cool. I just spilt milk in my chair. Brand new chair, and it's getting fucking trashed already. Okay, everybody got their guesses in?
No, not yet. I was yapping with them, but I wasn't really yapping to myself because as I'm talking, I was like air in both boxes. I'm over here having a whole conversation with Cody, and I was on mute. So yeah, okay.
What the hell is the Fae is connect to a tree? Huh? I got it. There's Sir and both air, not Sir. Air. Air is my guess. So Cody, you believe there's nothing but air in both boxes? It is an energy I just felt. I don't know what Fae you're talking about though. Kind of threw me off. Rubber band and a light, maybe lighter.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody in? The winner is Cody! There's nothing but air in these boxes.
There's nothing but air.
Nothing but air. Good job, Cody.
It's an energy I
Nice
just felt.
guess.
Yeah. Oh, it's at your house. There you go, Black.
Nice guess. Oh, there's a Fae here connected with trees. That's possible. They've been cutting down so many fucking
Yeah.
trees around
Good
here over the
job,
last couple of
Cody.
years. They could be finding a new place to hang out, I guess. All right, I'm gonna eat some blueberries and milk.
Blueberries and milk.
Yeah, blueberries and milk. I ain't got nothing else to eat until I can get to the store.
And here I was like, no, Boomer wouldn't do that. Just put air in the box.
Yes, he would. You don't know me very well, do you?
I'm dying here.
Try some hot tea with honey and lemon and cinnamon.
Yeah, I gotta get my tea. I have some rose tea, but
Throw my own words at me, huh, Diane?
this is not a guessing game. Good, Diane. I can't I can't even make rational guess or talk to them today. I'm so sick. I told them I'm not even gonna do a crossover today. It has to be tomorrow because I can't think. I did one yesterday, but I feel like I feel worse today. So I was like, we'll skip Thursday and we'll do it
I
Friday
told you gotta slow down with that.
because I was like, no.
You're gonna wear yourself out. You're gonna burn yourself out. Damn, I
Yeah.
gotta bag up some bottles. Holy shit, it's overflowing.
Ugh.
Yeah, okay, Diane.
I haven't been eating well and like I haven't been hungry at all. I forced myself to eat one meal, and that's mostly because the spirits yell at me that they're hungry, and I guess that triggers me to go, "Oh yeah, we didn't eat today," and so I'll make
How
some.
do spirits feel hunger? I don't get that. How can they say they're hungry? They don't have that
No, the
attribute anymore.
the little ones, the little kiddos, they like to see it there. I don't know, like so they just draw energy from it. They don't actually eat it. They draw the energy from it. which is why we eat, right? To get
Well,
energy.
they could do that without putting it out. They could do that from. They could just poke their heads in your damn refrigerator and draw the
Yeah, yeah,
energy from
yeah.
all your fucking food
But
there.
I think they do it to remind me to eat, you know?
Hmm.
I think that's why they really do it. So they go like, "Oh, we're hungry," and I go, "Oh, we didn't eat today," you know. And it's like 5 o'clock, and I'm like, "Okay, let me make something." Then I share it with them. But I think they do it a way for me to make sure that I eat, you know,
Hmm.
because
Okay.
otherwise I would forget. I would go a day, 2 days without eating. So if they don't say to me, "Hey, I'm hungry," I will totally forget that we didn't eat, you know?
Okay. Here we go.
um, and they like it. They like the coffee. They come specifically like for coffee sometimes. Like even from Danny's house, they're like, "Can I come for coffee?" I don't care. Well, I put it out. You have it. So I think it's just an energy thing that they take from it. I rather them take the energy from the food than from me or like electronics and stuff because ever since when I was using my phone, my other phone, and that's why I had to change phones. When I was using my phones for the different apps, it would drain the battery so much that the you can't charge it after a while. And the phones that I never used for any of those apps, I have 5, 6 years. The newer phone died right away. I was using it for the apps, and I go, no, it's the apps. I can't do that because they go to touch it and stuff. I think you know,
Hmm.
like they touch your phone and stuff. But that my phone isn't good for that. That one that I had that app on, and it just like killed my phone battery. And I'm like, no, I can't do that no more.
What do you want a
So
creek for, Diane? You can go jump in and swim, or what? To go fishing? Well, it's your
oh,
show, but if you feel like you need to get off and go lay down and shit,
feedbacks. I
get your
allow
energy back.
spirits to use my energy. They don't drain me. No, I don't allow them to do that. I need every bit of mine to try to understand them, talk to them, and to be able to cross 500 spirits at a time over. So I don't let them use my energy. They can use the EMF meter and drain that shit. They could use the candles I light. They could use all the food that I have that I put out for them, but they cannot touch my energy. I don't I don't play that. you know? Because it takes enough energy just for me to understand what they're saying sometimes. So I can't, I can't let them. I can't invite them to do that because I can't trust that somebody won't know, um, that they all know how to do it and that one of them won't drain you. Like, no, no, that's, that's unacceptable here. Eh, yeah. I was just thinking last night that I'd love a property with a creek running to it. Well, you know what's even funny? You know what I was watching last night, Kelly? Do you guys remember that movie? I put it on for the kiddos and we watched it together. Baby Boom, and she moves to where is it? Wisconsin. Is it Wisconsin? I think it's in Wisconsin, and she has a lake in her backyard and the apple orchards, and puts the baby in the boat, and they get in this little rowboat, and she goes, "Woo, I'm out of shape," and she lets go of the oars, and they go away, and then she's screaming in the middle of the lake. That's such a good movie. It's on YouTube free movies. So if you go to YouTube and put in free movies, and it gives you the YouTube free movie channel, and just click on it and put free and type in Baby Boom. It's so good. It's such a good movie. It really is. Anyway, as soon as you said about the ducks in the creek, I was like, oh, it had all that in the movie. Like, funny enough. Oh, welcome back, James.
Hey, James.
I'm always eating. There you go. What is it again? Baby Boom. B-O-O-M.
Didn't Mary say she'd be coming back up?
Yeah.
She lied.
Yep. So it's a really good movie. Um, for that time in the 80s.
Guess what two things I have in front of me? Go. Um,
A blanket and a tea. That's my guess.
for some reason, I'm seeing like an image of a patch quilt for some reason.
Yeah, and a cup of tea.
Yeah, I didn't see no tea. I see a patch quilt and knitting needles is all I see.
A screen and Boomer and Christina on it, Diane. There you go. You have a screen with Boomer and Christina. Got
Uh,
family drama. Sorry. Okay, man.
oh, there she is. Okay, Mary.
Haha,
Oh
tea
yeah.
cheater. See? Why am I cheating? How
Cause
much?
you know she's always got a thing of tea.
Well, I didn't know she still had it. She got teas hours ago. She should have been damn done with that tea 2 hours ago. I'm done with my coffee, and we started it at the same time.
What's the other item?
Yeah.
That's only one of the items.
It's not tea.
Oh. Oh, see? Why you gotta fuck with us? Yeah, we got her all excited thinking she got it right.
No. That's not cheating. It's obviously stated. Oh, yeah, that she's watching Christina and Boomer. That's true. Ugh. I thought she was saying that she was cheating. I was cheating because I said tea. I switched to a little wine. Okay.
Are you gonna tell us what the fuck the items are or not?
Well, obviously wine.
Well, that may not be one of the items in front of her.
Oh, that's true.
No, she likes white wine.
Pichichi. Okay, send me a picture, Diet.
Why are you sending her a pic? Why don't you just type it in and tell us what it is?
Okay, it's tissues and a flashlight. I could use those tissues right now, Diane. I'm gonna just manifest those tissues over here, okay?
Alright, so where the hell is the patch quilt and the knitting needles?
Well, it's actually sitting on a blanket, which I did say there was a blanket in front of her, and they're definitely sitting on a blanket. It's not a quilt, though. It's a
Well,
blanket.
you'll work anything in, won't you?
Look! They're sitting on a blanket.
That is a quilt, by the way.
Well, I said blanket.
And
It's a
I said
comforter on
quilt.
the bed. Yeah, so they're sitting on the. So when I said blanket, I was totally right.
All right, so there's the quilt. So where's the knitting? Yeah,
Yeah, the knee.
knitting needles. I
They're
saw a
right on
quilt
the
and I
bed.
saw knitting needles. Where's the knitting needles?
I have been meaning to knit some hats, but so the needles are still away, Boomer. She didn't take them out yet.
Oh, that's what they were showing me. They were showing me a quilt and knitting needles.
I just saw a blanket and a mug. So I was like,
Blanket in a mug.
well,
Are you drinking your wine out of a mug? I don't think you're that ghetto. Actually, I don't think Diane's ghetto at all. Really, she don't get off. She don't give off that ghetto vibe. She
well,
probably has. She probably has her wine in a flute glass or something.
no, I only have a Dollar Tree plastic flute glass that I got, so I wasn't ghetto drinking it out of a mug when I
That's
actually.
ghetto. If it's plastic from Dollar General, that's fucking ghetto. It's the one that comes out of a fucking box, right?
They're right under the bed. There you go.
What? Oh, the knitting needles she's saying is under the bed?
That's for champagne, right? Okay.
They are
So
right
you can drink
underneath
wine out of a
under the
mug,
bed.
Kelly. Is that
Okay.
allowed? I was
That's
drinking it.
why I saw blanket and knitting needles.
Yeah.
Because the knitting needles are under the bed, under her, and the blanket's on the floor in the same vicinity as the needle. And that's why they were showing me that. I should get half a point, at least.
I'm gonna get 1 point for Blanky.
No, you get half a point because we didn't guess the items, but we did.
Oh, that's
see
true
other,
story.
so that's a half a point for seeing something that wasn't the actual items.
There you go. You can do whatever you want. There you go. Yeah, because I don't drink, but once in a blue moon, if I really feel like I want like a wine cooler or something, I put
Yeah.
that shit in whatever's in the house, a mug
I used to knit like crazy. Ah, okay.
most of the time.
Yeah, I know flute glasses are for champagne,
I drink beer directly from the bottle. There you go.
but some people drink wine out of champagne glasses.
Show me.
There are also champagne glasses that aren't flute glasses.
Oh, here you go. This is her wine glass.
But flute glasses are more
I'm trying
fancy.
to remove myself from the stage. There you go.
That's not a wine glass. That's a fucking beer stein, man. That's a fucking beer stein. Holy shit, that's big. That's a big ass fucking wine glass. What the fuck? You fucking elky? No. Ugh. Sometimes even a can. Drink beer directly from the bottle. Sometimes even a can. Yeah. I don't drink beer much.
I don't do beer either. I'll do a wine cooler. I like to do mimosas. If I have to drink something,
Oh, I
like
could not.
mimosa.
No fucking way.
And amaretto sour when I go to weddings.
Those are good. Those are good. I love amaretto.
Yeah, so an amaretto sour when I go to a
My
wedding.
go-to drink is Jack and Coke or any kind of bourbon and Coke will work. But that's what it used to be. Now, I mean, I usually like because I don't go out to drink. I haven't gone out to drink in over 15 years. But ever since I had the Pepsi, if I buy some alcohol to go with it, I'll do Jack Daniels and Pepsi Max. That's what I mix my drinks with now, the Pepsi Max. Fuck that Coke. I only used to do the Coke because that was the thing, you go into a bar, Jack and Coke. Nobody ever says Jack and Pepsi. But thankfully, there's enough Jack in it to kill that nasty fucking taste of the Coke. Like Fireball and Rolling Rock. Yeah, Fireball's good. I have a bottle of some Fireball that my niece let me have the rest of it. Yep, this stuff right here. Cinnamon whiskey Fireball. Right there, baby. That's the shit right there. It was about a half a bottle when my niece gave it to me. And I finished it off for her. That's part of my collection. My little alcohol container collection. A lot of them were donated to me. Some of them I partook in. But actually, I think the majority of the bottles that are up there are ones that I consumed. And there's a few expensive wines, bottles from expensive wines that somebody gave me from my collection.
Oh,
One thing
you want to play
What?
like a
Play what?
paranormal. We'll do like a paranormal quiz thing.
Paranormal
So
thing?
I'll ask a question, and everybody in the chat, and then Boomer and myself, have to tell our experience. So basically, it asks you questions. It tries to show like it's a paranormal quiz to see if you're actually experiencing paranormal stuff. But I think it would be fun to just say our experiences with it
Is
if
this
it
something you
happens.
found online?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
Sounds
anyway,
interesting.
it's a easy first question. The first question on the quiz is: have you ever been touched by an unseen force? So you guys can put like your like first experience.
Does my ex count? No, but
Yeah.
yes, of course. You know my story on that. Yep. That's a yes for me. I've been touched by an unseen force.
Oh yeah, you were held down by one.
Yeah, it's been over a year for me too, Cody. I haven't had a drink since New Year's last year.
Boomer beat me
I
to
usually only get stuff to drink twice a year. Once for New Year's, I'll get a bottle for New Year's, and I'll get a bottle for my birthday. That's usually the only time I buy any liquor to drink is twice a year, New Year's and my birthday. And for the rest of I can't get back into that routine I used to be in.
Oh, this is
My
more like a
spirit
regular.
guide.
Yeah, my spirit guide. Yes, I think so lightly. Yeah. I've been I can feel the kiddos sometimes. It kind of like I could tell it's not like a something that's here because it'd be like Jack will tap my head or somebody will tug on my pants and I can actually see my pants move. And Elmer was like one time, he's like, I'm just pulling them down because they went up. And I'm like, it's okay. Like he was trying to pull my pants because it went up. Funny enough. So yeah, definitely have. I told you attacked by some scratch, all sorts of stuff.
Oh, are we supposed to add a story to it? If it
Well, I
was
thought that would be fun.
well, I don't have a specific story because it's happened so many times, but the one you all know of, pretty much I've talked about it before, is where when I used to sleep downstairs on the couch and I would feel somebody playing with my hair and I later discovered it was Sarah. She liked running her fingers through my hair. And it took me months to get her to, hey, I don't mind it when I'm awake, but when I'm asleep, don't touch me. But yeah, that's one example of being touched by an unseen force. I don't want to talk about the others because they're too fucking Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't want to rehash those.
My ability to feel energy, the spirit
Thanks.
touching or
Small.
me touching them. Oh,
Out of wine. Just. Oh, okay. Well, it looked pretty damn big in that picture. I'm just saying, it looked like a fucking beer mug. But okay, Diane, all good.
oh, this question's kind of funny. What weapon would you use against a spirit?
I find that a handful of salt is good to repel them. An iron poker, but there's no real weapon that will like permanently disable or get rid of a
Right,
spirit.
right. But it's just saying, like,
To repel, I find salt works good. You throw a handful of salt at them, it does something to the energy. It breaks it up or whatever, and it'll repel them for a little bit, but it won't keep them from coming back. Iron, they say iron. I've never tried that. I've used salt before. On a couple that were pretty. They weren't malevolent. They were just, they like to get out of hand sometimes. So I would like, look, I'll get me the salt. I'll find where you're at. I'll find where you're at.
Works. Oh, there you go.
But
They had my voice to tell it like
obsidian reflected mirror works. Oh, okay, James. Cool.
they had you use your voice. You could use sage, holy water. They had it. Kind of depends on the spirit too.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, yeah, sage. Yep. I forgot about the sage. I've used sage before. White sage.
Yep.
Yep.
But you see how so many people could use different things because it's what you believe is going to work,
Well, in that case, it's more than just believing in it working. It has to actually work. Like, you don't have to believe that getting shot by a shotgun is going to kill you. It's going to kill you, whether you believe it is or not.
Oh, no, I'm talking about whether you believe it's going to work for the spirit. Like
that's what I'm saying.
You could take a black obsidian and if you think this shit ain't gonna do anything, I'm gonna throw it at the spirit anyway. It's probably not gonna hurt the spirit.
No, it should. It shouldn't matter. In that case, it doesn't matter what your belief is. It either works or it doesn't. You know what I'm saying?
They say that with crystals, you have to put your intentions into them.
Yeah, well, that's different. I mean, you have
if your intention is that it's not going to work,
right? You want your intention. That's not an intention, though. That's not an intention. When they say intentions, all right, you want a crystal that has certain properties.
Yeah.
You want your intentions is to use that crystal to repel something. That's what it's going to do.
Right.
If it doesn't have those properties, it's not going to do that anyway.
Well, right.
It depends on the type of crystal. I mean, there's healing crystals, there's protection crystals, there's repelling crystals, there's crystals for every aspect. I'm not going to take a crystal that's meant for healing, and just because I believe it's going to repel the spirit, it's not going to do that. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I'm saying if you bought a crystal and put it on your shelf as decoration, and then decided to take that crystal and be like, I'm going to use this crystal to heal my back, regardless of its properties. I don't think
it's not going to work. It has to have those properties. Just like the properties of a gun is the bullets. Okay? When you pull the trigger, a bullet comes out the barrel and hits something. That's the same thing. I mean, I'm not in, like, it has nothing to do with what I intend the gun to do or I believe the gun will do. The gun does what the gun does, just like crystals. Crystals do what crystals do. There's ones that help, there's ones that hurt. So it's not about a belief system when it comes to that. Like, I can't sit here and believe that.
Not more a belief
I
set.
can't sit here and take
Not
this
belief. It's
pen.
more intentions to put your intentions. That was the word I
Yeah,
was.
yeah. But still, um, regardless of your intentions, the item has to have the potential for that. There has
Oh
to
yeah.
have the right properties. I can't take this pen and say, I believe this pen will kill the spirit. It's not. There's no properties to this pen to repel spirits. Okay, I can't poke at a spirit and it's going to go right through them. They're going to laugh at me. Okay, as much as I want to believe it, as much as my intentions are to get it, those properties aren't in this pen, so it's not going to work. That's
Yeah.
my point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things that do work out of having a strong belief in it, and there's some things that no matter how strongly you believe, it ain't going to come about. Okay, just ain't going to happen.
Yes.
I believed with my whole heart that I'd be able to see my daughter again. Is that going to happen? No. You know? So,
Well, when you die, who says it's not gonna happen?
well, that's still up in the air too. I'm talking about having my daughter back so I could meet her,
Right.
you know, and be able to be a part of her life. That's not going to happen no matter how much I believe, no matter how much I pray, no matter how much I want that or need that. It's not going to happen. So belief doesn't work on everything.
Right.
There has to be properties because there's laws and rules and everything. The paranormal, real life, and even in um what's the other word we were using? We were comparing
Supernatural.
supernatural. Even in the search supernatural, there are laws, guidelines, and rules they have to follow. Okay, and no matter how much they want to be able to do that, if they cross that line, there's consequences for one, and then there's just some things they just simply can't do because they don't have that ability. No matter how much they want to be able to do it, I want to be able to levitate this bottle of soda. It's not going to happen because those attributes aren't within me. That no matter how much I pray and wish and hope and my intents of picking that up without touching it, it's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, next question.
Yeah. Okay, this one's how much do you know about ghosts? Let's see. This is like ghost movies. Oh, that might be fun too. Which ghosts visit Ebenezer Scrooge in A Christmas Carol?
Ghost of Christmas Past, Ghost of Christmas Future, the Ghost of Present. Something like that. It was past, present, and future, right?
Present. Yes. I think it's all three of them visit him in A Christmas Carol, right? I think Boomer was right.
From what I remember, there were three ghosts. The Ghost of Christmas Past,
Yeah.
then there was the present, and then there was the future, which the Ghost of Futures was death to show Ebenezer what was going to become of him if he didn't change. So I remember right. He was the reaper.
I thought it was going to be like about real ghosts. So let's put one. We want
That
about real
was
ghosts.
weird. That was weird that they threw that in. I thought they were I thought the questions were all going to relate to like what we've experienced.
Well, that's what I thought
You
too.
know
And
what I'm
then
saying?
it went sideways.
I was helping Boomer. What? Hang on. Oh, yeah. Present was one. Yeah.
Okay.
Your imagination is your limitation. Yeah, well, imaginations can only go so far, James.
This one has some, I think, cryptids thrown in there. Spanish for goat sucker. Which of these legendary creatures was reportedly first seen in Puerto Rico in 1995?
Chupacabra.
Yes.
And I saw a video where they had this creature captured, claiming it was a chupacabra. And it turns out, if any of them guys knew anything at all, it was a sun bear, a hairless sun bear. Um, and bears that don't have fur look just like that. They showed several different examples of one. This one was pretty emaciated that they had captured, but that's all it was. It was a hairless sun bear. And I think that's what they saw. Sun bears are awesome. See, James knows about it too.
Sun bears. Yeah.
Yeah. You ever see a hairless sun bear?
No.
Just Google it. Google hairless sun bears. They're in the same. They have the same condition that you've seen hairless rats, hairless cats. There's hairless moles. It's a condition. Some animals have, and it has generated into a actual specific breed of bear. Hairless. Well, yeah, there's hairless sun bears, there's hairless grizzlies, but the sun bear is the one that is what you would most commonly see in a hairless fashion, I guess.
Oh, yeah, it's spooky.
Alopecia. Oh, that's the name of the condition? Is that what you're saying, Kelly? They have those long tongues that hang. Yeah, mange. No, not mange. This is different. This was different. Well, that one could have been mange. The one they had captured could have mange, but it's an actual condition a lot of animals get. They're born that way, hairless, with no fur. But yeah, I think it's called alopecia. I think that's what Kelly's saying. Yes,
Yeah.
I have seen a hairless sun bear before. I always thought it was the mange they had. Yeah, they were born that way. Mange is something that develops in animals, mostly in dogs. Um, yeah, that's what she was referring to. Okay, alopecia is the word for the condition of hairless animals. Okay, next question.
Okay.
Professor Boomer's done.
This type of haunting is what most people think of when they hear the word ghost. Unfortunately, these types of hauntings are rare. And blank, so this is a fill in the blank, is
Poltergeist.
a blank or blank ghost is kind of like Casper in the same sense that they interact with people. So what kind of haunting interacts with people?
Poltergeist. Right?
No.
The one intelligent haunting?
Intelligent. Yeah,
Oh,
like
okay.
that.
Okay. They were looking for the specific. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
An intelligent poltergeists are an intelligent haunting as well, but they wanted the general description of it. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
So intelligent hauntings
Yes.
are the ones where they can interact with the living,
Yes.
and I keep forgetting the name of the other. Residual is the other one.
Residual. Yes.
I hope I didn't. I hope that wasn't a spoiler to one of the upcoming questions.
No. Oh, the next one. Blank are entities that never have had mortal human form.
Demons.
Yes. Are you gonna let the other guys go? Like, let them type first.
Oh yeah, that's right. There's a delay. Yeah. Yeah.
Blank.
I wait till they type. How do you know I'm not just taking their answer? Oh, I'll write mine down.
You can type yours in the chat too.
Well, yeah, but I'm hearing the question before they do,
Oh yeah, that's true stuff.
so that would be the same result.
Okay. Blank ghosts, like banshees, appear to family members to herald the death of another family member.
Oh, I know that one.
What is that kind of spirit called?
I'll show you what I wrote down after everybody else answers.
Well, there was lots of things before humans.
Yeah.
I think elementals never had
Well, they would all be
human
classified
form.
as
They're
demon.
divine.
Yeah. I think they could all. I think demon is general description of anything that wasn't born of a physical form with a spirit. They were just created as they are. So I think a lot of people would consider elementals as demons, but there are good demons and there are bad demons, just like in anything else.
Yeah.
There's always a yin to the yang, or yin to the yang. So I think elementals could be considered as one of the good demons. You know,
Well, they're
but
more like what was here before the angels, so they more
wow,
consider them.
Kelly didn't know the answer to that last one. Demons, angels, spirit guides, spirit. Now, Black Dragon's just throwing stuff out there. Let's see. All right. Anyway, this is what I wrote down. Can you read it?
Sirens.
Yes. That's the answer to your last question.
They call them something else.
Huh? Who calls them something else?
This site. It has the messenger. Those are
That's what a
ancient.
siren is. Sirens are the ones that wail when there's an expected death nearby.
Well, this is but this is one that actually comes to tell you. So I'm thinking.
Oh, well, that's okay.
It says ghosts
They're
like
finding
banshees
shit. I've never.
appear to a family member to herald.
The ones that appear to a family member. Okay, I misconstrued the question, but
they call them the messenger.
okay, the messenger.
Okay.
Oh, there was the movie. Yeah, that movie with what's his name called Messengers.
Yes. Okay. Now this one.
Okay.
Blank are ghosts that interact with human beings. They can be for good or for bad. These ghosts are said to hide objects, frighten people, throw objects, or plead for help. These ghosts are said to be present because of unfinished work. This can be due to their death in their death circumstances, and they generally seek a human help to resolve the issue. Not really, but these spirits are said to be intelligent, yet they appear to be aware of. They're also aware of people and their surroundings.
Yeah, you can stop now because that's a trickster. I spelt it wrong, but that's what I put. Trickster.
Well, this one is Black actually got it right. It's a poker dice. I can't say that word, but I
Poltergeist.
yeah, you know what I meant.
Poltergeists are tricksters.
Well, true. But a trickster is actually doesn't have to actually throw things. They can just talk to you and trick you. Blank blank are ghosts who appear to inform someone about danger. They are solid or transparent by nature.
Guardian angels? See, the guardian angel or spirit guide, they both pretty much do the same thing. They warn you of danger.
Oh, everybody had the same thing. They call them crisis apparitions. Crisis
Jesus. See, now
apparitions.
they're making up fucking names for shit nobody's ever heard before.
Listen, crisis apparitions are ghosts that appear to inform someone about danger. They can either be solid or transparent in nature. I don't know. I never heard of them, but we might have to look them
Yeah, I
up.
mean, I think they're just making up shit to
Well,
describe what we already know as something else. They're
well,
just calling the same things we know of a different name. Because that's exactly what a guardian angel and a spirit guide does. And they're just putting a different name to it.
well, I don't know. Like my spirit guides talk to me. I don't know that they would appear to show me some kind of danger. They just tell me, "Hey, don't fucking do that."
They can, but it's most likely guardian angels that will appear
Yeah,
in times of danger.
yeah.
So it'd be a guardian angel. Sometimes, like I'll get a voice in my head, by whatever, if it's my spirit guides or whatever, that'll say, "Hey, watch out for that." That's their warning me of danger. Like if I'm going to reach something, and let's say there's a sharp knife by, they'll say, "Hey, watch out now!" Like catch it just before I. But they both do the same thing. I think they're talking. I think they're just putting new names to the things we already know.
Well, let's see what else they got. Blank appears on the anniversary of their death, because
My ex-wife.
by some tragic event. These ghosts are commonly found in haunted houses or castles and often relate to legends of tragedies from centuries past.
I'm not even gonna guess now because they're gonna tell me I'm wrong anyway. Because they got their own fucking names for everything.
Well, it's good so that when other people ask, we know what the hell they're talking about when they say, you know, this crisis ghost came up, and we'll be like, oh, it's that shit that warned you. Because people who don't know what they are going to look up something, and if it tells them that, that's what they're going to go with because they don't know any better.
Wait, that's not residual.
No, it's not residual.
Residuals happen at the time that their demise happened. They don't show up at an anniversary of somebody else's death. So that's different.
They call this the anniversary ghost.
The anniversary goes. See, fucking made up.
Anniversary ghosts are spirits that manifest on the anniversary of their death, typically as a result of a tragic event. They are commonly associated with blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let's see what else.
All right, this test is biased because they're making up names for things we already know as something else.
And it's just all the same ones over and over, just said a different way. They only have those 4, so or 5, whatever we did. Let's see if they have any other one.
Google test your knowledge on the paranormal and see if anything like that pops up on there.
This one's just asking you, like, do you believe in this? Do you believe in that? No, leave me alone. Of course we believe in this shit. That's why we're looking at the fuck up, asshole.
That's why we're looking it the fuck up.
That's why I asked about a quiz. I'm not. I could ask myself, do I believe in all these things? I don't need you to ask me. Like, what kind of shit is that? Oh, this is pop culture one.
Yeah, a dragon. I thought she meant the anniversary of somebody else's death. They show up. So you could be right on that. We could be right on that with residual because I thought she meant they show up on the anniversary of somebody else's death, not their own.
No.
But yeah, if it's their own, we call them residuals. They appear the same night, the same day.
No, well, because residual hauntings can appear all the time, not only their anniversary. Like, there was this, my ex could see auras. Anyway, there was a residual woman haunting the basement of the studio he worked in. And every fucking day, she would walk down the stairs around the same time at 5 o'clock every day. Walk down the stairs.
Well,
he could talk to her, yell at her. She wouldn't say nothing. She'd walk down the stairs and disappear at the bottom of the
anniversary. There's different anniversaries. There's annuals, there's dailies, there's weeklies, there's monthlies. That's still an anniversary. That's a daily anniversary. 5 o'clock every night. That's the anniversary. The hour is her anniversary. The anniversary.
But they said the night of their death, which is why I guess they call it something different than residual.
Well, I ain't never heard of that, so fuck them.
Fuck them. Let's see what's this.
I don't know where they get their information from, but they sure as hell ain't connecting to any particular spirits or anything to get their information. I think they're just theorizing and making up names for it.
Yeah. Oh, maybe this one. How much do you know about the paranormal? Are you a quiz?
There you go. That's what we're looking for. Skim through the questions and see if it's stuff we are familiar with. Not those jacked up.
Oh, okay. Well, this is going to be a little harder. What was when was the first known use of the word paranormal?
1682.
Let's see if anybody else wants to guess.
I know it was during the 17th century, I think. If I remember, I think it was in the 17th century is when they 1953. Did you Google it, Dragon? All right, Scott, have a good night.
Good night, Scott.
Excuse me.
Oh.
All right, so what's the answer? Nobody else is guessing.
Okay. I don't know. I guess I have to click on one of them. Let me guess. Oh, 1920s. The term, however, may have been used earlier by members of Society of the Psychological Research Establishments in London in 1882, but the word was famously known by everyone in the 1920s.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Yeah,
I was told it was first used during the 1700s during the Roman Empire fall. Whatever. People were seeing apparitions on the battlefields.
Yeah, but they probably just called them ghosts or something. They didn't probably use the word paranormal, maybe. I don't know. What are the most notable paranormal beliefs?
That everything's a fucking demon. That's one of the biggest ones on YouTube anyway. The most notable. Wait, what was the question again?
What are the most notable paranormal beliefs?
Paranormal beliefs. Well, I know the biggest one is a lot of people believe that they're actions of demons. Um, that's a very vague question though. That leaves a wide um that's a very open-ended question.
Well, I'll give you a
The
hint
only
that
thing,
they have three here. So it's like the three most popular, I guess.
so the three most popular, they have beliefs. Three popular beliefs of the paranormal.
Yeah.
One popular belief is it doesn't exist for the scientific
No,
mind.
this is
Um,
people who believe in paranormal. What's the three most
um,
believed in paranormal things?
um, there's so much. Like, all right,
Spirits,
ghosts, the
yeah.
beliefs of angels and spirit. Well, spirits was going to be my next one after angels. Angels, spirits, and demons. Is my three guesses.
Anybody else got a guess there? But spirits were one of them, Black. Yep. Well,
Psychic
they
abilities. I don't know
they
if that's a big one though. Is that one of them?
well, no, this was more
No.
like you know, like you said, like demons, angels, more like that kind of thing, not abilities per se.
Yeah, yeah.
So they have ghosts,
Spirits.
and they call it ghost spirits, extraterrestrial life, and UFOs. Those are the most believed by people.
In the paranormal,
Yeah.
aliens and UFOs, I don't deem as paranormal.
Well,
That's
people
not a
do now.
paranormal event. That's a natural event.
Yeah, for us, but people who don't believe it consider it paranormal.
But you said this is based on what people who believe in the paranormal,
Yeah, but
people that don't
not
believe in
everybody
it.
believes like we believe. Like these are just random people that they, I guess, tested,
So
like asked questions
so
to.
they're they're polling people other than true paranormal believers.
Right,
They're
right,
polling anyone, just the
right.
general public.
Yes.
So obviously, if you're polling the general public who don't know anything about paranormal, they would say stupid shit like that.
Yes. Like the next question
Get
is
me on them.
what is a cryptid? So God knows what they came up with.
Okay, cryptid, from my understanding, is something that has not yet been identified as a particular existence. I guess if I'm wording that right. It's like, all right, for instance, kangaroos for years were cryptids until they were
Yep.
discovered as a lot of them do exist. So,
Like
like,
the platypus. Well, that poor platypus.
pops
They
in and out of
they
our dimension.
Boomer was right. An animal that has not been discovered yet or documented by scientists.
That's the word I was looking for. Documented.
But
Yeah.
they had like things like that people would said, I guess. So they have like a mummy that returns to life, an ancient vampire, an ancient werewolf from Eastern Europe.
Those are their ideas of cryptids.
People's ideas.
That's Hollywood bullshit. You would think Bigfoot would be in there.
Yeah, right.
Bigfoot's a cryptid.
Well, they took the most popular, I guess.
The chupacabra, that would be a cryptid. Those things, not shit that fucking Hollywood came up with. I don't know who the hell they pulled, but they spend too much time watching paranormal shit on TV. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. What is an oh, I hate this word.
Well, write
Ensod-
it down and I'll say it.
Ensododal approach to paranormal investigating. You know the word?
Incidental?
Here, I'm
No.
gonna read it. I'm gonna read it out loud. Anecdotal. Anecdotal.
Oh, anecdotal,
Yes. There you go.
as in an antidote, right? Anecdotal. Look up the meaning of anecdotal. Anecdotal. Anecdotal.
Yeah.
That's what spell is.
Anecdotal.
Tal. Anecdotal.
What is an
It's
anecdotal?
an anecdote, like a somebody describing a joke or something. Like somebody. Oh, what the fuck is the definition of an anecdote? Let's see.
I don't know, but it asks, what is an anecdotal approach to paranormal investigation?
Anecdotal.
Yeah.
Anecdotal is characterized by or fond of telling anecdotes. That's what I thought it was.
Eh,
So it something that would be the subject of an anecdote. So in other words, what would be something in the paranormal most people like talking about, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Uh, hmm.
Well, what not what they like, yeah, I guess what they like talk about. What in the paranormal
Like,
investigations are the most, yeah, talked about, I guess. Yeah.
yeah, something that people believe in, but there's no hard evidence about.
Eh,
Because one of their sentences, all right, it's an adjective of an account, not necessarily true or reliable, because based on personal accounts rather than facts or research. The first example is while there was much anecdotal evidence, there was little hard fact.
Right.
All right, so read the question again.
What is an anecdotal approach to
Pro
paranormal investigations?
paranormal investigations. Uh, Psychic ability, devices, um, because none of that's ever been factually proven that they work. Um, do they have a list like of what they got?
Yeah. So,
Um,
evidence collected regarding paranormal using the scientific model, anecdotes created to fend up demons, spirits, and other cryptids during investigations, um, paranormal investigations based on collecting stories and encounters.
right. In other words, hearsay stuff would be an anecdotal approach
Yes.
to investigating.
Hey, night girl, how are you, sweetheart?
Okay. Nike girl in the house. What's up?
So they say that it's that last one I read, that the most people believe it's collecting stories and hearing about other people's encounters, try to prove it.
I'll be right back.
Uh-huh. Ooh, here's one. Who was Charles Fort? Does anybody know who Charles Fort was? I don't.
Charles Fort was the first person to perform an actual investigation of the paranormal. Right? He died in 1895.
Uh,
I don't know.
no.
What's your answer? No? Okay. That was a guess. That was a shot in the dark. Like I said,
so,
I don't research this stuff. I just
I'll tell you who Charles Fort was.
all right, Charles
He's
Fort. I know the name, but
one of the best known paranormal anecdotal, however you say that word,
anecdotal.
collectors. He published the stories in 5 books. The books of the Damned. Uh, the Book of the Damned in 1919, New Lands in 1923, Low 1931, and Wild Talents in 1932. So he basically took everybody's haunted stories and put them into books. That's kind of cool.
Okay, so he was the first author of paranormal stories.
Yeah.
I was close,
Yeah.
but he didn't die in 1895.
I said hello.
Anyway,
Oh, she doesn't like my hello. She wanted your hello. I think you said hello to
I said
19.
hello too. I said an exaggerated hello. Since I am not even getting a hello, I am off to bed. Have a. We all said hello to you. What are you talking about? What do you want? Fucking engraved in gold leaf and mailed to you? Can she just not hear us?
Maybe, I don't
Turn your
know.
fucking speaker up.
uh, Boomer's typing now. So the next question is, what is parapsychology?
Parapsychology is the scientific way of studying paranormal event.
Kind of.
Not kind of. That is it. I don't give a fuck what they say.
um so they say it is the study of mental phenomena that are included from or inexplicable by orthodox scientific psychology, such as hypnosis and telepathic, etc., etc.
Okay, that's an elaborate, wordy explanation that describes it in the layman's way I did. Wordy and yeah, they're basically saying the same thing I did with bigger and more words.
It brought me in on the stream from like 2 minutes ago. Oh, okay. It wasn't, you weren't caught up. I got it. I was going to say, I thought I said it as soon as you
Yeah,
came
you
in.
better
I was
fucking
reading.
apologize. See, that's why I turn my DVR off because people get fucked up like that.
Yeah.
If they come in and they don't check to make sure that the DVR isn't backed up and bring it forward, this happens. See, and you ask me, why don't you put your DVR on? Well, this is why.
Well, for these where we're not doing investigations, yeah, I can try to turn it on. I don't know how here on StreamYards, but I guess I could try. But because we're not doing
You
any
have to
kind
do
of
it through your
investigation. But with you, when I want to catch something and I can't go back, I want to kill you.
That's a YouTube setting. You have to go into your YouTube
Creator Studios?
what's it called again? Yeah, YouTube Studio. You have to go into your YouTube Studio. Let me see if I can see where it's at so I can tell you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. All right.
YouTube Studio.
Let's do the next one. What famous prime minister met the ghost of Abraham Lincoln?
Do what?
What famous prime minister met the ghost of Abraham Lincoln?
Prime Minister.
Okay, Nike girl. I didn't
Oh,
want to
wasn't
offend
it?
you. I was like, I hope she knows that we
Wasn't
really do.
it? Wasn't that the Prime Minister of Canada? Wasn't it?
Yes, Kelly got it right. Winston Churchill.
Winston Churchill. Who? What was he
Sometime
the Prime
after
Minister
World
of?
War II, Winston Churchill stayed at the White House. During a bath in which he was smoking a cigar and drinking some scotch, Mr. Churchill encountered the ghost of Lincoln. Considering he was stark naked, Churchill reacted to the apparition of the president by saying, "Good evening, Mr. President. You,
I
s-
really guess.
you seem to have me at a disadvantage," according to the story.
Okay. Good night. Good night.
Good night, sweetheart. Have a
What was
great
he the
night.
Prime Minister of, though?
And then he said, according to the story, Lincoln smiled at him and faded away. So he was
Who was
drunk and
Winston
naked and
Churchill Prime
see.
Minister of?
I don't know.
Okay. No, I'm asking Google.
Oh,
Oh, British
that he was.
statesman. He was a Winston Churchill, British statesman, military officer, and writer who was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So I was close. Canada, United Kingdom, not much difference.
Yeah. Halfway across the world. Yes, same thing.
No, but Canada was considered part of the United Kingdom for a long time.
Yeah.
So that's why I thought Winston Churchill was a Canadian.
Mm.
But anyway, so during the Second World War, and again and then that's where they break it off. I'm not opening up Wikipedia. But yeah, okay. So he was the Prime Minister of the UK. All right, gotcha. Born November 30th, 1974, Bellingham Palace. Bellingham? I never heard of that one. United Kingdom. Died January 24th, 1965, age 90, at Kensington, London, United Kingdom. Okay. Why was I thinking he was a Canadian? And yeah, for the life of me, I couldn't remember his fucking name. I should know his fucking name. Because I was in the military, and, you should know the history of the military, which he falls under, and I didn't. I feel stupid just for that fact that I didn't know his fucking name. Then I feel stupid thinking he was from fucking Canada, not the UK. But
I mean, come on. He
knew
saw
the event you were talking about, though.
he saw Lincoln's ghost, Boomer. You should know that.
I should know that. How should I know that?
I don't know. That's
I should know his military history. Absolutely, I give you that one, and I didn't.
Okay,
Look,
so
you
here's
have
the next
four
question.
jokes and see how much you fucking remember.
What? I don't remember anything now. What is the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry?
Media. Never mind. Go on.
Okay, guys, here's the question. What is the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry?
The SIA. No, the SIA. Skeptics
No.
Inquiry Anonymous. The SIA. No, I don't know. What is it? I probably should know.
Let's see if anybody else knows first while I make a cigarette.
Kelly says Great Britain. No, you're wrong. No, the FBI. Men in Black. Oh no, it's about skeptic. The skeptic.
The FBI.
Debunkers. Non-believers club. I don't fucking know.
Oh shit.
I've never been a skeptic, so I was never part of the club. Bless you. Zunda.
Okay. The FBI. You're close. It's the CFI.
CFI.
Yeah, it's the
What's that acronym for?
It's
Oh.
transnational American nonprofit organization that investigates controversial and extraordinary claims. In 1975, Paul Kurtz, a humanist philosopher, invited many skeptical researchers as many as he could find, to a conference that would later lead to the committee. After it had disbanded, many of the members came together to form the CPI, so the second part of that. The members included all these different people.
They don't say what the acronyms stand
No,
for. CPI and CFI.
nope.
What the fuck? That's gay. What are the CFI and CPI? All right. CFI stands for Control Flow Integrity, and CPI can stand for Consumer Price Index. Nope, that's wrong. That's not what we're talking about. The CFI, CPS, and CPI properties. Comparing CFI and CPI shows that CPI is stronger
You
than
gotta put
CFI.
committee. Put the
That's
CFI,
what the C stands for, don't it? Committee?
CFI Transnational American Organization, and see what it comes up with.
Committee. I can't spell committee. How do you spell committee?
COMMITTE.
Oh,
Two E's at the end.
I had the beginning right. TTEE. I put Y.
Controversial finding investigations. Oh, that could be.
Okay. All right. Committee on Public Information, CPI, AP U.S. History. The Committee on Public Information, CPI, was a U.S. government agency established in 1917 during World War I to promote the war effort and encourage. And that's not the CPI I'm looking for. Thank you.
No.
They don't even mention CFI. Consumer Price Index, Critical Program Information Risk Assessment. What is the Consumer Price Index?
Put in this guy's name, Paul, and his last name is Kurtz.
Hang on. Paul Kurtz.
And put his
Kurtz.
organization.
Paul Kurtz, American professor.
Yeah.
Let's see. Boom. All right. Paul Kurtz, December 21, 1925 to October 20th, 2012, was an American scientific skeptic and secular humanist. He has been called the father of They're going to make me open up the fucking... Called the father of secular humanism. He was Professor Emeritus. They still don't. They don't. All right, hang on. Let me open it up in the Wikipedia. Maybe they have
Controversial, yeah.
all right. Does not mention the CPI in here or CFI.
They're hiding it.
IHEU. I don't see those acronyms in here. Why won't they? I want to know what the fuck the acronyms stand for. Damn it!
Let me see if I can find.
Okay, CSICOP started Skeptical Inquirer, its official journal, like Martin Gardner. Okay, that CSICOP. Um. Okay. I bet you the P in CPI stands for
Okay, so CFI stands for Center of Inquiry. A center for inquiry.
Okay.
He was the professor of it. And
Okay.
now
Center
see.
for Inquiry. Okay, here's CS. Okay. At a meeting of the Executive Council of CSI in Denver, CSI's Pantheon of Skeptics, the Pantheon of Skeptics was created by CSI.
No, CPI.
I'm reading what they're saying. To remember the legacy of deceased fellows of CSI and their contributions to the cause of scientific skepticism. See, yeah, I went all through this, and they don't have that acronym in here.
Yeah, they don't have the second one. They just
No,
have
they don't.
the Center for Inquiry, which he started in
Right.
75.
Oh,
Oh,
it's committee for skeptical inquiry.
oh, that's the yeah, but the ones they gave here was CFI and CPI. I'm trying to figure out what the CPI stands for, but it doesn't say.
Yeah, they don't have it here in what you call it either.
But it does have the first one, and they still have that going. The CFI. Uh,
Oh yeah, because there's still as many skeptics as there are believers out there. Of course, they're gonna.
yeah,
It'll go as long as there's believers. For as long as there's believers, there's gonna be non-believers and
that's right.
skeptics. So yeah.
So
Anyway, next
now,
question.
next question: what famous World War II scientist believed in telepathy?
Telepathy.
Good. Believed in telepathy.
Uh, Boomer D.
Yes.
Paranormal investigations. Controversial paranormal investigations is CPI. Is that what you said, Dragon? I'm skeptical of that, right, Kelly? I'm skeptical of all science. Not all science.
Alan Turing. Alan Turing, the
Never,
famous computer scientist, believed in telepathy.
never heard of him. Unless that's the guy. Was it back in the 70s that is he the one that would do tests on famous psychics, self-proclaimed psychics, to test their
I don't know.
psychic
They didn't give any
capabilities?
information on him.
Uh,
They
Google him. If because the name sounds familiar. Because I remember seeing a documentary of somebody back in the 70s who was into like computers and stuff like that, whatever, science and stuff. And he would take people who claimed to be psychics and stuff, having different psychic abilities, and he would take them and put them in a room and test their psychic abilities and shit. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Oh, let's see. Oh, the card one, yeah, where he would put like a circle and a square from Ghostbusters. Remember when they did that? And he would shock the guy, but he wouldn't shock the girl?
All right, I'm gonna Google something else. All right. All right. Let's psychic ability test in the 1970s. Okay. In the 1970s, the CIA and other government agencies conducted experiments to test psychic abilities, particularly remote viewing. The CIA's program was called Stargate, and it was intended to help the U.S. spy on the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Okay, that's not the one I want. Psychics Targ and Pathoff began testing psychics for SRI in 1972. Oh, physicist. I read that wrong.
I tell
Physicist
you,
Targ and Putoff, I assume that's their last names, began testing psychics for SRI in 1972. I think that's one I was thinking of. They had a
yeah,
documentary of it.
because this guy, this poor guy, brilliant. He was brilliant. He did all sorts of stuff. But anyway, he was what we would call now like a transgender. Like he was a male, he was born male, but he believed he should
Right,
be female.
right.
So he was prosecuted for homosexual acts in 1952. He accepted hormone treatment and a procedure commonly referred to as chemical castration as an
Right.
alternative to prison. He died. That was in 52. He died in 1954. He poisoned himself with cyanide. Oh,
Wow.
poor thing. Probably because of all the stress
Oh,
they put
guy.
on shitters.
Well,
And
he didn't want to live being somebody he didn't feel he was.
yeah.
He'd rather be dead than live a life of a lie, in his mind. But yeah.
But
Oh, I just got yelled at. You got that one right. Okay, thanks.
brilliant computer scientist, like such a shame.
Yeah.
Okay.
He couldn't live the way he wanted to live, so he'd rather die. Yep. Anyway, next question.
Okay. I have to just press the buttons I got out of it. And it won't give you them until you answer the stupid questions. Like, so I'm like, okay, just press the buttons again.
Well,
We did parapsychology, Winston Churchill, the Skeptic Committee. Okay. Oh, Alan Turing. That's who we're on. Okay. What is an EVP?
electronic voice phenomena.
Who came up with it?
Boomer D. Ghostbusters. That one I don't know. I probably knew it one time.
Does anybody know who came up with or who thought of this electronic voice phenomenon?
I know it was the guy who first discovered through his TV that he was able to communicate to disembodied beings. I can't remember the guy's name, but I remember the story. He used his television, old tube television, and noticed that on some of the channels, the white the white noise on some of the channels sounded like speech patterns.
That was after first this person came up
Oh,
with the thought of it. He didn't actually do it. He just said it
oh,
could
okay.
be done. I know it. It was the guy who made the spirit phone. Well, like I said, this is before that. Before anybody actually did it, he said it could be done.
Oh, without testing the hypothesis at all, he just names it and says this can be done. No hypothesis, no theory, no nothing. Just
Well, no, he had because of the other thing.
is that what?
So I'll tell you, it was Thomas Edison suggested the possibility of creating a machine that would allow people to communicate with the dead. He was probably working on it, but he worked
That's
on
probably where he invented the phone. Then
yeah.
no, that was Graham Bell. Never mind.
Graham Bell invented
Edison
the
was the
phone.
light bulb. Thomas
He
Edison.
came up with electricity, right?
Right.
So then
No. Thomas Edison did not invent electricity or discover electricity. That was the other guy. The one with the kite and the key.
Oh yeah, the kite.
But he took that knowledge and put it towards something else about making self-contained light with electricity. That's what Thomas Edison did with Benjamin Franklin. That's what Thomas Edison did with Benjamin Franklin's discovery of electricity.
Right, okay. He developed many devices such as electric-powered generation, mass communication, sound recordings, and motion pictures.
Right.
These inventions included the phonograph, the motion picture camera, the early versions of electric light bulbs. Okay.
They should reword that and say these are the things he got credit for, because there was two other people involved in that discovered that invented the way of the light bulb before Edison came into the picture and made it actual, put it on the books.
Yeah.
Edison put it on the books, but there was like two or three other gentlemen involved with it. So just saying.
He was the first person who made commercially available fluoroscopes, a machine that uses X-rays to take radiographs.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, interesting. Anyway, yes. So there you go. We learned something.
So he was the first one to coin the phrase EVP. Pretty much. Yeah, I thought it was the other guy.
What
did it?
What was the Ghostbuster ruling?
If it flies, it dies. No, I'm just kidding. Ruling.
Yes.
What do you mean? Like their motto?
No, ruling. Like Ghostbuster ruling. This was something in a court.
Oh, what was the... well, that's a vague question, though. Technically, like...
I know this because I actually read it by an accident when I read about something paranormal.
The ruling was that they were good to go, pretty much. In layman's terms, they finally ruled that Ghostbusters was necessary and we could use them and they were good to go. In my words, okay? That was the final ruling on Ghostbusters. Because they were taken into court because they wanted to disband them and end it.
No, that was in the actual movie. This is an actual ruling in an actual court.
Oh, on the movie Ghostbusters?
No, not on the movie. It was an actual ruling in a court, and it was called the Ghostbuster ruling.
The Ghostbusters? Okay, I don't know. I'm lost on that because I didn't know there was a ruling on people ghostbusting.
No. So they called it the Ghostbusting ruling because it was. I read this because some guy, they had a house and the guy said it was haunted, and then they put it on the ghost tour because even the neighbors believed it was haunted. And so buses would go by and it was on a ghost tour. The
Right.
guy sold the house to out of towners, but it didn't tell them it was haunted and didn't
Okay.
tell them it was on some ghost tour because they bought it. They lived out of
Right.
town and they saw the listing and they bought it, right?
Right. Right.
So they took them to court because they're like, I don't want to live in a haunted house, and they made the Ghostbusters
Oh.
that they had to from then
All right.
on
I'm gonna
close.
take a shot in the dark. Hang on. Don't give me the answer yet. So I'm gonna take the shot in the dark and say that the ruling there was that there has to be full disclosure of incidences in a dwelling that you are selling. You have to let the purchaser know that there has been activity there or a death or whatever.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go.
So
There's the ruling.
basically that was at New York.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
the loss to them, the New York
Wasn't that about
court ruled
about
that
Amityville? The Amityville house? When they sold the Amityville house, was that what that court
oh no, this was a
one was
different
about,
house.
or
This
the
was
another one? Okay. All
yeah,
right.
this was what was the guy's name? Do they say it?
But in now it's been revised. Okay, that's been revised. At least in the state of New York, it's been revised that if a potential buyer asks the seller if there's been any paranormal activities or deaths on the property, they have to divulge that information.
Yeah.
But they don't have to offer it.
Right. Well, yeah, here in this ruling, what year was it? 1990. They probably did change it from then.
Yeah.
It says that sellers must disclose that a house is haunted to potential buyers.
Right.
This one, however, because he was from out of town, he never heard the stories about the Akeley house.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
Oh,
family.
the Inkley house. I remember that. I remember that bullshit. It was in the news.
Yeah. Yeah, 1990.
Yeah, 1990. Yeah, I couldn't follow it because I was in the army but by then, but oh no, I didn't go until 91. Where was I? Where was I when I heard that story?
I don't know, but everybody's heard of the Akeley house, I'm sure.
Yeah, the Inkley house.
Those
Yeah.
tours and all that shit.
Yeah, I remember that now. It was a big whole like, and that's what started that controversy with potential sellers not wanting to like put their stuff on the list because they didn't want to have to divulge that information to sell their home. They didn't think their homes were going to sell. Right. If they gave them that information. So, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was revised in the late 90s, early 2000s to where if you are asked directly if the places have been known to be haunted or active or whatever, or if there was a death on the property, you have to be honest about that and tell them the history of the place to let them know.
Right.
Yeah. I was in the Marines when that happened. Yeah. Well, I was just ending my work experience at a printing press at that time, and then the beginning of 91, January 91 is when I joined the Army. So, yeah.
Here's the next question. This is a catch-20. I don't know like how you would answer it. The best guess you could get. How many people experience some type of haunting or ghostly phenomena?
I'm going to say 58%.
So this is like, they give a whole bunch of them, and it's like, so it's out of 10. So how many people out of every 10 people,
Oh, I'm gonna say 3 out of 10.
Anybody else have any thoughts? I graduated high school in 91.
3 out of 10 would be
6 out of 10, they think.
6. Okay, yeah, 6. Yeah, 6 out of 10 would be 50, around 57%, right? 50% would be 5.
Yeah.
So about 57%.
I was thinking that
So
actually
yeah,
tell
6 out
people
of 10.
2 out of 10.
Yeah.
They actually have 1 out of 10 people report seeing apparitions, sensing a presence, dramatic temperature changes, or offensive odors. So 1 out of 10 people.
All right, so 10 divided into 8 billion in the world would be 800 million. So that's 800 million people in the world who believe in the paranormal out of 8 billion.
Yeah. Well,
According to their poll.
right.
If I did a poll here, of 10 people, I guarantee it'd be closer to 6 to 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It all depends on who they're polling and where they're polling
Right.
at. You know, if you're in the
This
middle
is
of
like,
fucking,
this
you
is
know,
people that actually, I guess, go to their police station, their somewhere that they write a report.
oh, they're talking about reports. All right, so
I'm assuming, yeah.
how many out of 10 actually report a paranormal event?
Yeah.
That's different, though. That's different. So yeah, because not everybody reports it.
Yeah.
Some people understand it to the point where they're just used to it. There's no sense in reporting it. Some people are too afraid to report it. Some people are afraid of looking crazy. So that's not an accurate count, though.
Yeah.
If it's based on
But
that.
still, even that, 1 out of 10 people are like, hey, there's something fucking going on. God bless them. Good for them. Well, they probably thought it was something like, because, like, what about that one? He thought he had a ghost. He set up cameras, and there was a person that was fucking living in his attic who was coming down and eating his freaking food.
Right.
Like, that shit's scary,
That's why I set up my cameras, but I know I don't have a basement or an attic that somebody can be hiding in. So what was going on here, I had a legitimate call for having the cameras, because I know,
right,
like, when something breaks in my kitchen, there ain't somebody hiding in my back room, sneaking out at night. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Yeah.
In what year was one of the best known ghost photos taken?
1942.
I knew this one. I pressed it and I was like, yay.
They don't live. Almost everyone around me leaves. Yeah, exactly, Dragon. It depends on where they go and who they ask.
They don't live around me. Almost everyone believes that's right.
All right, I said 1943. Kelly says 1923. Dragon says 1989.
Okay, and it's 1891.
1891.
Uh-huh. Cybele Corbett took a picture at the Abbey in Cheshire, England.
Oh, okay.
In an unoccupied room. In the photo, a man is sitting in the chair.
Yeah.
This man was later identified as a relative of Lord Combier, who had died in an accident 5 years earlier.
That one was scrutinized to the hill. I remember the story now from back in the
that long 1891. How did he fake it?
Late 80s. But it was there. And it happened a lot with those old-fashioned cameras where double exposures happen. You can take a picture of somebody sitting in a chair and then load another thing, take a picture of an empty chair, and when you develop them, you can merge the two images to make it look like somebody sitting in the chair. That was one theory of theirs when they scrutinized the image. There were several other images after that as well, and some were blatantly, they discovered they were blatantly faked, and they knew that. That was the only one they couldn't definitively say it was real or fake.
Yeah, but
they did know that the building they were there to do it.
The guy died 5 years before. How did he take a picture of him in the chair? And he was some kind of.
They could have had it could have been a picture of him 5 years ago, or it could be somebody who looked a lot like him. You know how, like, in photos, and when you alter the photo, you know.
Yeah, but you got to remember, in 1891, I don't know how much they could alter shit. Like,
they could. You'd be surprised the shit they could do with photography back then.
Yeah.
It's just like taking a picture on a modern camera. Let's say you got one of those throwaway cameras.
Yeah.
Take a picture. You rewind it to that same frame. Take another picture over that. Boom. You got a double exposure.
Yeah. Now that makes sense to me.
You can do the same thing with those old cameras.
But the fact that the guy was dead, that he was a lord, that this guy probably didn't have a picture of him to it just seems odd to me.
You see, now you're speculating that it's impossible. I'm speculating that it's possible. You're speculating.
It might be possible. I just don't know why he would go through all the trouble.
What I'm saying is, the family was a very renowned type family over there, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming they had family photos and other photos taken constantly over the years, okay?
Yeah.
So let's say this photographer who was, because they usually designate one photographer to do all their pictures, right? So let's say this photographer decides, oh, you know what? I'm going to play a joke on the world. And went to that same place with the same setup and took a picture of the empty chair, took one of his old negatives and transposed it over the new negative to make it look like there was a ghostly image sitting in the chair. It's been done, even back in the late 1800s.
Yeah, but that would only work if that guy was their family photographer and not just a guy who went there to take pictures of that place.
See, they wouldn't. It wouldn't be just a random person taking pictures, taking family photos. He
wasn't taking a family photo. It says Cybele Corbett took a picture at the Abbey in Cheshire, England, in an unoccupied room.
Right. And who's to say that Chad...
He wasn't related or anything. I just wonder if he was...
I'm just saying, who's to say that individual wasn't the one that took previous pictures of them? You know?
We'd have to find that out.
Hoaxes, they were hoaxes from the beginning of time. People would come up with ways and ideas to play hoax on the world constantly.
Okay.
And when photography first came out, they thought that was the best way to do it. You know? I'm just saying what's possible.
Yeah.
It could be possible to do that because I know photography. My grandfather was a photographer. He had all that old time photography stuff. And I took photography in school.
Yeah.
And so I know how things can be manipulated to appear as to be something else.
The next question. What is ectoplasm?
Ectoplasma is the residue a poltergeist spirit leaves behind after presenting itself or whatever.
That's what I thought, and they told me no when I pressed the button. So let's see if anybody else has any ideas.
But that is what it is. I don't care what the fuck they say.
Well, I'll read you what they
Is the
say it is.
residue left behind from a spirit that has manifested, and more likely a poltergeist spirit manifesting. Ectoplasma is what they leave behind. Their energy leaves behind.
Now, they say
It's a clear, thick liquid.
a supernatural substance that is supposed to exude from the body of a medium during a spiritualistic trance and form the material for the manifestation of spirits.
No, they got that shit wrong. I'm a fucking medium, and I've never left behind fucking ectoplasm. Ectoplasm is what's fucking left by the spirit that is conjured or appears, and it's more affiliated with poltergeist spirits.
That's what I thought.
It's a white, almost milky substance that's left behind the spirit's energy when it manifests. It has nothing to do with fucking mediumship or calling forth spirits.
You see, I pressed.
No, I believe what you said.
The goo that comes out of the walls during like a poltergeist haunting. I go, okay, that sounds right. And they gave me, no, it's the other one. And I go, what?
Yeah, well, they're full of shit then. Because you ask any medium we know, we probably got some mediums in the chat that have contacted spirits and had them manifest. Did you leave behind a big gop of goo in your chair when you did that? No, I don't. I've never seen an iota of fucking, signs of ectoplasm anywhere. In 50 years, over 50 years of fucking experiencing paranormal and 12 years of utilizing my mediumship, never did I manifest ectoplasm.
I only been doing it recently, talking to spirits, but I haven't.
Yeah, it is sharp. It is sharp, Dragon. Fuck them. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'd like to know where the fuck they get their information from.
I don't know.
Not from any medium, or not from any reliable medium, I'll tell you that.
When was the first seance conducted?
Yeah, Kelly says that wasn't ectoplasm. They probably pissed their pants. Well, I added they probably pissed their pants.
Yes.
Yeah, if they're leaving something behind after manifesting a spirit, that's not ectoplasm. They piss their fucking pants.
Yeah.
Fuck them. They're stupid.
Or shat, which is poop. Or they puke.
Shart, shat. A shart is a shitty fart.
Hi, Kirian.
Shat is another word that's a Gaelic term for shitting. Anyway, 1895. All right. Oh shit. I'm sorry. I talked over your question, didn't I?
That's okay. What was the first when was the first seance ever conducted?
First seance. Okay, now this is where we run into a problem again. The first documented seance or the first seance?
The first documented. Let's go with that.
All right. I don't know when the first documented seance was. Probably somewhere in the 1950s. But the first seance ever done was in it was done by a shaman in the 16th century who performed a seance to speak to a loved one. But Whether that's their answer or not, I don't know.
When was the first seance ever recorded?
Ever recorded? Oh, the first one ever recorded was at the Dandy House, if I remember. That was.
Let's do it that way and we'll look it up because their answer is retarded.
That was it's somewhere in the 70s. I think it was around 75, 76 at the Dandy House. They video recorded it and then claimed that the recording was contaminated because of the spirit they brought in. I think that's the one they're talking about. The one they performed, it's in it's just outside of Buffalo, New York, Hinsdale. In Hinsdale, New York, they claim that was the first ever recorded seance that they did in the house. Now, if it was the first ever, I'm not sure, but they claim it was the first ever they did in the house, the first ever recorded on video and audio.
Yeah, the first recorded conversation between the deceased and the living was in Dialogues of the Dead, published in 1760. However, popularity of seances increased in the mid-19th century with the rise of spiritualism.
Wait. How could... So, wasn't the first one recorded on a device? They didn't have recording devices in the 1700s.
No, I guess recorded meaning they wrote it, you know.
Oh, okay. Recorded as documented.
Documented, yeah.
Documented. Okay, yeah. Like I said, the first one, I didn't know if they actually documented it because I got my information directly from the source. So I didn't know if they actually documented. But yes, in the 1700s, early 1700s, they were telling me that they used the word shaman, but there was about 8 people in it, and they were trying to contact the loved one of this individual they referred to as the shaman, and it had a pretty bad outcome. But I think it was the guy's wife they were trying to contact, if I remember right. Now I guess Stephanie's saying okay. So yeah. So yeah, I was right. It was like, what did I say, 17 something?
Yeah, and they said 1760 was the first one.
Okay, 1760 was the first documented one.
Yeah.
All right. The first recording of one, actual recording with modern day recording devices, film, and audio, I believe was in the Dandy House, or also known as Hinsdale House, back in 56 or 57, if I remember right. It was the first seance they ever had on video that they claim the evidence was corrupted by the entity. But I can tell you from I have a personal friend of mine who did an investigation at the Dandy House with his group, and most of the stories there are bullshit. The activity there is bullshit. It was set up as one of those paranormal investigator what's the word you call it? Huh?
It's a trap, so people can pay money to go there and
investigate. What's the name for those places? They're attractions. It was a paranormal attraction. I was supposed to go with them to the Dandy House on their investigation, but they didn't take me. And my friend said, "I'm glad I didn't take you, man, because it would have fucking probably ruined your reputation, blah blah blah, or whatever." Like, he says he was thinking of me because in their investigation they didn't find anything remotely relating to any of the stories or claims of that place. Supposedly there was a room upstairs where a young girl died. All that was set up with remnants of old meat and stuff on the windows to draw flies and stuff and things like they said it was a big gimmick. It was just a big gimmick, bullshit. There are some stories that were true because he did ask me to check it out with my abilities and stuff. And what I discovered using my abilities, all right, there's what they call the hanging tree. Okay, now if you see any videos on the Dandy House, take note of this tree they claim is the hanging tree. No, for one, the tree's too young to have been there back in the 1800s when supposedly this place started.
Right.
The story was that I learned there was a trading post there, and the owner of the trading post impregnated a woman and then murdered her, making some claims of her, and hung her in the tree just up the road a little bit across the street from the trading post. That is the tree that exists there now, is a daughter of the original hanging tree.
Right.
The original hanging tree is a couple of yards away from the tree that stands there now. Now the tree they're claiming is the hanging tree. When you go up the road past where the trading station used to be, it was also doubled as the coach station. So it's known as either the trading post or the coach station. So that's where that structure used to be on the road. Now, just a little ways up from there is a road that you would take to get to the property of the Dandy House. About a mile or so up the road. All right. About halfway there, I think it was on the left side, is where all these so-called mediums claimed this one tree was. Now, if I didn't work in the tree business, because I worked for a tree trimming company when I lived in Indiana, all I had to do was look at that tree and say, no, that tree is way too fucking young to be the hanging tree back in the 1800 and something. Okay? Right. That tree can't be more than 50, 60 years old. I can tell that just by looking at the fucking tree. The daughter tree is only just about 80 to 70 years old, which is at least 30 years beyond when that story supposedly took place.
Right.
So, yeah, by the way, if anybody has any interest in investigating the Dandy House at the risk of being sued for whatever, because they have to prove I'm wrong on this, all right, to sue me anyway. But it's bullshit, people, okay? Don't fall for it. Don't waste your money. They charge like $350 a night there, okay? You go investigate for one night, it's going to cost you $350. They have a group price, I think is $1,500 for a group of 5 or more or something like that. Anyway, Boomer, and I seem to have some things in common. I used to do tree work in Indiana. Oh, for real, Black? Don't tell me it was with Wright's Tree Service. Because there's only 2 companies out there. I can't remember the name of the other one. There's Wright's Tree Service, and there's what was the name of the other one? They're competitors. I can't remember the name of the other tree company. But I was working there from fall of 2001 to spring of 2002, I think. Or is it? No, from 2002 to 2003. Fall of 2001 to spring of 2003, I think it was. Tri Creek Tree Service, Northwest Indiana. Oh, Creek Tree. I never heard of that one. Aspen. I think the other one I was thinking of was Aspen. Aspen Tree Service. That sounds right. I don't know. But the one I worked for was called Wright's Tree Service, and they were all over Indiana. And their main competitor was the other one I was thinking of. I think it's Aspen. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah. Anyway, that's the story that I know on Dandy / Hinsdale House. And it's been through 8 fucking owners since the original stories started. So I heard of Aspen Tree Service. Okay, so it is Aspen. Yeah. I think Aspen was Wright's main competitor in that area. I was in the Indianapolis area. So I was there from 2000, middle of 2001 to November 2003. But this has been fun, hasn't it? We don't need no stinking movies. For your benefit, Diane. Just
Yeah, is Diane still here? We're playing all these games for her. She's not even answering. Anyway.
No stinking movies.
Yep, we're playing stinking games. Okay. The next question, by the way, is what is automatic writing?
Automatic writing is the unconscious act of writing or drawing, describing what information you're getting from a spirit. That's my words. So they better be at least fucking right along the lines of those words, because that's what it is. They like using those big, long words and long explanations. Mine was 2009 to 2011. Oh, okay. So you were there after me then. Yawn. See? Fuck you, D. Fuck you, D. Hey. Knock, knock. Christina, you gotta play this. Diane won't. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Idaho.
Idaho who?
Idaho going to the gangbang. You know why I say that joke, right?
Yeah, because she's from Idaho.
She's from Idaho.
Automatic writing is writing said to be produced by a spirit through a human conduit.
There. My explanation was the same, just worded differently.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I know all about that shit, damn it. I don't know about shit that happened back in the 16th century. But I can tell you what's going on today, damn it. Well, I could if I really tapped in and connected with somebody from that era. They could tell me everything about it.
Yeah.
For instance, Benjamin Franklin wasn't the first to discover electricity. He just used a different way.
Yeah.
Electricity was discovered when somebody, I can't remember the name, was walking around town and saw a bolt of lightning hit a tree and catch fire. Benjamin Franklin took that and utilized it in his theory that electricity could be harnessed. So he took a kite, flew as high as he could in the middle of a storm, and tied it to something metal. I'm gonna believe it was, I'm gonna believe it was Mary's room key, to a kite string to see if the electricity, if it would attract the electricity. Yeah. That was his part in it, but it wasn't truly discovered by him. It was discovered by many other people before him, but there was one story about a guy who witnessed an electric bolt, a lightning bolt, hitting a tree.
There you go, Kelly.
So,
anyway. Brown, 1.21 gigawatts.
1.21 gigawatts.
Oh, here's one, Boomer. I want Diane to answer this one.
Wait, did you give us the? Oh yeah, you did. Never mind.
Yeah.
All right. Next.
What does an orb look like? They have the funniest answers here.
All right, I can tell you what an orb looks like to me when I catch them on the camera. It looks like a self-harnessed light source that is believed to be a spirit in a spherical form.
Oh, you're welcome, Diane.
So this has been a fun, fact-filled episode. I can't.
Yes, a fun fact filled up. This is so funny. They have like a multiple choice for this. What does an orb look like? And the one of them is a fuzzy ball of fur.
They could get fuzzy, I guess, if they wanted to. Spirits can take any form, right? The only reason why they choose orbs as a form of travel is because it's faster and uses up less of their energy.
Oh yeah. No, they're talking about spirit orbs.
Spirit orbs, UFO orbs, cryptic orbs.
Yeah.
Spirit orbs, dragon, spirit orbs. All right, am I close to their answer at all?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
better be because
It's generally a rounded ball of light that can either be translucent or transparent.
Yep.
They hover and fly at will and are believed to be the spirits of the deceased. They are often seen in photographs. They are different of that are just balls of dust.
They are different.
Yes.
A true orb, which I believe I've only caught 3 on my cameras, okay? They can enlarge at will and dissipate at will.
Yeah.
Hence, the one that showed up behind me on my cameras during the live stream. The one that was caught in my living room, traveling from one side of the living room to the other. It came from behind the TV because you could see you could see that it was behind other objects in the room. Like if you see where the coffee table is in relation to where that is. Now, if that was a ball of dust or something or a cobweb close to the camera, being that the TV and the table were far from the camera, that would have blocked out at least a portion of the TV and the table. But being that it was so large, and the only thing that it took out during its travel, the only view that it was the wall and the paintings on the wall as it traveled through. Yeah, it didn't like it was, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. But most of the stuff I catch, yes, I'm gonna call it dust or falling cobweb or something like that. You know.
Yes. Boomer has the flying cobwebs.
Yes, and they do generate certain colors too. That's one way to tell. Now a water spot, a water drop on a lens could appear as one, and being that water spots are a natural prism, they could look like different colors. Water drops in the air could look like, just from everyday moisture. Like some people go outside and they show their, and they say, oh, there's millions of orbs out here. No, that's moisture in the air. And the different colors is because the outside light could come from the moonlight, sunlight, man-made light, causes a prism within it, and you can see multiple different colors in it.
Yeah.
So there's some people out there who I believe is just want to believe what they want to believe. They think in their backyard there's a billion fucking spirits hanging around in orb fashion. Hey, let them. But I know the truth. You know, they want to think fucking Banshee was walking across their kitchen floor. I don't believe it, but I know the truth because I analyze videos. I analyze my own videos before I make any claim, put my stamp on it.
Mm-hmm.
But
All right, next question. How are past life regressions conducted?
through hypnotism. Do they want to elaborate on that, or? But generally, when you're doing a past life regression, you are hypnotized either through what's that thing I can never do because my
Well,
mind.
they call it hypnotized into a trance.
Yeah. Now
During
you
the
can do it through.
trance, the practitioners, uncover the memories of the past lives or
So hypnotism works, but you can also do it yourself by what is that fucking what do they call it when somebody like just relaxes to the point where it's something I can't do because my mind's too busy. Meditation. It can be done through meditation too. If you can get yourself to meditate at such a state where your mind is so relaxed that your subconscious brings forth those memories, they say it can be done through meditation, but it's most commonly done through hypnotism.
Yeah. Oh, Dolores Cannon did that? Oh.
Who's Dolores Cannon? I didn't have to do it. Mine came to me. Well, three of mine came to me like out of nowhere. Boom. I had a memory in my head of being somewhere else at a certain time and being killed there at that time. I've told you about my past life experiences, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't need somebody to hypnotize me to see that. And from what I've seen of what did come to me, I don't want to do a past life regression. Because if those three are that bad and dramatic and bloody, I don't want to see what the rest of them look like. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shit, if we go back far enough, I'll probably see myself getting eaten by a fucking dragon. I don't know. I don't want to relive that shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know anybody, like, why would anybody deliberately want to do a past life regression not knowing what they're... That's like diving into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and trying to get all the way to the bottom. You know, fuck that. You know, you're going into an abyss that you don't know where you're going.
Yeah. I only had that one like deja vu moment, and when I asked way later, they were like, "Yeah, that's because you were there before in a past life," but I didn't see how I died or anything.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely Google her because I've heard of other people trying it. I didn't know there was any like documented and stuff. Trust me, Boomer, I would never eat you. Hey, for all we know, in the past life, you could have been that dragon that did eat me. You never know.
You never know. The next question is, what is a shadow person?
I don't know. I know what everybody speculates as to what one is, but honestly, I don't think anybody could actually tell you exactly what one is because it's still one of those very elusive things that nobody can pin down.
Yeah.
I can tell you what I think a shadow person is.
Yeah.
A true shadow person, I think, is something that was never a living being and was created in the form that it is as a shadow, like a demon, some sort of demon, like a lower level demon. That's what I think a shadow person is, and I think that's why a lot of people misconstrue just a shadow or a spirit's energy. They misconstrued that with a shadow person, because shadow person is something totally different.
Yeah.
But a
Well, they
demon, my
say
cousin had one following him around. We talked about that. Oh yeah, Cody. See, Cody agrees that
yeah. Well,
would be
they
a good
don't
thing.
go that way. They're funny enough. They say shadow people are just completely black, but they do have some kind of shape of maybe a being. Shadow people are completely black. They move very quickly. Their silhouettes are often perceived as a male, and
So
they're
they're not.
2 or 3 dimensional.
They're not even answering the question.
Some people believe that shadow people are evil entities, while others believe they're just spirits.
Right. See, they didn't even answer their own damn question. They describe what they look like. They didn't say what they are.
No, they
Because
believe
we can.
they just
Us.
right.
They ask us to tell them what they are, but then they don't give us an answer to what they are. They
Right.
go on to be elusive about it as anybody else.
Yep.
I'm like, you motherfuckers, it's a trick question, I knew it was going to be like that. That's why I first answered the way I answered. Nobody knows, because everybody just speculates what it is.
Right.
And they just went on to describe what they look like. That doesn't tell us what one is.
Yeah. Well, that's what it is. It's just a damn shadow boomer.
Exactly. It's a fucking shadow. No, but there's more to it though. Like,
Yeah.
because there's a difference between shadow pushing and something that creates or casts a shadow.
Right.
And they didn't go into that. That'll tell us what one is. If they could tell us the difference between the two, that will tell us what a shadow person is, but they don't say that. They say what other people think it is. That's not an answer.
Right.
So how are we supposed to get an answer like that right?
That's right.
Really? Did you get this from the internet site quizme.com?
No, it's called Zoo, the site, and this was the only normal paranormal quiz I could find.
All right. Did you say normal paranormal? That's an oxymoron.
Well, all the rest were like movie ones or just really stupid.
This is the only normal paranormal.
Yeah, this was the only normal
That's right.
paranormal one.
I've seen 2 in my room, man and a woman. Yeah. See, well, the thing is, from my understanding, shadow people are not gender specific. Okay, because they were never human. Gender is a physical attribute of a living thing.
Right.
These were created. It's just like, okay, our creator has no gender. He created the 2 different genders. Okay. But angels don't have a specific gender. They're not gender specific either. Demons aren't gender specific. See, that's all fucking Hollywood interpretation of what these entities are. Okay. God and Jesus are, well, Jesus is but God is portrayed as some hairy bearded guy up in the skies. Okay, that's Hollywood biblical bullshit. All right, they're not gender specific. They can take on and appear as, just like a spirit can take on any form it chooses.
Yeah.
Shadow people, but because they were never a actual physical being, and that's why most people lean toward the demonic side of it when it comes to shadow people. They don't have a gender, and they can transform into any likeness they choose. To appear friendly, whatever. They'll appear friendly to get a leg in, to get a foothold in to wherever they want to take over, just like demons do. But yeah, so they will appear in different genders. So that's also wrong. What they said. They're trying to say they're
No,
male. They're
they
not.
said generally they appear as male.
Generally they appear as male. Okay, well, I'll give them that one. But yeah, they're not gender specific, and
Right. Well, that's what most people, they're only going by
they were
what
never
people are
human either.
saying. And if most people say, I saw this black male spirit standing there,
See, and that's another thing. When people talk amongst each other, if you're talking to somebody who's not familiar with paranormal, and you say, "Oh, I seen a big black male in my room," they're thinking, "Oh, the spirit of a dead African American gentleman." Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's not it. No, what I mean is it looked like a solid mass of black.
Yeah.
A shadow person. And that's what they are. They're a solid mass of black. It's like our energy, our spirit energy, which could take on any color, but it's the yang to our yin of energy.
Yeah.
And that's why they appear black. But one thing people misconstrue is a normal regular spirit and certain occasions can appear dark depending on several things, several aspects. Lighting, the type of, like on my nighttime cameras,
that's a long
they
time.
can appear dark, okay? But it's a regular spirit. But the way the light is in the room and the way it's captured on video, it could appear dark, and somebody could easily say, "Oh, that's a shadow person." No.
Right.
If you were an empath or had the clair of detecting spirit, you would know that.
Right. Okay, here's the next question. Who was one of the first ever paranormal investigators?
Zach Baggins. Fuck Zach Baggins. Double fuck Zach Baggins. I don't even know how he got so far as he did. First paranormal investigators, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was the what's that couple?
It's not Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Yeah, it's not Ed and Lorraine.
Them.
They weren't the first one. Before them, I don't remember any before them. You never saw one? Who never saw what? No, I've never seen a shadow person. Nope. If that's for me, Diane, no, I've never seen a shadow person. I've seen a shadow.
I've seen black shadows, but I realized that most of them were, believe it or not, birds or just fast flying orbs that looked black on the camera, but they weren't like,
Now, back when I used to see the cat running from the living room to the kitchen, and then later on, once I started sleeping upstairs, I saw him go from the foot of my bed into the closet with the closet door shut. He appeared black, right? But it was the form of a cat.
Right.
But regular spirits can appear black because one thing is, it's like, all right, it's like this. If I hold this paper up, this white paper up, right? And I take another piece of white paper and put it against this white paper, okay, you can't really see the other white paper. Now, if I take the black and put it against the paper, you see the black because when they want to stand out against a light background, they have to appear darker to be seen. If they want to appear against, or if they want to be seen against a dark background, like at nighttime, they have to appear white or light gray or whatever, so that they can be seen against the dark background. That's where a lot of the misconceptions come in, as to what's bad and what's good when somebody sees an entity. Not all dark looking entities are malevolent. Not all light looking
That's right,
entities
Diane. I don't care what you
are
call it.
are malevolent. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Let's see. You never saw one? Let me put it this way. I was up close to two black big figures that appeared to be man and woman. I don't care what you call it. Yeah, I I don't
That's
care
right.
either.
He was
I just
scared.
like I never saw an actual shadow person. I've seen shadows, but actual shadow persons, no. No face features and were solid black, not translucent. Exactly. That's almost like what came to me in my dream, and I woke up to after my dream. That's almost what it almost looked solid, but I don't think it was a shadow person because it had no like it reminded me more of a faceless reaper or um one of those things from Harry Potter. That's what it reminded me of. It was just floating, hovering above me, but I wouldn't call it a shadow person. It was some sort of demonic entity, I'm gonna say, but people believe that shadow people are demonic entities anyway.
Yeah.
But this one had no real form, and it had
It
no
was just
gender.
a black
But
mass.
yeah, a black man. It looked like somebody in a black cloak
Mm.
hovering above me, but with no human features. There was no hands, no face, no legs. It's almost like take a black cloak, a black hooded cloak, and throw it up in the air and take a picture of it. Okay, that's what it looked like.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, no face features, and yeah, um, that almost describes that, but it wasn't the same thing. But yeah,
Well,
I can't say I've ever seen a shadow person because the things I have seen, like on my cameras and stuff, and the other images and things like that, were explained as the way I explained it.
right.
So I've never in my day seen a shadow person. My daughter saw a shadow figure that moved across the room through the wall. Yeah, yeah. But from my understanding, as they're described to me, they're like a demon, but not a demon. They're created in the same manner as demons, where they've never been a living being before. They were created in the form that they are. So it's not a spirit of something. They're their own entity. But I hope I never see one.
Yeah.
Because after seeing that shit that night, I don't want to see anything similar to that again. When I saw them, I thought, "Oh no!" Called on Saint Michael. Yeah, shit. If I see anything that gives me a bad feeling, yeah, I'd call for protection.
So
Yep.
here was the answer on this, guys. You're gonna like this one, Boomer.
Oh boy.
Anthosaurus canites. 2,000 years ago, this younger recorded tales of hauntings in his large home in Athens. So I guess he was a young guy at the time he started. That was 2,000 years ago, and he was recording the hauntings that was going on in his home in Athens. The house was
Recording with
notorious,
what? Recording as in taking notes on it?
probably because 2,000 years ago
Because
was there any
2,000
kind
years
of
ago, there
devices?
wasn't no cameras.
Yeah,
So
the house was
he was good. Oh,
notorious,
he was
and
keeping like a diary or something.
yeah. So the house was notorious for different things, and was always deserted. So out of curiosity, he bought the house and decided to investigate and spend the night. His experience in the house was recorded by Philly the Younger. So I don't know if that was another guy who recorded it, like wrote down his experience and published it. It's interesting.
Hmm. Yeah, that's cool.
I might have to look
Still,
more up.
that's just stating somebody's experience and accounts of what happened. That's not telling us what a shadow person is. See what they're doing to us? They're asking us what a shadow person is,
Yeah,
and then all they're doing is describing an account of somebody else's
right.
experience. They're still not telling us what one is.
Yeah,
Just
no,
like with
they didn't.
you know.
Oh, you know this one. What is an empath?
It's a blonde asshole who keeps interrupting everybody on live streams who claims he can hear dead people. Am I right? Am I even close?
Yeah, they're a little off there.
Little? Okay. What's their We all know our explanations, but what's their explanation? You might as well go ahead and say what they say. Because we're all going to have the same fucking answer.
Black is an empath, so he should know it.
All right, so what's their answer?
Their answer is they say it's three ways to describe it. A highly sensitive person, an emotional sponge,
Okay.
someone who is affected by other people's energies.
Okay. I'll accept those. At least they answered the fucking question of what is and then to go on with a lengthy description of it.
Right. Oh, I know Boomer knows this one. What is a necromancy?
A necromancy or a necromancer or necromancy?
Necromancy.
Well, it shouldn't be an A in there because
It's spelled Necro.
no, you said hang on. I'm talking about the grammar. A necromancy would indicate it's talking about a specific thing, place, person, no,
I said what is necromancy?
No, you said what is a necromancy, and that's what threw me off.
Sorry.
Necromancy is the practice of dark magic to gain a benefit from someone who's dead, either trying to resurrect or get information from them or whatever. It has to do with root word necro, meaning dead. So it deals with the dead, and most people believe it's a dark magic. So yeah, a necromancer is the person that practices necromancy, which is trying to create something from the dead.
Dealing with death. So their description is its purpose is generally for divination involving magic for summoning a spirit from the dead.
Yep. Wow, my explanation was longer than theirs this time.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was pretty much on point with that. It deals with dealing with dead, but they didn't mention that it's most likely looked upon as a dark magic.
No,
a lot of people, especially the religious people,
Right. Its purpose is generally divination. It involves magic and summoning a spirit.
Right. It's the art of conjuring or summoning a spirit. Yes. Yeah. I should have just said that in the first place, huh? But I was expecting their fucking answer to be the way like I answered it. Because all their other answers were just lengthy descriptions of what something is or looks like, rather than saying what it is or what, So Anyway, I was pretty much on point with that.
Yeah. Now, what is paranormal about the Bermuda Triangle?
Paranormal about you, the fact that everything that goes in there disappears is one. um, there's no magnetic field in there or a powerful magnetic. Anyway, something to do with the magnetic field altering guiding systems and stuff, which causes people to get lost there. Um, that's as much as I know about it.
That's about as much as they know about it too, I guess.
Oh, so I was on right. I was on point with that.
Yeah, I mean they give a
Yeah,
specific account of one thing,
right,
but you know.
right.
It says dozens of planes and ships have disappeared there. In one disappearance, the pilots of a squadron of U.S. Navy bombers became disoriented while flying over the triangle, and then they were never heard from again.
Now that's what gets me. How do they know the story of it if they were never seen again to tell their story of what happened?
Well, they called in, they were disoriented. Everybody knows that story, Boomer.
I don't know that specific one. I know there's many like it.
There is many, but you know they called in saying they didn't know where they were. They
Oh, they were communicating through radio
yeah,
up to a certain point.
right.
The communications cut off, and they were never seen. Okay,
Yeah.
see, that's how they should have said it. See, that's how my brain
That-
works. They should have worded it like that.
They should have.
You know.
Ooh, here's one. Which first lady hosted many seances in the White House?
Reagan. Oh wait, no. Was it Reagan or was it Barbara Bush? Was it Barbara Bush or I can't remember her first name or Reagan? I think it was one of those two.
You're gonna find this even funnier. I did.
Black
Yeah,
Dragon
Kelly.
says Bush. Lincoln.
Yes, Kelly Lincoln. So Mary Todd Lincoln. Now just
Really?
think about that.
I
Didn't
was thinking of Lincoln at the end, but
the guy say he saw Abraham Lincoln's
yeah, spirit.
ghost, and then the wife just happened when they were alive, been dabbling in seances? That's kind of funny, right? So anyway, after Mary and Abe's son had passed away, Mary Todd was never the same. She began to organize spiritualist seances in the White House, which were attended by her husband and other prominent members of society.
So no. Oh, okay, Mary. Are you coming back on?
Good, Mary. Ah, here. This is just a nice, easy one. Boomer. Can animals be ghosts?
Yeah. Spirits. I hate that word ghost.
I know, it's just I'm reading what they write.
Yeah, I know. See, that's what makes them idiots. But yes, animals, even plants, minerals, anything that lives and breathes has a spirit.
Yep. It says there are many stories of deceased family pets that are still like to cuddle, but it says any living thing can become a ghost.
Yep. Spirit, damn it.
Spirit.
Into them. Right into them and tell them they need to start using the word spirit when they're talking about generalization of.
That's right.
Yeah.
Spirits
Ghosts are hauntings, damn it.
Well, ghosts are unintelligent things going on, like residuals.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Residual hauntings, you can call them ghosts because they're not intelligent.
But no. Residual hauntings are spirits trapped in that moment of their
Well,
death. The last
technically, they're not
but
there. It's
they're
just playing over like a
right. It's
recorder.
their energy. Their spirit energy is stuck in a loop. That's not a ghost, though. A ghost is something. Ghosts can be intelligent as well. They're the ones that haunt and cause mischief and shit like that. Like poltergeists are ghosts, not
Oh,
spirits.
really? They
So,
have a totally different one if you
of
look it up.
course they do. Of course they do, because they're not getting their information from the same source I am.
That's right. They call ghosts anything that is not intelligent.
No,
Intelligent haunting, intelligent hauntings.
there are
Ghosts are anything that
intelligence that
can't
are ghosts.
intelligently haunt you.
Yes. Because ghosts deliberately haunt people. How can you deliberately haunt someone if you're not intelligent enough to know it?
That's right,
There's
Kelly.
got to be some level of intelligence to know that you're haunting someone. You know, the ghost is slapping you up. The ghost is throwing your dishes around. You have to know how to do that in order to perform the task, which implies there's some intelligence there. That's what a ghost is. A ghost is the yang to the spirit yin. You know what I'm saying? Your common everyday spirits are spirits. Everybody possesses, every living, breathing thing possesses a spirit, but they don't become a ghost until a certain moment in their life or afterlife that that I'm trying to think of another word, but for lack of that, that blackens their, it diminishes their goodness in their soul or whatever. That's when they become ghosts and become mischievous and haunting and stuff like that. A ghost is a dark spirit energy that was once an actual spirit energy.
I don't know about that one.
Hey, I'm getting this from the source, okay? Who are you
I'm
gonna
gonna I'm
somebody
gonna have to ask them. I'm pretty sure when I looked it up that I went
of
over it with
course,
them.
when you look it up, they're gonna tell you something, they're gonna tell you what they believe it is.
Yeah, but then I always ask them to say like, "Oh,
Ask them who? Who you asking? A fucking 12-year-old child that just hasn't experienced the afterlife yet? On the other side?
who? My
That's when you're
spirit
gonna know
guide
it.
has been here a long, long, long time."
Oh, your spirit guide. Who's
Yeah, even though she's 7, Sarah, she's been here a long, 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 long time. If she don't know, she's gonna ask the elders. She's not gonna mess
Wait,
around.
your Sarah's 7 as well?
Yeah.
Well, my Sarah's is 7, but she's not a spirit guide. She's just a spirit that hangs out.
She just hangs out with you.
But according to Stephanie and the gang, my little spies over there, they explain it in a whole different way. Ghosts are just merely darkened spirit energy.
I had to go back and look at it. Okay, what I wrote. A ghost is generally considered to be a disembodied spirit of a deceased person that remains attached to a specific location on Earth. Right. They can't move from where they are. So
Right.
it's different, like, than
And
because
over time, when a spirit is stuck in the physical plane, over time that spirit's energy darkens, and that's what turns them into a doing ghostly activities and shit, hauntings and stuff.
but a regular spirit can haunt your house too and become just for
no, see,
shits and giggles.
that's the thing. It's all about whether that spirit has diminished or not.
Oh yeah, but that
Not ghosts until they have diminished to the point where it's like
Like to when they become a twisted human. That part I understand.
Right, or from a twisted human, or generally they darken over time depending on how long they're stuck in that situation or on the physical plane. A lot of spirits can be stuck for a long time and never darken and become ghosts. They remain spirits.
Right, but I'm saying
some
regular
will become
spirit
ghosts.
can throw things around your house if they want to get attention or something. I'm saying though, not only
but that's not ghostly activity. They're not doing it to be malicious.
No, but
they're doing it, because it's the only way they can find to get your attention. That's not a haunting.
No. Well, considering if you ask anybody, if something is thrown in your house is haunted. That's how people feel. It's just an in general kind of thing, like technically a spirit can throw something around your house, like if they wanted to.
Now, I've always been told the spirit and the soul is the same thing, just named differently. Spirit energy is our soul. There's just different names for it.
Good night, Diane.
All right, Diane, go watch a good horror movie now.
Yeah, there's only a few more questions anyway, and then we'll get off of here because we've been on here 6 hours. Okay.
Really?
Yep.
Damn. It seems like I just checked it 20 minutes ago and it said 3 hours.
What is DOP?
DOP. Dumb old psychic. Oh. DOP.
No, it's not the same.
Let's see. I know. Because
the Sarah, my spirit guide, Sarah.
Spirits to each other.
We came together when I saw her grave in Bayshore, Long Island.
Someone stuck here.
And I actually crossed over her twin nephews who died at birth. But his Sarah's from somewhere else. Just so happened, coincidence, that they're both the same age.
Exactly, Black. And that doesn't necessarily make them ghosts. See, not all trapped spirits are ghosts. What makes them different is how their spirit energy deteriorates to the point where they become I don't know, I guess
watch Baby Boom, Diane.
Yeah. I have to watch a cute Hallmark movie to balance this out. Baby Boom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was the next question? I'm so over that ghost spirit thing right now.
Okay. What is DOP? I said.
DOP. I have no idea. Never heard of the term DOP.
Well, DOP is a disappearing object phenomena. DOP is a common phenomenon in which an object seemingly disappears before returning.
And that's pareidolia. That's another one. I would have to experience it to believe it. Okay. I can't believe that this pedal sitting here would just disappear from me. And that's the truth.
Because
you can believe anything.
No, but hear my reasoning.
You believe everything except for the fact that I'm right.
No, but hear my reasoning, Boomer. I believe that you can jump timelines by accident. Okay? If I walk through a timeline, I'm going to look like I disappeared and reappeared, but I didn't. I just happened to walk in a time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. To an observer, it would seem that you've disappeared and appeared. I'm talking about like inanimate objects that are sitting on a table that can't move to enter into a timeline.
Well, this said disappearing object phenomenon. It didn't say what the object was. If it's a car that's moving, a car is an object, but
Yeah, I believe that it was something moving because it happened to me, and I don't know. I didn't stop to do I didn't stop to question observers to see if it looked like I disappeared and came back.
you're
But
leaving too
that one
many
where I was
bitch lefties.
driving up 81, and then I passed a mile marker, and suddenly I'm passing that mile marker again, the same mile marker, but this time there's a truck in front of me.
Yeah.
That I have to believe because I experienced it.
Right.
But the way they worded it made me think that, this bottle or this ashtray or my laptop could just disappear and reappear in front of me.
Well, but this is
know.
the whole thing. What if you went into the timeline, moved your bottle would move with you. You would think, shit, where'd my
Who's to
bottle
say
go?
that bottle's there in that timeline?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm entering into a different timeline, I could be entering into a whole different setting. Like my desk here could be different. My computer could be different. My drink could be different. When you're entering into a different timeline.
Danny jumped the timeline. He said he was just walking, right? And they walked in. They were walking home from somewhere, and everything looked the same until they got to the house. And he turned around and he realized the moon was on the wrong side. Like, the moon at a certain time, it should be in a certain place.
It was. That day I went out, and the moon was in the southern position.
Yeah.
But that's not the same thing as an object disappearing and reappearing, though.
No, but I'm saying
that's a phenomenon too.
Yeah.
I went outside. I looked in the sky. I'm looking east. I'm looking west. I'm like, isn't the moon supposed to rise in the east, set in the west? But when I went out, that motherfucker was due south, rising. It was the middle of the night, and it was due south. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't bother going out again. I was thinking I'd go out again in a couple hours to see where it was, but I never did that, and I should have. Right. And I should have took my camera out to film it as well. But yeah, I witnessed that too. This was middle of last fall, I think it was.
Wait, well, he went. Funny enough, he went in then to the house because he's like, "What the hell's wrong with the moon?" He went into the house. And the whole house, inside, the outside, everything looked the same. When they went inside, everything was rearranged. And he said to his friend, he's like, "No, we're in the wrong fucking place." He goes, "We have to walk back to see if we can walk back through wherever we're supposed to freaking be." He's like, "I don't know what timeline we were on." He goes, it was almost the same, except the moon was fucked up and the house was.
Right.
Walked back. It's exactly, where we were. We went inside there.
The steps.
Yeah, they went back inside there, in wherever they were, a bar or a hangout place of their friend's house. I forgot what he said where they started from. So they went in there, and their friends were like, "What the hell are you doing back here?" He's like, "Oh, good." He goes, "Wait." And he steps outside and he looks at the moon. He goes, "Okay, no, we're all good." And he went back home again. But like he was like,
yeah, because I did experience that, but everything was still the same when I came into my apartment. I didn't notice anything had changed. It wasn't different or anything. And I came in thinking, well, I'll just go back out in a couple hours and see if it was just because I think I stepped out into a different time, but came back into my real time.
You did. If you would have,
so I didn't go far enough to lose.
Walked out of it.
Yeah. Well, I do remember that day like it was, and I mentioned it on a live stream. I was like, why would the moon be in the south I can't remember whose live stream it was. And nobody really, I didn't notice anybody commenting on it or not. And it was, I think it was last winter, actually. I think it was last February or March that happened. And it looked like a full moon, but very
Hey, yo, boy.
small.
Yeah.
It looked smaller than what it should have been. And if I remember right, it was at least 3/4 or full moon. And I'm looking out. If I remember, I think I even Googled moon phases and stuff like that. And I didn't get any information on that. I got no answers as to why the moon looked like it was rising in the south.
Right.
Like, I was thrown back. I was like, what the fuck? That's crazy.
Well, that's what I said last year. Last year I said something's going on. Like, because in the summer, the sun was setting so fast. I'm like, yay. When even 2 years ago, the sun would be out till 9 o'clock in the freaking summer.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I noticed last summer it started getting dark here around 7:30 or 8.
Yes.
Whereas generally throughout the summer, once we turn our clocks ahead, it doesn't start getting dark till almost 9:30, between 9 and 9:30. I was like,
yeah,
it is kind of weird. But
I was trying to look at it like certain phenomenons about it, and I forgot. Like, I don't think I found anything. But to me,
I didn't either, because I looked for it too.
I was like, no, there's something going on. This is not right. The days are like just.
Well, I know all right, ever since the 80s, back in the early to mid 80s, there was a something going around about, I remember either reading it or hearing about it, that the Earth goes off its axis like millimeters every few years or so. And the speculation there was that within the next maybe couple hundred years, the Earth is going to be so off its axis, it's either going to hurl into the sun or weather patterns are going to be opposite. Like California will get the weather New York gets. New York will get the weather California gets, and vice versa.
That
north,
would be nice.
north is going to be like south. South is going to be like north, and east and west, and all that. You know what I'm saying? But that was the story way back in the mid to late 80s. I remember hearing about it or reading about it. So now, 30, 40 some odd years later, it's starting to show results of that with our weather patterns, that phenomena with the moon, the fact that the sun is rising and setting at a different rate than it used to, all that shit. It's coming full circle now. So I'm going to guess in the next, so that was like almost 40 years ago. So probably in the next 60 years or so, I'm thinking things are going to start being like opposites of what it is now, as far as weather patterns and shit like that.
Well, and that's true too, Cody. We talked about that. Like, the ancient Greeks go by different calendars.
Yeah.
And a lot of the ancient does, where there's like really 13 months, and the days are just set differently than we have it now. This constantly changing the clocks back might have something to do with it too. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, nobody knows.
But, yeah, but it's everybody has a different way of counting the days and everything else.
Not everybody, but different cultures.
Different cultures. That's what I meant.
In different areas of the world.
That's right.
In different eras.
In different eras. But the Greeks still go by the ancient calendar. That's why our Easter is different than you guys.
So if we go to Greece, we could be leaving on Sunday. Greece should only be a 20-hour difference, I think. What's the time difference in Greece from us? I think it
No,
no,
maybe
the furthest one is 18 hours. That's New Zealand. Greece is before that,
10, I think.
10 hours. Okay, so you're saying if we go to Greece, it should be only a 10-hour difference from us, but we could be in their belief. We could be leaving on Sunday and arriving on Saturday.
Yeah.
Because they got 13 month calendar. Is that what you're saying? They have a 13-month calendar?
Well, the ancient calendar that they're going by um, has 12 months, but all the
Okay.
months
Okay.
have 30 days.
Exactly 30 days. Yeah. So we can be leaving here January 5th
Yeah.
on a Sunday
Yeah.
and arriving there January 20th on a Saturday.
Yeah.
I'd be like, hey, I'm talking about jet lag.
Yeah.
Oh shit. All right, next fucking question.
What
Get the
technology
fuck
is
away.
used by contemporary paranormal investigators? They have three
Like, is
main
there a
ones.
list? All right, let's see. EMS readers, EVP machines, and EMF, EVP, and video, I guess. Those are the three major ones I see in investigations. Video recorders, EMF readers, and EVP recorders.
They have night vision cameras or infrared,
Okay,
EMF
video.
EMF meters,
Yep, that's two.
and digital voice recorders.
That's three.
Well,
Yeah,
you said
EVP recorder is the same thing.
yeah.
Electronic voice phenomena. That's
Yes.
what you get. EVPs on a recorder. So I was right on all three. Cameras. I wasn't specific on the type, but cameras, EMFs, and EVP recorders.
Oh, you'll like this one, Boomer, too. Um, which of the below? So it gives you some choices, but I'm not gonna give you the choices. I'm gonna ask you to name three popular mediums of today, besides
Oh
me,
fuck!
because they don't have me or
I
you
can
or
name
Mary.
one. I think one is on the list that I can't stand him, but he's pretty famous. Is Chip Coffee.
Yes.
Um, oh, what the fuck is her name again from New York? Um, the one I was watching on TV, Kim Russo.
They don't
And
have him.
they don't have Kim. Are you fucking
No.
kidding me? Wow. The
Yes.
celebrity medium there. What's his name? He has two first names. Um, Tyler Henry.
Yes.
Another one I know of. Long Island medium. I keep forgetting her name. Who's the Long Island medium again? All right. There's a Jeff guy.
No, Jeff. So
Jeff's not
Tyler
on there.
Henry, Chip
Uh,
Coffrey, and there's one other one they name, which maybe is the Long Island one. I don't know
what's the name? I'll tell you if I recognize it as her.
Teresa Caputo.
Yes. Yep. Teresa Caprio. She's the Long Island medium. She has a show on Netflix as well. Teresa Caprio. I can never pronounce her last name either. But yeah, Teresa. I've watched her. I got doubts about her too. Just like I do Chip. And now I got doubts about Tyler Henry. I thought he was the coolest fucking thing. But now there's a lot of discrepancies with Tyler as well. I'm like, damn. But yeah, I'm getting really disappointed in all the so-called professional psychic mediums that I've put a lot of stock in. And it's turning out that, and these these facts, these facts of fakery and shit are coming to light. So I was like, damn, I'm fucking disappointed in these people. Um, Sylvia Brown wasn't on that list.
Nope.
Wow, I would have thought she'd be the first one because she was the first one they came after too. Sylvia Brown was the first one to be debunked. She was on like the David Letterman shows and shit, the nighttime shows and shit, being called out. You know, misreading everybody and shit. You know, stumbling over her excuses. That was funny to watch. But yeah, Chip and Tyler were the two main ones today that are on TV now with those other ladies I mentioned. So, but yeah, each time I saw her. Who? Hang on. Yeah, I never followed. Wait, hang on. No, you definitely have something else going on, way different than me. So interesting. Okay, I don't know what. What did I
I
miss
think
on
she's talking to Black.
James Van Prague? Yeah, James Van Prague was one I was trying to think of as well.
Before I went into the military,
John
I had
Edwards.
O positive blood. After the war, I had A positive blood, and I never had any blood transfusions. Okay, that is crazy.
Wow. I've always had AB positive.
Oh,
And as
well,
far as
we
I
have the
know, it
same.
hasn't changed.
You have the same blood type as me. But then again, I
Good.
haven't checked my
You
blood
need
type
a kidney?
since I was a baby.
If you ever need a kidney, give me a call.
I know who to call. Boomer has the same blood as me.
At 6 months old, I had pneumonia. Doctors left me for dead. My grandmother made a homemade remedy that saved my life. I had been in over 14 auto accidents where they were totaled. I walked away from them all. I walked away from one that I was involved in that was a total. Actually, two of us walked away from that one. And yeah, I rolled a mini
Oh,
big.
you're AB too? Okay, that's weird.
Kelly, need a kidney? I haven't drank in over a year, so they should still be good. Oh wait, no, that's the liver. I could give you a piece of my liver too, because the liver is the only organ in our body that regenerates. You can make
Yeah.
a whole liver out of a quarter of one. See, if they could take the chemical makeup of livers, maybe introduce
Wow.
lizard DNA, they could create a clone of somebody who could regenerate. I don't know, like they could regrow their finger or heal a cut in seconds, you know, or instantaneously. That'd be cool to see. Huh?
Yeah. All right.
Next
Here we
question.
go. Which haunted object was made? Which haunted object slash objects were made famous by Ed and Lorraine Warren?
Okay, there's oh fuck, I forget the name of the male doll there. What the fuck's his name? Is it Timmy? I don't know. I can't. It's that little. It's that weird looking. To me, it looks like a sailor.
No, not him.
And yeah, Annabelle.
Annabelle,
Was
yes.
one. I think Annabelle was the first one they introduced. Fuck. What was the other object?
Raggedy Ann, yep, she was number 2. Annabelle, Raggedy Ann, and there's one more. This one I never heard of, so I don't know if you guys would know.
Wait, Annabelle was number 2. She didn't
Annabelle,
get number
Raggedy
1.
Ann was number 2.
Wait, Raggedy Ann is Annabelle.
No, there's there's two different.
All right, the Annabelle in the movie is not what they were. The true Annabelle, haunted Annabelle doll, was a Raggedy Ann doll in the original story. The Raggedy Ann doll was the one referred to as Annabelle, not that Hollywood version they have now. I watched a documentary on it or some kind of video on it.
Raggedy Ann and Annabelle doll.
Yeah, Raggedy Ann is Annabelle. Just like, yeah, it's the same fucking thing. So they got shit twisted.
No, okay, so
And supposedly the Annabelle doll that Zach has in a fucking glass cage at his fucking haunted museum is not the Annabelle doll. That's
so
Hollywood's version of the Annabelle doll. Because when they made the movie Annabelle, they used a whole different doll.
so the real Annabelle is a Raggedy Ann doll.
Yeah.
But she has a fabric face. The other
Yeah.
Raggedy Ann doll that was haunted was a porcelain doll that was a depiction of Raggedy Ann. So there's two of them.
Well, that just fucks it all up because they're two different things. Annabelle was the name the child gave to her Raggedy Ann doll.
Yes, and that Raggedy Ann doll
Like
that was
a
haunted
spirit
was fabric.
that was told, yes,
Yeah.
the fabric one.
Yeah.
That she would communicate to the doll
Yes.
and shit. And supposedly it was possessed by the spirit of Annabelle, which is bullshit too. Okay, that's bullshit. Spirits can't possess inanimate objects. I don't know how much I gotta tell that to
But
people.
yeah, but they can be
they can have attachments to them. Yes, they can have attachments to them. That
So
attachment is an emotional attachment,
right.
not
So
a physical one.
the other doll that they found to be haunted was a Raggedy Ann doll that was porcelain.
I never heard of a porcelain Raggedy Ann doll. Never. So I don't know where they came up with that one.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look it up. And then now the third item was a vampire coffin used by a modern day vampire.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Eh,
Those fucking people are just totally whack. Out of their fucking minds. There's no such thing as vampires. Just telling you. I do believe that there is a very rare chance that a deceased body could be reanimated if it still contains the necessary physicals that it takes, like tendon, muscle, bone.
I don't I don't believe it's that kind of thing. What I do believe in is vampires, the energy sucking ones.
Oh, that's
I believe that there are spirits that
but that's a whole different type of use of the word vampire.
But that's what that's what the word is for, not this bullshit like you said.
Right.
Movie,
Not the blood sucking, turning into a bat.
Yes.
Fucking thing.
Right.
Yeah.
There is what they call
to be vampiric means someone who sucks.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what vampiric refers to, is sucking something. So you either sucking the blood, which is bullshit, or sucking energy is what the terminology was meant for.
Yeah.
I mean, even though there was a real live Count Dracula, which over years became Count Dracula, the original vampire, and I had a roommate who she was a direct descendant from that count. And their last names were Dracula. He was also a not a professor, but a scientist. who dabbled in uh like Frankenstein, Dr. Frankenstein, kind of like that, but he dabbled in the art of what's the word for drinking blood? So he thought that drinking the blood of someone would give him everlasting life.
Right.
And he was a count. His last name was Dracula, not Dracula, like everybody pronounces today. But my former roommate is a direct descendant to that count. And count is just a title of someone,
Right.
you know, like in the old days you had counts, you had
Like you
countesses,
have the duchesses and
duchesses,
yeah.
yes, like that. So he was of a high stature, but he was crazy as fuck.
Yeah. So those
Yes,
kind of
vamp to take
energy
it for
sucking
exactly.
vampires
Yeah,
I believe in.
yeah. Vamp is to take by force, right? So
So
an energy vamp is one who takes your energy, your spirit energy, by force and drains you of your energy.
yeah.
Spirits can do that too. Did you not know that?
Oh, I do know that spirits can drain other
Inadvertently.
spirits' energy, definitely, because
Yeah, for the most time it's inadvertently. They don't realize they're doing it sometimes. But people can do it too. Just like there
oh
are people like us that can give off energy to help, there's
yeah.
people out there that can vamp your energy as well. They're the narcissists. No, truly.
I can believe it. So the
The
last
majority of your energy vamps, are narcissistic people.
yeah. So this is the last question. What movies are based on Ed and Lorraine Warren's experience?
Oh, fuck. I think one of them was um, the one I mentioned earlier in New York, Amityville. Weren't they the first ones to investigate Amityville after the story or something like that? In the 70s, late 60s, early 70s or something?
Well, I don't
Um,
think the Amityville movie had them in it though.
oh, these are movies they were in?
Well, movies that were based on them. I guess they weren't actually in it, but you know.
Movies that were based on Ed and Lorraine's experiences.
Yes.
Um, what was that one? They got 3 of them now. I hated it. I watched the first one; it was okay, but the second 2, I hated 2 and 3, and I can't remember what the fuck the name of it. It's such a simple name too. Um, where the boy was taken and the father had to go in to save him. Um, God damn it, what was the name of that one? Conjuring. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mary. Conjuring is what I was trying to think of. Now they have now they have 2 and 3, and they're garbage.
Yeah, The Conjuring, and then they have 2 other movies that are not The Conjuring 2 and 3. Or
Is Insidious one of them?
no.
Oh, I may be wrong on that. Maybe Conjuring is the one that only has 2, and I think Insidious went to 3. If I remember it. I didn't like any of the Insidious movies anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, Conjuring is what I was trying to think of. So that's one of them, right? How many are there?
2 more.
2 more. Okay, we got The Conjuring. So
Uh,
Amityville wasn't one of them.
no.
Conjuring. Friday the 13th? No.
No.
Kidding. Poltergeist?
Nope.
Cody says Poltergeist.
No.
That's the only one I can think of that correlates with them is Conjuring.
The The
Oh,
Conjuring was in 2013. They had a movie called The Haunted in 1991. Was based
The
on one of their
Haunted was one of
experiences.
them.
Yeah.
They're airing The Haunted on one of the channels I watch here. It's either Netflix or Prime. I haven't
And
watched
the
it.
other one is The Haunting in Connecticut, which was made
Oh
in
yeah, I saw that one. That
2009.
was them.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was them. I didn't know that was the Warrens. I watched The Haunting in Connecticut. That was
Yeah.
lame too. That one was lame too. I didn't like that one because that's on Amazon Prime too. One of them. It's either on one of the Plus channels. Can't remember which one. Or Netflix, one of them. But I saw it like just a few months ago. A few months
I
ago.
watched that the other night. It's free on YouTube. 1 and
Oh
2
yeah.
is on there. The polka dice. The
Oh, the
polka
poltergeist
dice.
you're talking about. You never seen The Haunting in Connecticut?
No.
I thought it was pretty lame. You should check it out if you got Amazon Prime. I think it's on one of those.
Oh yeah.
But the TV thing, and it made me think of the poltergeist. Yeah, I didn't like any of the Insidious ones. And I didn't like the second. I think I watched like the first two scenes of the second. What was the other one we mentioned? In Conjuring. I saw like I think the first two or three scenes of Conjuring 2 and just turned it off. But I did see Conjuring 1. It was alright. But I thought a lot of it was Hollywood stuff. I don't think any of those were the actual true events of their story either. And it's been proven that the Warrens lied about a bunch of the stuff they put in their books. Conjuring was bullshit. If you go onto YouTube and search Conjuring House, you're gonna find all these fucking YouTube channels that have investigated Conjuring House. And now there's a big fucking blow up about Conjuring House. The new owner of it, who apparently is a royal bitch. But yeah, if you check those out, you'll see that a lot of that Conjuring House story was bullshit. And most of the stuff they put in their books were made up. Somebody actually said to them, "Well, I don't have blah 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 to put it in there." They literally told them, "Well, make it up." And I'm like, "Yeah, okay." So I believe the Warrens were just out to exploit the paranormal for monetary gain.
Yeah.
They were lying, making shit up, describing events that never happened, just like the Dandy House.
Yeah.
They all exploit it for monetary gain. That's why I don't believe any of those shows. I watch them because they're interesting. It's entertainment. But I don't believe in 90% of the bullshit they have in these shows, even the reality shows with the mediums and shit.
No.
I don't believe a lot of what they do, but they're very entertaining. And I like to see what other mediums.
Yeah.
How
I
other
mean, I love
perform,
that one with the kids telling their stories about remembering their past lives.
Psychic Kids.
Yeah.
Kids. That was pretty good. I like that too. A lot of them kids went on to do things with they became mentors to other kids, and some to this day still work with law enforcement, helping them solve cold cases and shit and finding people. But that's one thing I'll never do again. I'll never do a missing persons case again. I made an exception for Mary, but I can't do another missing persons case. It takes too much of a toll on me
Yeah.
emotionally, and it's physically draining for one,
Oh yeah.
because being a medium that is constantly in contact with the spirit realm for communication purposes, there's thousands and thousands of spirits who think they know and they come forth with information that either could be misleading or they may be wrong on it, but they think they're right or whatever. So I get all those coming in all the time. And two times it led to, well, one time it led to a opposite result, and the other time they were right. They were on point with the stuff, but I didn't pursue it. And that was the one that turned out there was an ex-Marine who committed suicide in a park somewhere in Texas.
But that one
And,
time that you were, I remember because I crossed over one lady who you had told a story one day about this lady you were doing, you were looking for, and you said, "Oh, she was alive, but I saw her dead." The
huh?
the um and it was two stories that you got mixed up. I remember writing it down. And she, the one that crossed over, so she was trying to tell you
Oh, the
her
hit and run
story.
victim. That hit and
Yeah,
run victim in one case in the vision, it was a hit and run where she was struck by a vehicle and tossed into a snowbank and not discovered until later. And there was another one that she has yet to be discovered. That one?
yeah, like it was like you were like,
Okay.
"Oh, I got it wrong because she was found alive." That girl,
One of them
but
was, yeah.
one of them was found alive. I guess the one that you were doing, and you were like, "I swore she was dead." There, you just got two of them mixed up because one was trying to.
Was that on yours or mine?
You had just told the story, so it
No, I
was
mean, it was on a live stream. Was it your live stream or mine?
yours that you told the
Mine.
story.
Okay, I'll have to look that
And
up
then
to
and you had
remember.
told, I'm pretty sure you told the story. You were like, "Oh, I had got it wrong because the girl was found alive." But
Oh
then
wait, no, I'm thinking. Okay, that's total separate issue.
right.
Yeah, okay, that was way long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's the one I mentioned. That uh the information that was given to me lined up with two different things.
Yeah.
Some of the information lined up with because I contacted the aunt
Yeah.
via Facebook Messenger, and I was hitting on a lot of the stuff, the people, the vehicles, and stuff involved. But in the middle of all that, different information came to me about a different individual
Yeah.
that happened along the same in the same vicinity
Yeah.
as when the girl took off and pretty much ran away, I guess, to her boyfriend's house, and she ended up coming back like a month or so later. But within that, other information was coming in. I believe nobody bothered looking into it. There is another young woman around the same age as her, in her mid-teens, 16, 17, or 18, that was lured into somebody's vehicle, and they took her to a spot, did what they did, and they buried her in a shallow grave, covering her up with foliage and leaves and sticks near a body of running water.
Yeah.
And so I looked that up, on Google Maps or Google Earth, whatever, and I saw there was only one area near the area that that girl lived in, and the vision I saw of that girl on that street in front of like a pizza parlor or something, some kind of restaurant. She was standing there, and I saw the person she was seeing. It was as if I was looking through her eyes, and I saw this person, blah blah blah. So yeah, two different cases merged into one vision
Yeah.
and fucked it all up. Which it came out to be a happy ending for that aunt,
Yeah.
you
And
know.
well, and
But
it really turned out to be a happy ending for the other one because she was so happy that you were able to see and know where she was, that she was able to cross.
right,
So,
yeah.
it was a
But the
happy
thing
ending
is,
for both of them, you know?
but that there's no conclusion for her family though.
No,
You
but
know, that's the
but
sad part. They still like I don't know who her family was or anything like that. All I saw was the aftermath of what happened.
yeah,
And what was it? What was her name? Maria or something? Something with an M. Melanie, Maria, or something with an M. Was it? I can't remember that either.
I don't know. I wrote it down, but I don't.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't consider it. Um, I don't consider that, you know,
Well,
a
you gave
good outcome when the family's still, you know,
but
missing
but
somebody.
but you gave that spirit
There's
piece
no
with,
closure. Well,
you
yeah,
know.
the spirits got closure, but the family don't, you know.
Yeah. But I mean, sometimes it's the hardest to get the
And that
spirit
event happened along the
closure.
same timeline too. I think that's why they got mixed up because they're so close in timeline and vicinity that it got mixed up with the other one. So it was back in 2017 or 2018 when this all happened, and yeah, I don't see. I don't feel closure on it until they discover the body, put her to rest properly, and the family has closure.
Right.
That's when I'll feel relieved and know it's complete. And you know, I get the um uh.
No, I don't like scary
In my
movies. I
mind,
don't
it's
watch that stuff.
still, you know, y'all are from New York. Have y'all seen Deliver Us from Evil? Deliver Us from Evil. It sounds familiar. I don't know. I don't. Sounds familiar, but I don't recollect seeing it. By the way, I'm from upstate New York. Christina's from New York City. We're
Yeah.
4.5 hours apart. I'm 4.5 hours north of her.
Yeah, if we were closer, we'd be sitting in each other's living room instead of doing these live streams.
Right?
Boomer could be giving me some of
Party
those
on.
chocolate covered wafers and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel any sense of resolve at all. You know, just there will be resolve in my mind when she is discovered in that area. I told my friend about it. The one that I told you went to
Oh yeah.
the Dandy House. I told him about it because he lived in the same area. And he was discussing another case with me that happened in there, missing persons case from like the 1940s or 30s or something. Um, and I said, well, you know, and it was a year or so later that this happened, and I contacted him about it. I was like, look, there's this case that popped up. Do you know anybody in that area that could check it out? And he never got back to me on that. So, um, to me, it's still unresolved. I keep seeing it in my head too. Like there's a small little dirt path, like a deer trail, leading up to the area. On the right, there's this little brook or river running through. That was the water, running water I heard. And off to the left of the trail, near some saplings and young trees, it was this mound of twigs and sticks and leaves and stuff like that. Just some brush and stuff off to the left, and that's where like the alarm went off for me, and that's where I felt her body was there. Now I relayed this information to the aunt, thinking it was related to that case, and thank our creator, it wasn't it. And I contacted her after I got the alert, the update that she was found. She had come home, and I contacted her. I says, "Well, I'm relieved that this, because all that information fit with both cases."
Yeah.
I think that's where things went awry.
Yeah.
Because I felt, like I was being chloroformed or drugged or something. I started feeling woozy, passing out, kind of thing. I think that's when things went wrong. I started picking up on the other one's energy.
Yeah.
And because I had all the other facts before that point that fit the other girl, because I kept in contact with the aunt, and I was asking her, "Hey, does this sound right? Does this sound right? Yeah, that vehicle sounds right. Yeah, that description of that person sounds right. Blah 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 blah." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And it was after that point where everything started going another direction with the other case. And as far as I know, to this day, I don't think they have recovered the other one's body. And it's been what, 2000? No, it was either 2017 or 2018. So 25, 7 years.
Yeah.
It's been 7 years, and I unsubscribed from those updates because of that was the first case I was pleasantly wrong on. The second case I was dead on correct on. And what burns me is that I didn't contact anybody on that one, because the first one steered me in the wrong direction, and I didn't want to put another family through that. Because I saw the man slumped against a tree with his service weapon sitting next to him. And that's exactly how he was found by a fisherman who was on his way to his favorite fishing spot and discovered the guy's body. Everything that was in my head was exactly what the update said.
Right.
I checked out the Google Maps again. I found, because I was trying to match images on the map with the images in my head, and I matched it up fucking perfectly. And I was like, oh, what if I'm wrong again? What if I contact these people and I give them this information and they're all, and then after I got the update, I started thinking, well, if I did contact these people, could they have gotten there before he took his life? Could I have changed the outcome of this if I did contact them? And that's what threw me off from, I never want to do another missing persons case again. Yeah. Cold cases is one thing, but current missing people cases, I won't fuck with them.
Right.
The cold case of the one in Australia that what's her name brought to my attention a few years ago. I keep forgetting who it was, but I was dead on with that one too. And then on my first live stream, I think when I came back, I don't know, I think she came in and she confirmed everything. They said, "Hey, Boomer, they did find the guy. They found him exactly where you said they would. in this little lagoon area off from the ocean, a few miles away from where the incident happened, where he fell off the cliff. And they found his hat in that exact spot, like on a ledge or something on the cliffs or whatever. They found his hat there. And I guess he had fallen into the ocean and got taken with a current, and then the current came into the lagoon area where this little peninsula is. It's inhabited, apparently, but there's sandbars there. So during their low tide, the sandbars are more exposed, and I think that's when they found them laying on one of the sandbars, exactly where I said it was going to be. I remember that. I was there when she told you. Oh, yeah, yeah. Do you remember who it was? You remember who the person was that came to me with that, Mary? No, you don't believe in the whole Bible thing much, but I swear it's coming soon. Who you call for that? What? Boomer. Hang on. There's more to Boomer. Our heavens are returning to Earth soon enough, and all of it will fix and come back together. And we'll all live in peace once again. No, you don't believe in the whole Bible thing much, but I swear it's coming soon. Who you call for that? I don't call anybody. I say, what happened? What's going to happen? There's some things we have no control over, and I accept that. Hey, if it happens, it happens. If it don't, then well, we know they were wrong.
Yeah.
I live my life day to day. I do what I do, and what happens tomorrow, I have no control over that. So. I mean, a meteor could fucking fall in my lap tomorrow. Who knows? I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about what can potentially happen in the future. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That would diminish my quality of life now. To constantly be sitting here thinking, wondering, oh, am I going to be one of those that gets to go? Am I going to be one of those who's left here to live out eternity as a slug? I don't worry about that shit. Wow. Yeah, see, and that's the one thing that deters me from coming forward with things that for certain people. Yeah, she did mod for me.
Oh, he meant who do you call for the missing body thing?
Talking about who you call for the missing body. Oh, I didn't call anybody. That one, you talking about the Australian one? The Australian case? I didn't call anybody on that. The person in my chat, who I can't remember what her name is, lived in that area of Australia. This happened in Queensland, in the mountains of Queensland. And we were just discussing it. She was saying things in the chat, and I was receiving it because what started it all was I mentioned a case called this one happened in the 40s, late 40s, the Adelaide man, the unknown man, whatever, however you Google it, it'll come up with that case, where this guy was found leaning against a flood wall or whatever they call them, retainer wall on a beach in Adelaide, Australia. I mentioned that, and then she mentioned this case of a missing hiker or missing person that was hiking in the hills near where they live or whatever,
Don't leave,
You know,
Mary.
it
We're gonna
it
leave
was in the
shortly.
papers. It was in the papers, and she mentioned it. And all of a sudden, as soon as she mentioned it, I started getting these images like crazy. And then for about a week or so, I worked on this off stream and everything. I kept working on it, and I was telling her things about it. And so, all right. So about a month and a half, 2 months later, I think it was, she came back to me in my chat and confirmed everything I said to her was this person. But I didn't contact anybody because I didn't know who to
Right.
contact. It
Well,
was just
Cody,
a person that was in like the
he
one by the
originally
lake.
was looking at a case that he found on like the Facebook, like missing persons.
I'll talk about who you call for the missing body thing. The one by the lake. The one by the lake wasn't one of you talk. Oh, you talking about the
Yeah, the girl. Like, didn't you get the
oh
original
the
case?
girl the no. See, I contacted the aunt who was the guardian of the main person in question, the one that had run away to her boyfriend's and was gone for over a month and then came back. All right, so the only person I contacted was her. The only person I spoke to about the case, other than the aunt, was a friend of mine, an old army buddy of mine. And I asked him about it because I thought the two cases, I thought those two cases were the same case. And it turns out it wasn't. That was a total separate case. And I mentioned to my friend who lived in that area, if he could contact somebody there and search a particular area for this individual. And I never got anything back on that. I didn't bother calling the authorities or anything like that because I was under the impression that I was just wrong with the information. But as time went on, I started really thinking about it. I realized what really happened was it was two separate cases merging together.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't know who to contact for the one that just popped in because the only information I got was the information that got mixed up with the other case. Yeah, the one I saw in my mind that was in a shallow grave in the woods to the left of a narrow trail that had the running water. It was either some kind of stream, brook, or it wasn't a big river or anything like that. It was just a small stream or brook on a few, maybe 25 to 30 yards off from the right side of the path. And that's all I saw was, well, at first I heard the water and I smelled certain smells. And I checked it out on the Google Earth and I saw the only area in relation to the area where the other one lived, and I think that's how it got confusing because they were both from the same area. I saw it in my head, and like I did with the guy in Texas, I saw it in my head and checked out Google Earth to see if there was a similar area in the same vicinity as the other. And that's the only thing I could find that was exactly like what was in my mind. I saw an area, there was a body of water, a running body of water, like a stream or a brook or something. There was a trail in the woods, and there was the area a few yards off from the path that I was directed to that looked like a shallow grave with brush and stuff thrown on it. That was all behind this factory that had an access road, the way back parking lot. There was an access road to the way back of this factory area where they would have had to have parked and then walked into the woods to find the trail and started going up the trail. And that's where they dumped her body. And to this day, I don't know if anybody actually did investigate that or not. So, trying to find out who I can call about all this crazy things I'm going through because the FBI ain't trying to tell me nothing. Oh, you talking about that case where you told your friend the body in the lake? Was that him or was that somebody else? I did one. Oh no, that was Dragon. That was Dragon. That was talking about the on the lake. It was based on a true detective from the NYPD, and it's one of. Oh, he was going on about a lot of stuff here. Oh, deliver us from evil. Oh, is that the case you're talking about? Is based off from that deliver us from evil thing? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, he said that was one of the best movies he's ever seen, that you'd like it, about a New York detective. But I'm gonna have to let you guys go, Boomer. I'm sorry, my back is killing me and I have to lay down.
I agree. I totally agree with you. What, you've been 7 hours now?
Yeah, 7 hours.
Yeah, see. All right, well, I'm going to hop off here, Dan. You can say goodnight to your peeps.
Okay.
All right, much love. Keep it real.
Yeah, I gotta blow my nose. Sorry. Guys, I love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me, 6 of you, for 7 hours. God bless you all. Thanks for playing our paranormal game with us and joining in our conversation earlier for Spiritual Thursday about how the paranormal and supernatural go along with spiritual awakenings. I appreciate it. I'll play the outro, and yeah, good night. We'll see you next Wednesday. I think next Wednesday and Thursday. It's still like the first week into the end of the week in January, because like I said, the 6th I'll be going away for my daughter's wedding. So that week I won't be doing live streams, but next week we'll see you Wednesday for card readings, and then Thursday again for another Spiritual Thursday. So I'll see you guys. Let's find an outro for you guys.
Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle. Thank you. We are so glad you came. Okay, bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye. Is everyone gone? Huh? Good. Oh my gosh, my cheeks are killing me. I can't keep smiling like this anymore. I'm exhausted.